It's a soul attack. Bai Feng is also a semi-divine saint heir, whose soul and will have both entered the pseudo-god level, and he possesses a protective soul treasure. Logically, he should easily withstand a normal pseudo-god's soul attack. Xu Yuan, having just broken through to semi-divine, how could his soul attack be so powerful? The true gods present on the Great Hall's platform all felt rather astonished. The might of Li Yuan's soul attack, in the eyes of these true gods, was not worth mentioning. They themselves could wipe out a peak of pseudo-god with a casual soul attack. But such an attack coming from a newly advanced semi-divine took on a completely different meaning. It's an illusionary realm, not a direct soul annihilation. From the information I checked earlier, I knew Xu Yuan had a strong soul will, but given his young age, he could at most be of the semi-divine saint heir level, initial rank of pseudo-god. But now it seems that his soul will might well rival that of the peak of pseudo-god. Having a strong soul will is just the foundation, but it doesn't mean it can be transformed into a soul attack. Most peak pseudo-god level beings wouldn't have such powerful soul attacks. The true gods communicated swiftly. Ultimately, they all looked towards Kai Yang True God, who was standing at the very front. Everything you've mentioned, I already know. Kai Yang True God slowly said, a single thought making Bai Feng succumb. This indicates Xu Yuan possesses astonishing talent in the soul path. Perhaps even higher than his law talent. Talent. The 7 true gods managed the divine fire hall. Their mission was to unearth more young prodigies for Juxing ancient city in order to provide them with focused cultivation. But this is only the first battle. No rush, let's watch a bit longer, said Kai Yang True God slowly. If such soul methods are not just a fluke but the norm, I will naturally report it. If the 7 true gods still appeared indifferent, then the thousands of flying heaven semi-divines watching in the temple were thoroughly shocked by the sight of Li Yuan in his black robe. One move, and he defeated semi-divine Bai Feng. Bai Feng, he is a saint heir. What exactly happened just now? Could it be a soul attack? But how could Xu Yuan's soul attack be so terrifying? Countless flying heaven semi-divines were filled with shock. This scene completely shattered their perceptions. In their imagination, a clash between top-tier semi-divines should involve them using powerful star techniques and engaging in fierce combat. Not as effortless as it was for Xu Yuan. It was as if he had defeated semi-divine Bai Feng in a casual conversation. Xu Yuan's soul attack, as expected, Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng, though inconspicuous among the thousands of semi-divines, exchanged glances, both slightly emotional. Initially, they had both witnessed Li Yuan's feat of traversing the 9 sounds realm. Clearly, 5 years later, Li Yuan's soul methods had become even more terrifying. Is this the confidence of brother Xu Yuan? Yu Shan semi-divine and Yang Di were both deeply shaken as well. They couldn't help but recall Xu Yuan's words from earlier. Top 100. If Bai Feng couldn't withstand Xu Yuan's soul attack, how many others could? Yu Shan, are you confident? Yang Di suddenly asked. Me? Yu Shan was taken aback for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No confidence? He truly lacked confidence. Not just Yu Shan, He Feng, Yan Dong, and the other semi-divine saint heirs who hadn't yet joined the battle, all felt an unprecedented wariness. Among the 16 semi-divine saint heirs, aside from Jing Kui who was in a league of his own, the strength of the other 15 was actually very close, all at the standard of level 54 pseudo-god. This was nearly the limit of strength a semi-divine could achieve. Xu Yuan's second battle is about to start. Yu Shan suddenly pointed at one of the void arenas. Within one of the void arenas. Me? The semi-divine Bai Feng had just regained consciousness, his eyes still carrying a hint of bewilderment. But he soon became fully alert. It's an illusionary realm. A soul attack. I've been hit. Bai Feng semi-divine realized in horror, followed by a wave of despair. I lost? I lost in the first battle? Did I also lose to Xu Yuan? But he knew he had lost fairly. The illusionary realm Xu Yuan deployed was too terrifying, too real. I've lost one match. If I want to get into the top 20, it's problematic. I must win against Dong Pan to have a glimmer of hope. Bai Feng semi-divine understood his situation clearly. In this kind of round battle, losing one match can be very difficult. If he can't even enter the top 20, the position of Saint Air might not be secure, and various resources and treatments would plummet. Just do my best, Bai Feng's semi-divine gritted his teeth. In another void arena. Shu Yuan, my name is Xiao Li. Though the chances are slim that I'm your match, I will also fight with all my might, said the young man in dark green combat armor in a deep voice. Inside the void arena, it is impossible to watch the scenes of other arenas. Good. Then make your move, said Li Yuan with a smile, otherwise, once I make a move, you're going to lose. The young man in dark green combat armor's eyes hardened, a trace of anger flashing through them. The semi-divine in the hall already knew Li Yuan's methods, but the semi-divine within each void arena did not. Boom! The moment the young man in dark green combat armor moved, he invoked his domain, and vast flames came into existence out of thin air in the void. A giant divine sword appeared in his hands, and with a howl, he charged toward Li Yuan. With a flash of the sword light, the young man in dark green combat armor swiftly closed in on Li Yuan. Coming. Li Yuan watched him, ready to unleash a soul attack, seeing no further need to hold back. Li Yuan, too, wished to test his methods against more powerful opponents. With a thought, Li Yuan unleashed invisible ripples of the soul, which instantly permeated the spiritual world of the young man in dark green combat armor as layer upon layer of illusionary realm appeared. Huh? The young man in dark green combat armor, sensing something amiss, suddenly found his eyes fiercely agitated. His consciousness was sinking. Rumble. At the thought of Li Yuan, he deployed the Heaven and Earth River domain, creating a wildly tumultuous sweep across the entire hall, eventually engulfing the young man in dark green combat armor. Eliminated. If even Bai Feng, who is ranked just over 10th in points, can't withstand Li Yuan's soul attack, how could he stand a chance? I won. Li Yuan found it very easy. After repeated tempering by the 6 realms of illusion, over 5 years, my soul has been tested countless times and has fallen into despair countless times, which has honed it to an extraordinary level, Li Yuan reflected inwardly. However, there are still numerous imperfections in the illusionary realm formed by invoking his innermost desires. Time passed. The arena constantly transformed, and Li Yuan swiftly encountered one semi-divine reserve member after another. These opponents from the same group had different attitudes. But no matter their points ranking or how strong they are, all have succumbed to Li Yuan's illusionary realm, and following the expansion of Li Yuan's domain, with the 9 yellow dragons howling, he easily defeated one demigod after another. If it were a life and death fight, it would actually not be easy to kill these demigods because their material defense would be astonishing. Once a powerful individual encounters a fatal danger, the possibility of becoming alert skyrockets. But the key point is, in such battles, both sides are enveloped in a layer of guardian spirit light, and once the energy contained within the spirit light dwindles dramatically. Victory! 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 Each confrontation, Li Yuan's tactics were the same from beginning to end. First, he made the opponents fall into an illusion with a soul attack. Second, before the opponents could wake up, he would use his domain to break through their protective spirit light. Simple tactics, yet no one could stop Li Yuan's winning streak, and there wasn't even one who forced him to use his weapons. Inside the Divine Fire Hall, thousands of flying heaven semi-divine were shocked by the scene. What did they see? Powerful demigods, ranked within the top 1,000 in points, were practically lining up to give Shu Yuan victories. It's a soul attack. Unrivaled in power. Shu Yuan's soul attack is terrifying. Purely in terms of soul attack, he might well be ranked first. All the flying heaven semi-divine were sighing in shock, as they were witnessing such powerful soul attacks from a demigod for the first time. Group 1. Jing Kui is definitely the first, with a 72-match winning streak already. In Group 2, both Shu Yuan and Dong Pan are on a winning streak. No one can block their pace. Bai Feng has already lost to Dong Pan. Who will be the first in Group 2 out of these two? Many flying heaven semi-divine had this thought crossing their minds. I think Shu Yuan will win. His soul attack is too formidable. Can't say for sure. Dong Pan is not inferior to Bai Feng. Before Jing Kui's rise, Dong Pan has contended for the top spot on the semi-divine list multiple times, and his soul will is also extremely strong. Right. Dong Pan might be able to withstand it. As long as he awakens in an instant, Xu Yuan will undoubtedly be defeated. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming pinnacle showdown of Group 2. Whoever wins will laugh till the end. The spectators didn't have to wait too long. When Li Yuan completed his 86th consecutive victory and Dong Pan completed his 71st, both appeared simultaneously in a void arena. Clad in a black robe, Li Yuan, upon seeing his opponent across the arena wearing an earth-yellow robe, also took on a serious expression. Dong Pan Semi-Divine, ranked third on the semi-divine list and the greatest challenge Li Yuan faced in contending for first place in Group 2. Brother Dong Pan greeted Li Yuan with a smile. Whoosh. With his stout figure, Dong Pan Semi-Divine looked at Li Yuan with interest and spoke in a deep voice. Xu Yuan, you must have hidden your strength, otherwise you could not have won consecutive matches faster than me. Combatants in the void arena cannot see other arena battles, but they can see the points ranking. Try it and you'll see, Li Yuan replied with a smile, feeling very calm inside. A moment later. Boom. Boom. The moment Dong Pan Semi-Divine took action, his body expanded to 10 meters tall. An invisible fluctuation had already swept over, invading the spiritual world of Dong Pan Semi-Divine instantly. Soul attack. So that's how it is. Dong Pan Semi-Divine now understood why Xu Yuan was able to achieve consecutive victories so quickly. How could a soul attack not be quick? Wake up! Wake up! Dong Pan Semi-Divine roared within his heart. His soul will as strong as a pseudo-god's, desperately resisting the soul attack from Li Yuan. With the illusion world in front of him shaking violently. Boom! The illusionary world completely collapsed. Such an illusionary trick is not as strong as I had imagined. Dong Pan Semi-Divine was awake now, seemingly unaffected much by Li Yuan's soul attack. At a glance, Dong Pan Semi-Divine could see the earth-yellow airflow surging from all directions. Heaven and Earth River Domain. Suppress. Dong Pan Semi-Divine's eyes turned icy as chains manifested around him, drawing upon the terrifying might of heaven and earth, suppressing everything. Rumbling, numerous divine artifact chains, like great serpents, whipped and dispersed the 9 yellow dragons, and even permeating towards Li Yuan at the center of the Heaven and Earth River Domain. Overwhelmingly unstoppable. Defeated. Dong Pan Semi-Divine's figure moved, charging towards Li Yuan like a rampaging war god. Li Yuan, although displaying incredibly strong abilities, Dong Pan Semi-Divine was confident that it would take only a few exchanges to utterly defeat Li Yuan. But just as Dong Pan Semi-Divine was about to reach Li Yuan in an instant. Dong Pan. You're going to lose. Li Yuan, encircled by hefty air currents, corners of his mouth revealing an enigmatic smile. Dong Pan Semi-Divine was stunned just for a moment, then suddenly felt severe pain in his brain and body. He saw the world before him shattering like broken glass, with Xu Yuan nearby also disintegrating. I'm still in the illusionary realm. Is this multiple layers of illusions stacked? Dong Pan Semi-Divine was anxious and angry, finally realizing what was happening. But it was already too late. Whoosh! In the real world, on the void arena, rumbling, the frenzied 9 yellow dragons were charging towards the struggling and eyes-closed Dong Pan Semi-Divine. Rumbling, equivalent to the attack of 9 initial-rank pseudo-god fighters, with one move, the protective spirit light of Dong Pan Semi-Divine was completely shattered. Illusion. First, I stir up the deep confidence in your heart, making you feel that you've broken free from the illusion and that you have already won. Li Yuan stood there, murmuring as he watched the area where Dong Pan Semi-Divine had vanished. In confidence, your vigilance towards danger drops significantly. Which is often when you're caught off guard. Dual layers of illusion. If the art of illusion flows to perfection, making the real seem illusory, and the illusory almost real, it confuses people to not distinguish between reality and illusion. Li Yuan's heart was very calm. This battle, Dong Pan Semi-Divine, defeated, Xu Yuan, victorious. This battle has also largely represented that, with great probability, the first place in Group 2 will fall into Li Yuan's hands. Only one step away from breaking into the top 10. Dong Pan actually lost. Dong Pan's soul will is so powerful, yet he couldn't resist Shu Yuan's soul attack? In the temple, thousands of flying heaven demigods were in an uproar. Semi-divine heirs like Yu Shan and He Feng had their expressions condensed to the extreme. Bai Feng losing was already surprising enough. But Dong Pan lost as well? It's known that Dong Pan cultivated and comprehended the law of earth and the mysteries of space, which combined to make his defense exceptionally formidable. During his challenges in the Divine Fire Tower, his lack of attack power often meant he could only rank between 2nd to 5th. However, in the recent ranking battles, he had consistently secured the 2nd place, and among the dozen-plus semi-divine heirs, only Jing Kui could break his defense with his absolute speed. In this clash with Li Yuan, Dong Pan was not the slightest bit negligent. He had prepared early to withstand soul attacks. Yet he still lost. If Dong Pan lost, how many of the semi-divine heirs could win against Li Yuan? Impressive. Even Dong Pan was caught off guard. Before Jing Kui's breakthrough, Dong Pan's law comprehension was always higher, yet he still lost to Li Yuan? The 7 demigods on the high platform were quite astonished. Dong Pan's semi-divine is only at the 7-star veins, so why did he always firmly hold the 2nd place on the semi-divine list? It's because of his extraordinary law comprehension. And with higher law comprehension, influenced by the origin of the great Tao, the soul will also tends to be extremely powerful. Before the battle, these true gods had believed that the probability of victory would be greater for semi-divine Dong Pan. It seems that Shu Yuan's soul attack method is stronger than we imagined, commented Yu Wing, true god, in a deep voice. If Dong Pan has been defeated, it's even harder for others to resist. Probably only Jing Kui has hope to withstand it. Let's see if Jing Kui can withstand it. This became the consensus among the 7 true gods. Defeating Dong Pan made Li Yuan unrivaled in the 2nd group, swiftly winning the subsequent fights. Unbeaten, 99 points. With an absolute advantage, he became the first ranked in the 2nd group, and smoothly secured the first spot among the top 20 of the semi-divine list. After losing to Li Yuan, Dong Pan's semi-divine quickly adjusted and won all the following battles, scoring 98 points and claiming the 2nd place of the group. Bai Feng ultimately seized the 3rd place. Woo! 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 The 100 combatants of the 2nd group ended their battles more quickly than others, all returning to the ground of the Grand Hall. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on Li Yuan. Defeating semi-divine heirs Bai Feng and Dong Pan consecutively, his strength was undoubtedly respected by all flying heaven demigods. Shu Yuan. Haha, congratulations. Yu Shan and Yang Di both greeted Li Yuan with smiles. Like Yu Shan, even though they might face Li Yuan later on, possibly becoming adversaries, he still felt happy for Li Yuan's achievements. Shu Yuan. A deep voice suddenly rang out, closely followed by Bai Feng already walking up to Li Yuan, speaking softly. I lost the wager this time. Here are 10,000 divine crystals for you to take. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a storage treasure flew towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan stretched out his hand to catch it, and a sweep of divine thought confirmed the 10,000 divine crystals inside. All correct. Li Yuan nodded slightly, watching as semi-divine Bai Feng merged into the crowd. Since the opponent conceded the wager gracefully, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't speak mockingly. Tisk tisk, this guy. Yang Di communicated with a chuckle. Every time he competed with Yu Shan before, even if he often lost, he would never give in, always claiming he would take it back next time. This time, he actually conceded so promptly and cleanly. That's because brother Shu Yuan is strong enough, Yu Shan said with emotion. My strength is not much different from Bai Feng's, and I've cultivated for even longer. It's normal for Bai Feng to be unconvinced. But how long has brother Shu Yuan been cultivating? To defeat him and Dong Pan directly the first time. He will only gap him more in the future. Don't mention Bai Feng. Even Jing Kui, I think, is far from brother Shu Yuan, Yu Shan said with a smile. You flatter me, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. Shortly after the 2nd group's battles ended, The first group's battles also came to an end. Jing Kui also smoothly scored 99 points, securing first place. He quickly learned the results of the second group. Dong Pan lost. Xu Yuan won. First in the second group, Jing Kui, who was always calm, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, employed a soul attack. Even Dong Pan couldn't resist at all. As his biggest competitor, Jing Kui was very clear about Dong Pan's semi-divine's strength. Even now that he had a breakthrough in power, defeating Dong Pan swiftly would be difficult. It would still take at least a dozen moves at the least. Jing Kui, you need to be careful, Dong Pan communicated with a cold voice, while your soul will is stronger than mine. Xu Yuan's soul attack is terrifying. Among the powerful pseudo-gods I've seen, hardly a few have soul attacks that could match his. Don't capsize in the gutter. Otherwise, we, the old-timers, would lose too much face, Dong Pan said. I will naturally be cautious, Jing Kui said with a smile. A serious expression also flashed across his eyes. For the first time, he regarded Li Yuan as an opponent who could contend with him. As time elapsed, group by group of combatants entered the Void Arena, and the final rankings were decided. Over a day and a half, the top 2, top 10, and top 30 of each group were decided in turn. It also meant that the top 20 of the semi-divine list were solidified. Semi-divine heirs like Jing Kui, Dong Pan, He Feng, Yu Shan, and others all entered the top 20. Only 2 were eliminated. One was Bai Feng, and the other was Yang Yu Semi-Divine, who ranked 13th on the previous semi-divine list. She was in the 10th group with Yu Shan. However, neither of them managed to claim the top spot in their group. Instead, they both lost to another reserve member as Sha Ju. Sha Ju, ranked just over 60th on the last semi-divine list, unexpectedly seized the first place in 10 groups, consecutively defeating Yu Shan and Yang Yu, 2 great demigod saint heirs, is truly fierce. His star technique might is strong, and his sword technique is also sharp. When everyone saw Sha Ju demigod defeat Yu Shan, they were all startled. As a veteran demigod saint heir, although Yu Shan's strength is not as formidable as Dong Pan and Jing Kui, his ranking has always been very stable, never falling out of the top 10 in the recent 5 rounds. The result was actually a loss. Interesting, apart from Xu Yuan, another Sha Ju has emerged? Jing Kui's eyes shone brightly, and compared to Xu Yuan, he was more interested in Sha Ju. After all, Sha Ju's sword technique was clearly very powerful as it was tangible and palpable. Juxing Ancient City, indeed a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons lie, another 8-star veins has appeared. Li Yuan was also quite surprised. Previously, in the Divine Fire Hall, there were nearly 10,000 people, and since Li Yuan was always engaged in battles, he naturally would not use Divine Palace Exploration on every person. At that time, Sha Ju was not conspicuous. Breaking into the Divine Fire Tower, he was ranked just over 50. Li Yuan did not give him much thought. Only after the second round of round battle did Sha Ju rise surprisingly, defeating Yu Shan in one fell swoop. Only then did Li Yuan employ Divine Palace Exploration and discovered that Sha Ju's life level was level 48.9. Another 8-star pulse. This demigod Sha Ju, his earlier law comprehension seems slightly inferior, probably has made a breakthrough in the past 5 years. Li Yuan pondered. Once law comprehension is approached, origin power cultivation, star technique becomes stronger, naturally surpassing other demigod saint heirs. The other demigod saint heirs, except Jing Kui, were only 7-star pulse demigods. Sha Ju finally exploded. After nearly 300 years of cultivation, I have finally achieved something. I almost thought he would not become a demigod saint heir and was about to break through to pseudo-god. The 7 true gods on the high platform communicated with each other through voice transmission. The flying heaven demigods were shocked by Sha Ju's eruption. Because for star vein talent, all the reserve members kept it a secret from each other. Aside from freaks like Li Yuan, others did not know that Sha Ju was an 8-star vein. But these true god powerhouses knew it long ago. With Xu Yuan added, now Divine Fire Hall has 4 8-star vein demigods. Jing Kui, Xu Yuan, Sha Ju have all entered the top 20. Moonwing True God said with a smile through voice transmission. On the contrary, Luan Su, clearly an 8 stars, did not even make it into the top 100 of the semi-divine list. Luan Su has cultivated for too few years, less than 200 years old. His law comprehension speed is also somewhat slow. The other true gods expressed their thoughts. High star vein talent generally indicates high law talent, but the relationship between the two is not absolute. Just like Ji Yu and Li Yuan mentioned, the man who is only a 6-star pulse true god, in just tens of thousands of years, he has comprehended 4 law of the great Tao, creating secret techniques stronger than those of most heavenly divine. The demigod stage is the same case. Even if they cultivate for the same number of years, an 8-star pulse demigod is not necessarily stronger than a 7-star pulse demigod. Just like the students from Tsinghua and Peking University are generally very strong, but that doesn't mean every single one of them is better than all the students from other schools. Before Li Yuan, among the 3 8-star vein demigods in Divine Fire Hall, only Jing Kui demonstrated the overwhelming talent to crush the other 7-star pulse demigods, showing the potential of a heavenly divine. Therefore, he was valued by Tai Yu heavenly god. Boom! An invisible pressure enveloped the entire Divine Fire Hall, quickly quieting down the noisy hall. After consultation with the other true gods, as well as reporting up to the higher authorities of the ancient city, Kai Yang true god's voice thundered slowly. In the end, it is decided that there will be 18 Saint Air positions awarded in this demigod ranking battle. Boom! 18 Saint Air positions. Li Yuan, Sha Ju, Yu Shan, and others within the overall top 20 all showed a serious expression. Does this mean that out of these 20 people, 2 will be excluded? Who would want to fail after coming this far? The decisive battle rules are very simple. Each group's first place will be randomly matched with the second place of another group, cross-battling. The winner enters the top 10, directly becoming a demigod Saint Air, and competing for the ultimate first place. The losers will then fight through round battle for the last 8 Saint Air positions, Kai Yang True God said slowly. This rule was not unexpected. Snatching the first place in their own groups, they naturally would have some advantages and not be pitted against other groups' first place. Soon, the order of the 10 matches for 20-10 were all announced. Jing Kui versus Yu Shan, Li Yuan versus Yan Dong. He Feng versus Yu Shan, Sha Ju versus Dong Pan. Each of the 10 group battles was very eye-catching, and those who had made it this far were all strong without exception. But undoubtedly, the most eye-catching was the confrontation between Sha Ju and Dong Pan. Sha Ju is the second most dazzling person in this ranking battle apart from Li Yuan. His sword technique is overwhelmingly powerful. Dong Pan, on the other hand, is commonly acknowledged as the top 3 on the semi-divine list. Even if he lost to Li Yuan, no one thought he was weaker than the other group's first place. Yu Shan, you're in trouble, you've actually bumped into Jing Kui. Yang Di couldn't help but say. Yang Di ended up ranked 361 stone, and his ranking battle had already ended. Jing Kui is indeed hard to beat, Li Yuan said quietly, although he had not seen Jing Kui's full force exerted. But judging from his performance in the Divine Fire Tower, his strength was indeed much stronger than other demigod Saint Airs. No worries. Having only got the second place in the group, I knew it would be tough to enter the top 10 of the semi-divine list this time. Demigod Yu Shan was rather calm and smiled. Even if not against Jing Kui, are He Feng, Sha Ju and those guys easy to deal with? Not to mention, if I were up against Brother Shu Yuan, I reckon I'd also lose. Regardless of winning or losing, fight with all your might. Even if you lose, there is still a chance to snatch the Saint Air position, Yu Shan said with a smile. His character was always so, very calm. After the duel list was announced, everyone rested only briefly before the duels quickly commenced. Perhaps to better motivate the other Flying Heaven semi-divines, this time the duels were not held simultaneously but one by one. In the first match, Jing Kui battled Yu Shan, and even though Yu Shan exerted all his effort, Jing Kui still won easily. Jing Kui's ease also indirectly proved that his strength had transformed again, reaching a higher level. The second battle was Li Yuan versus Yan Dong. This fight attracted much attention as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both contestants simultaneously flew into the void arena, landing on opposite sides, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Xu Yuan and Yan Dong. Who can win? Definitely Xu Yuan will win. Even Dong Pan couldn't withstand Xu Yuan's soul attack, let alone Yan Dong. Yan Dong's semi-divine was only ranked 16th in the last session, the lowest ranked semi-divine Saint Heir, and he just lost to Yifeng's semi-divine. Want to win against Xu Yuan? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Previous continuous victories had already built up Li Yuan's momentum. 99% of the spectators were convinced Xu Yuan would surely win. On the void arena, Li Yuan and Yan Dong were tens of kilometers apart, facing each other from a distance. Yan Dong's semi-divine was dressed in blue combat armor, his features eerily beautiful as he held two steel pitchforks, his image somewhat strange and somewhat reminiscent of a patrolling yaksha, staring intently at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, still in his black garment. Xu Yuan, strong soul attack. Yan Dong's semi-divine stared intently, his eyes filled with seriousness. But according to the ranking at Divine Fire Tower, your material attack should be very ordinary. He knew Xu Yuan's formidability, which was also his biggest obstacle to breaking into the top 10. Suddenly, both sides moved at the same time. Yan Dong's semi-divine instantly transformed into a streak of light, like a lightning bolt sweeping across the void, instantly creating hundreds of phantom bodies, each pouncing toward Li Yuan like specters. He obviously practiced a phantom body-like star technique akin to Nine Shadows Void. Phantom bodies. It's the fluctuation of the wind system law. Yushan's information was indeed correct. This Yan Dong semi-divine has comprehended the wind law, the mysteries of space. Li Yuan's eyes were very calm. Phantom bodies? They can evade divine sense inquiry. But can they evade a domain? Rumble, with a thought from Li Yuan. A huge domain descended immediately, a vast yellow stream sweeping through, impacting those phantom bodies. Sizzle sizzle, the collision between the domain and Yan Dong semi-divine's phantom bodies, 9 yellow dragons roared, swiftly annihilating the weaker phantom bodies. In the blink of an eye, only 3 phantom bodies of Yan Dong semi-divine remained, each closely clustered and surrounded by dispersing blue light fending off the erosion from the heaven and earth river domain. Bang! Bang! Boom! The terrifying yaksha furiously slashed down. 2 yellow dragons were instantly torn apart. Xu Yuan, your domain can't restrain me. Yan Dong semi-divine's momentum was overwhelming as he charged toward Xu Yuan. Being other semi-divine limit experts would have been directly crushed and swept aside by Li Yuan's domain. But indeed, it couldn't suppress such an exceptional semi-divine. Life and death realm. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of haziness, directly unleashing a soul attack. Hum, hum, hum. 3 waves of soul fluctuations erupted simultaneously, sweeping toward those 3 phantom bodies. If maintaining soul attacks on hundreds of phantom bodies while retaining the strongest attack might, Li Yuan couldn't do it. But attacking just 3 targets was still very easy. Hum. The invisible soul fluctuations instantly invaded Yan Dong's semi-divine's spiritual world. His spiritual world trembled. Here it comes. Yan Dong's semi-divine instantly understood, his greatest test had arrived. Withstand it, and he could win. Fail to withstand it, and he would undoubtedly lose. Spiritual light. All phenomena color. 9 heavens rhythm. Yan Dong's semi-divine's depths of his soul burst forth completely. His terrifying method hidden for many years fully bloomed in an instant. SS's, the soul attack from Li Yuan almost instantly engulfed Yan Dong's semi-divine. Swirling, Yan Dong's semi-divine's spiritual world transformed, as if multiple celestial tiers emerged, sacred and vast, the spiritual light rotated, its might boundless, guarding his spiritual world. Boom boom, Li Yuan's soul attack was eroding. Yan Dong's semi-divine's spiritual world resisted. Such a powerful soul attack. My years of practicing the soul defense secret technique, combined with the all-phenomena heart pearl, given by my teacher, almost failed to withstand it. Yandong Semi-Divine was immensely shocked, regaining clarity in an instant. If I didn't have the Soul Defense secret technique, or the All Phenomena Heart Pearl, I would have definitely succumbed. This Shu Yuan, his soul attack is indeed defying the heavens. Yandong Semi-Divine was very surprised. Actually, when he saw he was matched against Shu Yuan, there was a hint of joy in his heart. If he were to contend against other group leaders, he had no confidence. Only Shu Yuan, who relied on his soul attack to come this far, while Yandong Semi-Divine's teacher was a soul master, even more terrifying than the Nine-Sound Semi-Divine. Therefore, in teaching Yandong Semi-Divine, he always emphasized Yandong Semi-Divine's soul defense. Yandong Semi-Divine clearly remembered his teacher's words. The path of the spiritual void is profound and broad, not inferior to the operation of material. You are only a semi-divine. The teacher does not expect you to achieve greatness on the soul path, but you must prioritize soul defense. Other semi-divine saint heirs also necessarily did not neglect soul defense. It's just that, most of them, unlike Yandong Semi-Divine, did not expend so much energy to specifically find a spiritual secret treasure that matched their soul defense technique. I blocked it. Yandong Semi-Divine's bewildered eyes instantly regained clarity, his fighting spirit soaring. Shu Yuan, it's my turn now. Boom. Yandong Semi-Divine swung the two yaksha in his hands, azure light streaked across the vast sky, its might unparalleled, instantly smashing the two approaching yellow dragons to smithereens. The yellow dragons, merely at the initial rank of pseudo-god in combat power, stood no chance against him. Kill. The heaven and earth river domain shook. Yandong Semi-Divine moved, his speed far surpassing Li Yuan, already closing in. He blocked it. Even Dongpan Semi-Divine didn't block it, and it was blocked by Yandong? Li Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, not daring to hesitate. Whoosh! The boundary cloud spear pierced the void, making the void tremble as if an invisible thread was torn apart, lightning fast assaulting Yandong Semi-Divine. Boundary cloud spears fifth form a divine trooper's intent. However, Li Yuan's spear technique was mighty, but Yandong Semi-Divine's weapon might was even more terrifying. The two steel pitchforks fiercely cleaved down. Bang! A loud noise, the heavens and earth shook. Yandong Semi-Divine did not step back, on the contrary. Li Yuan was instantly thrown out, spitting blood, the guardian spiritual light enveloping his body surface rapidly dimming. One exchange made Li Yuan understand. Although his soul attack was powerful, if the soul attack was ineffective, having just reached semi-divine in terms of material attack, he was far from the match for these peerless semi-divines. Yandong Semi-Divine possessed level 54 combat capability. Yandong Semi-Divine, seizing the advantage, approached like lightning, striking furiously again. Bang! 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 After clashing 3 times with Li Yuan, the guardian spiritual light on his body surface suddenly dissipated. Buzz! Li Yuan had disappeared from the arena. In this battle, Yandong Semi-Divine wins, Li Yuan loses. What? Yandong Semi-Divine won. Shu Yuan actually lost. He defeated Dongpan, and now he lost to Yandong Semi-Divine. What a sudden shock. This battle's result exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Kai Yang True God and the rest didn't foresee it. After all, Dongpan, previously ranked second on the semi-divine list, lost to Li Yuan, yet Yandong Semi-Divine won. But regardless of the result, the outcome is set. Shu Yuan's soul attack is very terrifying, but now it seems, there are still some extremely powerful semi-divines that can withstand it. Purple Garment True God couldn't help but say. Once you withstand his soul attack. When it comes to material combat, Shu Yuan is at a disadvantage. Yes, Shu Yuan's material attack is indeed weaker, just of level 52 standard. Soul attack, very extreme. If the enemy cannot withstand it, he is invincible. But if the enemy can withstand, the effect will drastically reduce. Many semi-divines nodded. The battles for the 11th to 20th places ended, and the top 10 duels were immediately held. Jing Kui, He Feng, Dongpan, and the other 10 contestants flew into the void arena. Li Yuan was already in the hall, leisurely communicating with Yu Shan, Yang Di, and others through voice transmissions, waiting for the end of the ranking battles. Shu Yuan, your soul attack is indeed terrifying, Yu Shan sighed. During our duel just now, even though I was prepared, I still succumbed to it. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. In the recent 11-20 ranking battles, he had 9 victories and was ranked 11th, while Yu Shan had 7 wins and 2 losses, ranked 13th. The final ranking for Sha Ju the demigod was 12th. Both of them performed no better against him than Dong Pan's semi-divine did. It's a pity, you met Yan Dong in the 20-10, Yu Shan said with a smile. Otherwise, with your soul attack, once into the top 10, you might be able to challenge for the second or even first place. A loss is a loss, Li Yuan shook his head. Even if I hadn't lost to Yan Dong, meeting the first place from the other groups wouldn't necessarily mean I would win. Soul attack is inherently an extreme path. Facing Yan Dong actually exposed my weakness. It may also be a warning to me, Li Yuan said. One can rely on soul attack, but it should not be the only reliance. Physical means are the foundation. He lost to Yan Dong semi-divine. It was beyond Li Yuan's expectation, but not beyond his prediction. All these demigod Saint Heirs possessed level 54 combat power, and except for Jing Kui, the strength gap between each other was very small. For instance, Dong Pan and Sha Ju fought hundreds of moves before determining the winner. Similarly, Yu Shan was ranked 13th, but is his strength really weaker than the others in the top 10? Therefore, it's quite normal for Li Yuan to see one or even several demigod Saint Heirs with extremely strong soul defense. To achieve the 11th place was much better than Li Yuan initially expected. After all, whether he awakened the 9-star pulse or broke through to become a demigod, it had only been a few months. Those demigods with 7-star veins who managed to reach the top 100 in the Divine Fire Hall, which one hadn't cultivated for hundreds of years? They are not among the top 100 of the 9,000 demigods in Divine Fire Hall, but the top 100 talents among the several 100 million demigods under the command of the Ju Xing ancient city. If it weren't for his soul attack method, Li Yuan estimated he would be ranked in the several hundreds. After this, I need to study soul defense more earnestly, Yu Shan the demigod said with a smile. I think others will likely think the same. Even so, once the news of this battle spreads, the top demigods from Chongqing ancient city, Heavenly Snake ancient city, and the 6 great holy lands will all spend a lot of energy to cultivate soul defense secret techniques, Yu Shan the demigod reflected. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. His soul attack was something many peak of pseudo-god powerhouses couldn't match. And these peerless demigods would undoubtedly lose against peak of pseudo-god powerhouses, hence, most of them had no motivation to explore the soul path. After all, cultivating soul defense secret techniques did not help in awakening star meridians or comprehending the mysteries of the law. But now, here was an anomaly like himself. With physical attacks not strong enough, his soul attack was overly powerful. The key is, he himself was still a demigod. By the time of the Ancestral Realm War, if the top demigods from all parties do not have strong enough soul defense, they would probably be nervous facing him. Then study it to your heart's content, Li Yuan said with a smile through transmission. You should know, I became a demigod just a few months ago. My soul will is still growing rapidly. I can study even stronger soul secret techniques. When the Ancestral Realm War comes, we'll see whether your defense or my attack is stronger. Yu Shan was suddenly stunned. Indeed, he had almost forgotten that Li Yuan, having become a demigod for just a few months, was so formidable. What about in 6 years, or 60 years? It was simply unimaginable. Such a freak. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yu Shan the demigod shook his head. There are at most 10 Ancestral Realm Orders. My hopes of competing for them were already slim. Forget it, I'd better focus on the lesser first-rank opportunities. The Ancestral Realm is the origin of this world and contains the greatest secrets. So many demigods are eager to join the battle not only for the Ancestral Realm Orders but also because the Ancestral Realm contains many opportunities that even true gods would covet. It's almost over. Jing Kui has won again, Yu Shan said, pointing to the void arena, shaking his head. Even Dong Pan's strong defense was swiftly defeated. His strength has indeed transformed. Previously, I actually wanted to see you fight Jing Kui, Yu Shan said with a smile. It would be very difficult for me to win. Li Yuan looked at the void arena. Jing Kui's strength was indeed unimaginably strong. Be it Dong Pan semi-divine or He Feng, Yan Dong, and others, no one could last more than 10 moves against him. Of course, this was also because the duels were held on the arena where the energy contained in the guardian spirit light induced by the formation was limited. Once it collapsed, one would be deemed defeated. If it were a life and death battle, these demigod saint-heirs should be able to hold on for dozens of moves. Soon after, the top 10 duels ended. Jing Kui, Dong Pan, and He Feng were still ranked 1, 2, and 3, similar to the ranking battle of the previous session. Yan Dong the demigod was only ranked 9th. This demigod ranking battle has come to an end, Kai Yang True God slowly said. 6 years from now it will be the Ancestral Realm War. Hence, the ranking for the next demigod ranking battle will be determined by your rankings in the Battle of the Ancestral Realm. I hope you all cultivate diligently in the next 6 years. Demigods may leave. Flying Heaven Reserve members prepare to start the ranking battles. More than 9,000 demigods gradually left the Divine Fire Hall. Dong Pan ranked 2nd, yet lost to Shu Yuan who was ranked 11th. Shu Yuan, in turn, lost to Yan Dong. If Shu Yuan had made it to the top 10, he might have challenged for the 2nd place. Although many demigods had left, their discussions did not cease. This time, the most controversial figure in the demigod ranking battle is unquestionably Li Yuan. He had only just broken through to become a demigod. His origin power cultivation and star technique have not yet been cultivated to their limits. Yet relying on a powerful soul attack, he directly obtained the title of demigod saint-heir. After the ranking battle, Yu Shan, Yang Di, and others called upon the demigod powerhouses of the Abyss country lineage to gather, a rare occasion for such a meeting. After the banquet, Li Yuan did not return to his own palace, but went directly to the law enforcement temple, making his familiar way to a deep hall within. In the hall, there was only one figure. Brother, Li Yuan greeted respectfully. Having just received a message from Zhang Yuan True God, he naturally hurried over. I've learned of your performance in the ranking battle, said Zhang Yuan True God with some emotion. I originally thought that since you had just broken through, it would be difficult for you to even enter the top 100 of the semi-divine list. Unexpectedly, you managed to rush to 11th place. Your soul attack is quite impressive. When he first received the message from Kai Yang True God, Zhang Yuan True God was quite surprised. He knew Li Yuan had a strong soul will. But that was a different matter from having powerful soul attacks. It was the 6 realms of illusion, gifted by the 9 sounds True God that greatly helped me, said Li Yuan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to construct such an illusory realm. So, I must also thank you, brother. This was the truth from Li Yuan. The 6 realms of illusion, in conjunction with the great sun of the mind spirit divine palace, allowed him to surpass many pseudo-gods who had been groping on their own for thousands of years within the span of 5 years. Along with Li Yuan's rapid advancements in the mysteries of space. When combined, they enabled him to instantly create an extremely powerful illusionary realm. Based on the illusionary realm, he then used Mind Soul to invoke the inner desires of his enemies, naturally making its might terrifyingly powerful. The pathway of the soul, when cultivated to the peak, is also exceedingly fearsome. No need to thank me, Zhang Yuan True God said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Although the 6 realms of illusion is extraordinary, its effects vary from person to person. Your ability to deduce it to this extent in such a short time sufficiently proves your talent. However, relying solely on soul attacks, it will still be quite difficult for you to seize the Ancestral Realm Order, said Zhang Yuan True God. This time, Yan Dong was able to defeat you, and Jing Kui is likely to be able to withstand it as well. By the time of the battle in the Ancestral Realm, talents from other major powers will certainly be more guarded. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. This was the same as what Yu Shan had estimated. Even though he said, the soul attack will be stronger, within a short period of time, unless his soul will undergoes another transformation, or if he cultivates the 6 realms of illusion to the 3rd realm. Otherwise, the illusionary realm of the soul attack would be hard to qualitatively change. If I give you more time, if your origin power and star technique are cultivated to the limit, do you have the confidence to win against Dong Pan without relying on soul attacks? Zhang Yuan True God suddenly asked. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. A 50% chance, Li Yuan weighed. After all, the gap in law comprehension is too wide. His law comprehension is almost at the pseudo-god limit. A demigod can cultivate at most 6 kinds of star technique. Given sufficient time, aside from true solution of the Earth star vein and true solution of the Wind star vein, he could cultivate 4 9-layered battlestar techniques. And his origin power cultivation to level 49.9, Li Yuan estimated. By then, even if his law comprehension was considerably weaker, his own strength could reach level 54, not inferior to other demigod saint heirs. But all this requires time. What he lacks is time. There are still 6 years until the battle in the ancestral realm, said Zhang Yuan True God. As a semi-divine 9-star veins, you already have the foundation. As long as your law comprehension progresses further, your mastery of the spear technique profoundness reaches the peak of pseudo-god, combined with your soul attack, it's possible that even Jing Kui may not be your match. A breakthrough in law comprehension? Li Yuan was not entirely certain himself. Whether it's solidifying true intent from the mysteries of space or comprehending the 6th move of the boundary cloud spear, both are extremely challenging. Like many pseudo-gods, thousands of years may pass with their law comprehension trapped at the initial rank of the 8th stage. I will do my utmost, said Li Yuan. By the way, the reason I called you here is actually about your reward, Zhang Yuan True God said. As this is your first time in the ranking battle and you rushed to 11th place. By rights, you should be rewarded with 300,000 Fangshan crystals. 300,000 Fangshan crystals? Li Yuan held his breath. For many pseudo-god peak powerhouses, all their treasures and wealth combined are about at this level. But I have requested from the city lord, said Zhang Yuan True God, to withhold your reward for now. Li Yuan was taken aback. You are only a demigod now and residing in our realm. Having too many divine crystals is also pointless. Zhang Yuan True God said. For example, puppets. At most, we can refine intermediate rank pseudo-god puppets. As for law treasures, the strongest are only at the level of pseudo-god peak, which are of little use to you. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. As his strength improves, the usefulness of these external objects would indeed rapidly decrease. So, I'm considering waiting until after the battle in the ancestral realm when you become a pseudo-god, or when you are about to leave our realm before telling me what treasure you want, Zhang Yuan True God said. Then, I'll give it to you. Take your time, no rush. Yes, thank you, brother, Li Yuan nodded and said. After Li Yuan left, sigh, a hazy will descended upon the hall. City Lord, said Zhang Yuan True God. Zhang Yuan, are you truly planning to exchange that treasure for Shu Yuan? The hazy will spoke. Yes, Zhang Yuan True God nodded. City Lord, that treasure has been lying dormant in the treasury for a long stretch of time without a suitable powerhouse to unleash its might. Given Shu Yuan's proficiency in the soul path, once he becomes a true god in the future, he might be able to wield it perfectly. It is better to bestow it on him rather than letting the treasure collect dust. All right, as long as you have thought it through. The ancient city's inheritance spans a long duration and has its own rules. Heavenly god artifacts cannot be directly given to anyone and must be exchanged for something of equal value, the hazy will said. Although that treasure is not a heavenly god artifact, it is exceedingly rare. However, he is ultimately a life from the divine realm. The hazy will said, you've invested so much in him, I hope he does not let you down in the future. I trust my own judgment, Zhang Yuan True God declared solemnly. After returning to his own palace residence, Li Yuan did not rush to continue his cultivation, but went straight to the ancient divine palace. Inside the divine crystal chamber, whoosh, a dark red crystal stone appeared in front of Li Yuan, floating in suspension. I wonder what message the Dongfang Alliance leader has left for me in this token. Li Yuan mused to himself. This dark red crystal stone was given to Li Yuan by Dongfang Ji after the Battle of Feixing concluded before he departed. At that time, Dongfang Ji explicitly stated that Li Yuan must be a semi-divine before he could open it. Previously busy with cultivation, now that the ranking battle had concluded, Li Yuan finally had the time. With just a thought from Li Yuan, origin power penetrated the dark red crystal stone, unraveling the numerous marks within. The last imprint, a password, was broken by Li Yuan using divine sense combined with origin power. Truly ingenious. Li Yuan secretly marveled. No wonder the alliance leader had said not to try to open it before becoming semi-divine, as forcing it might lead to its self-destruction. Upon unlocking the final mark, swish, the dark red crystal stone instantaneously transformed into countless red streams of light that quickly converged to form a red phantom. It was surprisingly the likeness of Dongfang Ji, alliance leader. Li Yuan couldn't help but speak out. Li Yuan, congratulations. Dongfang Ji said with a smile. You being able to open this mark proves you have broken through to a semi-divine. It is unknown how much time has passed or whether you have awakened the flying heaven 9-star pulse. Regardless, with your talent, as long as you brave the 9 leaves 9 mountains, you should have become a Chaos Divine Court Silver Garment member. Many things, I can now speak to you frankly about. Li Yuan's heart was suddenly stirred. Silver Garment member? Indeed. The Dongfang Alliance leader and the headmaster should be similar, both having undertaken tasks akin to those of the Silver and Golden Garment. At the same time, Li Yuan also noticed that this phantom in front of him was not an imprint of Dongfang Ji's consciousness. It was merely a segment of imagery. The 9 leaves 9 mountains is related to the Chaos Divine Court. Dongfang Ji's phantom slowly said, I even suspect that the name, Burial, in the Burial Immortal Ancient Domain implies that some significant figure from the Chaos Divine Court may be buried deep within. Li Yuan listened with bated breath. This was absolutely major news. Black Garment, Silver Garment, Golden Garment, Purple Garment are the 4 levels designated within the Chaos Divine Court for semi-divine flying heaven members. Dongfang Ji continued. Among them, the Silver Garment members are considered core, yet they are at the very bottom of the core level. Normally, passing the test of the 9 Leaves World grants one the status of Silver Garment member, accompanied by many advantages. Passing the test of the 9 Mountains World allows one to become a Golden Garment member, said the phantom of Dongfang Ji. Li Yuan instantly understood. It seems that the headmaster Fang Hai had become a Silver Garment member in those years. Golden Garment members are highly regarded, so as soon as I passed the test of the 9 Mountains World and was promoted from Silver to Golden Garment, I immediately made a law oath to rush to the Chaos Divine Court. The phantom of Dongfang Ji continued, if I am lucky and arrive on time, I should be within the Chaos Divine Court by now. The Chaos Divine Court. Li Yuan finally understood why Dongfang Ji had to leave in such a hurry. So, it was a forced command from the 9 Mountains World. Purple Garment members, however, are even rarer. Next, let me tell you about the benefits available to Silver Garment and Golden Garment members. Of course, perhaps you've already picked the benefits at the Eternal Hall, or maybe you haven't yet. If you haven't chosen yet, listen closely, the phantom of Dongfang Ji advised. Li Yuan listened intently. According to Dongfang Alliance leader, if I use the return command, now, should I be heading to the Eternal Hall to pick the benefits that Golden Garment members can receive? Both Fang Hai and I have chosen quite a few treasures beneficial for the civilization's growth. Hence, there's no need for you to choose the same kind. Dongfang Ji explained in detail. This made Li Yuan gradually understand the choices made by Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai. They had both made significant contributions to the entire civilization. The treasures you choose should as much as possible strengthen yourself. Dongfang Ji said, although I awakened the 8 stars veins, there are still many obstacles to ascending to Heavenly God. You, with your second rank 8-star veins, have much greater hope than both Fang Hai and me. You could even become an exceedingly powerful existent among the heavenly gods. By that time, you might be able to resolve the threat that the Burial Immortal Ancient Domain poses to our entire civilization, Dongfang Ji said earnestly. Additionally, after you become a semi-divine, without sufficient strength and accumulation, do not attempt to brave the Nine Mountains world, continued Dongfang Ji. I am merely a semi-divine with 8-star veins, and can only hope to become a purple garment member within the Chaos Divine Court. But you are different. You have a complete chance to awaken the 9-star pulse at the semi-divine stage. When that time comes, and you once again brave the Nine Mountains world, you will have the opportunity to become a purple garment member in one fell swoop, and the benefits you receive will surely far exceed both your and my imagination. By then, as a purple garment member of the Chaos Divine Court, the treatment you receive will be completely different, Dongfang Ji said. Remember, only when you have sufficient time should you venture into the Nine Mountains world. Time passed. Thanks to the messages left by Dongfang Ji, Li Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the so-called Eternal Hall. After a long time, whoosh, the dark red phantom suddenly dissipated, not leaving behind a single trace. Alliance leader Dongfang risked a great deal to leave behind these messages, Li Yuan thought to himself. He must be worried I would recklessly attempt the Nine Mountains world trial. What a pity. Alliance leader Dongfang probably didn't expect that I would directly face the trial for Purple Garment membership. Through analysis and combining his own experiences, Li Yuan had roughly guessed. Normally, strong practitioners would sequentially venture into the Nine Leaves Nine Mountains at the Flying Heaven and Semi-Divine stages. But for him, this must be the one trial mission. If completed, one could potentially become a Purple Garment member. And if failed? There probably won't be a second chance. The Purple Garment member task must be completed. A sense of longing arose in Li Yuan's heart. By then, even if I will be like Alliance leader Dongfang, I want to go to the Chaos Divine Court and find a way to leave a deep foundation for the 7-star civilization. 6 years. If I wish to win the Ancestral Realm battle, I must head to the Eternal Hall as soon as possible, Li Yuan thought to himself. If before Li Yuan was not in a rush, then, after learning the secrets of the Eternal Hall from the messages left by Dongfang Ji, he understood. Opportunity. The Eternal Hall was Li Yuan's chance to make a rapid breakthrough in the next 6 years. I cannot be impatient. The ranking battle has just ended, wait another month, Li Yuan thought to himself. Then I will apply for the semi-divine level trial task and leave Zhuxing Ancient City. Being too weak at the Flying Heaven level, the trial tasks for Flying Heaven level reserve members all take place within Zhuxing Ancient City. As for semi-divine level reserve members, each one is powerful, and many of the tasks are scattered all around this heaven and earth. More freedom, bigger gains, but also greater danger. First, cultivate all the star techniques to the 4th rank limit. With a thought, Li Yuan calmed down and continued to practice the star technique, Heaven and Earth River. Zhuxing Ancient City, being the strongest power in this world, was always in the spotlight. Now, as the critical juncture of yet another Ancestral Realm battle approached. Thus, other major powers in the world were closely watching the semi-divine level talents of Zhuxing Ancient City. The news of the semi-divine ranking battle, even if not spread by the Divine Fire Hall, gradually became known to all forces. After all, there were too many participants to keep it completely concealed. Jing Kui, he actually made a breakthrough? Jing Kui was already strong, now with his breakthrough, he probably has a chance to vie for first place in the Ancestral Realm battle. Yes, the chances are significant. Jing Kui's breakthrough put the various major forces on alert. Xu Yuan, it is said that he is a 3rd rank with 8-star veins, although it hasn't been confirmed. He just entered the semi-divine and rushed to 11th place? Is he that fierce? Soul attack. His soul attack is terrifying. Many of the semi-divine saint heirs from Zhuxing Ancient City can't withstand it. Apart from Jing Kui, what shocked the major forces the most was Xu Yuan. A soul attack was extreme, but it also represented a horrifying deterrent to the weaker ones. We must pay attention to soul defense. Right. No matter how strong Jing Kui is, he's just one person. If a large number of semi-divine level talents join forces, they can hold him off. Jing Kui needs to attack several times before he can kill someone. But facing Xu Yuan's soul attack, if one cannot withstand it, it's an instantaneous downfall. Even if hundreds or thousands unite, it's still useless. Find the best soul secret treasures, then cultivate to attune to those soul secret treasures. The various major forces across the world quickly adjusted the cultivation plans for their semi-divine talents in preparation for the ancestral realm battle 6 years later. Such influence brought by Shu Yuan was indeed astonishing. But these changes were of no concern to Li Yuan himself. 2 months later, having cultivated the 5 9-layer star techniques to their peak, Li Yuan applied for the trial task. He left Juxing Ancient City. Juxing Ancient City, within the palace deep in the law enforcement temple. Continuously cultivating in silence, Zhang Yuan True God suddenly opened his eyes. He uttered softly, "Kai Yang?" Whoosh, a myriad of light and shadows converged, forming a figure clad in red armor. It was indeed Kai Yang True God, who bowed slightly, Deputy City Lord. Currently, Zhang Yuan True God held 2 positions: a Deputy City Lord and Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Temple. But naturally, Kai Yang True God would address the highest ranking title. When? Zhang Yuan True God asked. Shu Yuan accepted a supreme trial mission and has already left Juxing Ancient City. Kai Yang True God spoke in a deep voice. According to your instructions, if there is any special circumstance, he will report to you at the first opportunity. With his strength, a supreme trial mission should pose no problem, Zhang Yuan True God stated indifferently. The trial missions that semi-divine members could accept were divided into 3rd level, 2nd level, 1st level, and supreme. With supreme being the most difficult and rewarding, yet usually extremely dangerous. Under normal circumstances, only those in the top 100 of the semi-divine list would accept supreme missions, and they would proceed with utmost caution. The mission he accepted is the Dragon Blood Realm Trial. Kai Yang True God said, "We will find it very difficult to offer him secret close protection." The 5th level star domain, Dragon Blood Realm. Zhang Yuan True God frowned. Yes, Kai Yang True God nodded. The Dragon Blood Realm is a strange world born from this universe, located beyond the heavens, vast and boundless. For some special reasons, over the long years it has birthed a large number of powerful beasts containing the bloodline of divine dragons. Dragons are the origin of all beasts. With the bloodline of divine dragons, the Dragon Blood Realm has over time given rise to many terrifying beings within the beast clan, as well as concealed secrets and treasures. The major powers of the world have all explored the Dragon Blood Realm. However, since the Dragon Blood Realm is a 5th level world, 6th rank true gods from the outside cannot directly enter. At most, they can send a pseudo-god to break through within. But once they make the breakthrough to true god, if they leave, they also cannot re-enter the Dragon Blood Realm. This leads to ceaseless power struggles among all parties, coupled with the rise of powerful dragon beasts within the Dragon Blood Realm itself. Even a place as mighty as Juxing Ancient City cannot truly control the Dragon Blood Realm. They have only established a branch there. In the Dragon Blood Realm, we only have 2 true gods to guard the region, each with their own missions, Kai Yang True God said. With Shu Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for a common true god to follow him without making a sound. Zhang Yuan True God nodded in agreement. The situation in the Dragon Blood Realm has already stabilized, and a consensus has been reached by all parties. Naturally, Juxing Ancient City would not deploy too many true gods to guard it. According to his command, if Li Yuan were to carry out a trial mission, in secret a true god would be dispatched to protect him. Looking at it now, achieving this would be difficult. Send a message to the Dragon Blood Realm branch. Keep things low-key, Zhang Yuan True God spoke softly. Do not allow Shu Yuan's whereabouts to be exposed. If a mistake leads to an accident, let them stay in the Dragon Blood Realm forever. Understood. Kai Yang True God felt a chill in his heart. Whoosh! The phantom of Kai Yang True God dissipated. Heading to the Dragon Blood Realm, Zhang Yuan True God murmured to himself. Is Shu Yuan doing this for the trial mission, or does he have another purpose? The Dragon Blood Realm, expansive and vast, the entire world stretches for billions of kilometers, much more extensive than any divine kingdom. Within the continuous mountain ranges, there hovers a massive city, where a large number of cultivators are stationed. This is the Dragon Blood Realm branch, of Juxing Ancient City, where a multitude of powerful beings are stationed, responsible for overseeing the entire Dragon Blood Realm. The strong forces descending from Juxing Ancient City to the Dragon Blood Realm would first arrive here. In the center of the city, there is a towering tower with a transmission array. Old 6. Who is coming today? Don't know. The commander ordered everyone to leave this area, temporarily prohibiting others from coming and going. More than 10 black armor-clad pseudo-gods stood in the high sky, monitoring every direction, communicating with each other through sound transmission. As pseudo-god level Juxing guards, and the personal guards of the city lord, they hold high status within the city on regular days. Yet today, they are dispatched here solely as guards. Whoosh! The space slightly twisted as a figure in a golden robe stepped out of the void. The powerful aura he emitted made the pseudo-god Juxing guards tighten their hearts. City Lord. The City Lord has come in person to welcome them? These pseudo-god Juxing guards were taken by surprise. Who exactly is arriving today that the City Lord would personally welcome them? Suddenly. Boom! A dazzling radiance flashed through the transmission array, followed by a figure shrouded in black robes stepping out, making it impossible to clearly see his face. A demigod? Seems to be a demigod, unable to determine the specific life breath. Such a clever technique of concealing one's aura, they thought. The City Lord has gone up to welcome them, seems very courteous. These Juxing guards were shocked in their hearts. They couldn't hear the conversation between the City Lord and the figure in black robes. It must be a Saint Heir from the ancient city, certainly. Just don't know which one, these Juxing guards guessed in their minds. However, they dare not reveal the slightest information. As the personal guards of the City Lord, each of them possesses peak pseudo-god strength, and they are highly trusted. Outside the transmission array, an invisible force separated all directions, making it impossible to hear the conversation. Mojo True God, I appreciate it, Li Yuan said with a smile. But I am on a trial mission. According to the rules, I can't accept protection. If it's found out, it will cause me trouble instead. The first thing Mojo True God said was, do you want me to dispatch my personal guards to protect you? Li Yuan quickly refused. What a joke, to avoid the surveillance of Juxing Ancient City's upper levels, and not to let them notice that he was deliberately trying to escape surveillance. After careful selection, he chose the Dragon Blood Realm. How could he possibly allow a bunch of pseudo-gods to follow? That's true, then I won't insist, Mojo True God chuckled. Then, take my token with you. Who? With a wave of his hand, Mojo True God conjured a golden token. It can serve as a beacon. Should you encounter any danger, crush the token immediately, and I shall come to your aid with utmost haste, he said. However, I am needed to guard the city and cannot leave it for long. Hence, I cannot protect you at all times, Mojo True God continued. Venture through life and death with great caution. A trial task is not devoid of peril, Li Yuan replied. True gods defend their territories and you need not worry too much about me. Haha, Mojo True God laughed and handed over to Li Yuan a fiery red crystal stone. Though you have received some information about the Dragon Blood Realm in the ancient city, that information came from my reports and is quite rudimentary. The intricacies within the Dragon Blood Realm are only known to us. Contained herein is a summary of all my information on the entire Dragon Blood Realm. Examine it closely, it may aid you. Thank you, True God, said Li Yuan gratefully. When adventuring into unfamiliar territory, information is of the utmost importance. Let's go, I'll escort you out of the city, said Mojo True God. Otherwise, with many eyes about, someone might notice you. Then I must trouble the True God. Who? An invisible force enveloped Li Yuan, and promptly he vanished into the void along with Mojo True God. Moments later. In the void tens of thousands of miles away from Juxing Ancient City, two figures appeared. Saint Heir Shu Yuan, I have brought you this far, Mojo True God said with a smile. Further ahead, you must tread on your own. Understood, then I shall take my leave, Li Yuan bowed with folded hands. Who? Li Yuan transformed into a beam of light, accelerating to speeds over 30 kilometers per second, and rapidly disappeared from Mojo True God's vantage. The smile on Mojo True God's face gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Finally, that harbinger of pestilence is gone. Mojo, this Saint Heir Shu Yuan might well become the future heavenly God City Lord. A flirtatious female voice spoke up from the surrounding void. You seem, however, reluctant to interact with him. City Lord of the heavenly gods? It's not so easy to become one, he replied. Besides, even if he cultivates swiftly, it would still take him thousands of years to ascend to heavenly god status. By then, I would be nearing the end of my lifespan. Mojo True God shook his head, a touch of disdain in his eyes. What does that have to do with me? I'm just a 6-star pulse true god, with no hope left. I only wish for a life of peace and quiet. Yet you were so courteous just now, the playful female voice laughed. I have no choice but to be polite. Mojo True God shook his head. It wasn't an order from Ji Zhong Yuan. Shu Yuan possesses astounding talent, yet his arrival in the Dragon Blood realm spells the genesis of catastrophes. I just hope he isn't foolish enough to provoke an unbeatable dragon beast. Mojo True God snorted coldly. Otherwise, I would still have to save him in the end. If he dies by accident, it would only cause more trouble. Who? Mojo True God took a step and disappeared into the void. In the Kengmang mountain range. Swoosh! Li Yuan caused ripples in space, distorting the view and simultaneously minimizing the fluctuations of heaven and earth origin power, doing his utmost to conceal his movements. Sister, that true god didn't follow, did he? Li Yuan transmitted telepathically. By my sensing, he didn't follow. With Li Yuan's current comprehension of space law, it was very difficult for a true god to approach him undetected. Rest assured, came the reply. Having passed the 4th test, you further strengthened your control of the origin of the ancient divine palace. With your origin power infusing the origin, I can also mobilize more of the ancient divine palace's power. Jiu transmitted back. For an ordinary true god, if they do not move then so be it, but once they move, it would now be quite difficult to evade the broad sensing scope of the ancient divine palace. Based on your information, continued Jiu, the 2 true gods in the Juxing ancient city division within the Dragon Blood realm are neither at the true god peak, nor likely have they condensed the true intention of space, Jiu said. For them, it would be difficult to avoid the sensing of the ancient divine palace. Li Yuan nodded slightly, before embarking on the trial task. After bringing the 5th star technique to the 4th rank limit, Li Yuan went to undergo the semi-divine level challenge of the ancient divine palace, and passed with ease. Ancient Flame True God set the difficulty for the 4th challenge to be passable by those with the strength of an initial rank of pseudo-god. Soon after, Li Yuan received 2 treasures left by Ancient Flame True Goda, 2 protective secret treasures. For typical semi-divine talents, such as Zhang Shan and Bai Li Teng, these 2 great protective secret treasures would be quite impressive. According to Jiu, both treasures were refined by the Ancient Flame True God at great costs. Regrettably, for Li Yuan, a 9-star pulse semi-divine, the effects were considerably weaker. After all, Ancient Flame True God had not anticipated that his direct disciple would awaken the 9-star pulse. Though only 2 months had passed, Li Yuan's strength had already grown substantially since the ranking battle. Such is the terrifying nature of a 9-star pulse semi-divine. The starting point of a 9-star pulse semi-divine often equates to the endpoint of 99% of 7-star pulse semi-divines. However, for Li Yuan, receiving the 2 protective secret treasures was secondary. The key was gaining further control over the ancient divine palace. The ancient divine palace is indeed wondrous. In theory, even a semi-divine with the strength of 9-star pulse should find it difficult to activate the power of a true god instrument, but Li Yuan managed to refine a trace of it even when he was a prime warrior. Having successively passed the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th challenges set by Ancient Flame True God, Li Yuan continuously increased his control over the ancient divine palace. Especially after passing the 4th challenge, it was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Such a special true god instrument, whether it was the materials left by Chu Bingzhen or the information from Juxing ancient city, none had ever mentioned it. The common understanding in the divine realm is that only a pseudo-god powerhouse can operate a true god instrument. This realization marked the peculiarity of the ancient divine palace for Li Yuan. To Li Yuan's inquiries, Jiu simply explained, "Once you pass the fifth challenge left by your father, all will be revealed." The fifth trial, Li Yuan also attempted to conquer it. It ended in failure. Clearly, the pseudo-god level test, left by ancient flame true god for his direct disciple, was still too much for Li Yuan, who had only broken through to the semi-divine realm less than half a year ago. Let's keep moving. Leave the vicinity of the Juxing ancient city's branch. Jiu transmitted. Then, we can find a place to use the return command. Yes, I understand. Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light and continued flying forward, constantly perceiving and observing his surroundings. As time passed, several hours later, Li Yuan had traveled deep into the earth by millions of kilometers, gradually leaving the sphere of influence of the Juxing ancient city branch. Gradually, he finally saw the magical and unusual terrain of the mountains in the Dragon Blood realm. Occasionally, enormous, blood mist areas would appear, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, blotting out the sun and obstructing all lines of sight. Sometimes, there were towering mountain ranges rising thousands of kilometers high, resembling pillars of heaven and earth, where the space in these areas twisted, becoming blurry if one went too far away. Some ancient mountain ranges were cut off in the middle, as if they were the result of a battle between two exceptional powerhouses. Suddenly an endless expanse of ocean appeared. Armed with intelligence from the Mojo True God, Li Yuan avoided each of these dangerous areas. According to intelligence, the more special the area in the Dragon Blood realm, the more likely it is to be a birthplace of dragon beasts, Li Yuan thought quietly. Some innate dragon beasts have strength comparable to the pseudo-god peak. If he encountered such dragon beasts, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, in the Dragon Blood realm, there were also hidden kings among the dragon beast species, which were true god-level dragon beasts, very few in number. But they definitely existed. If not so, various powers would have already occupied the entire Dragon Blood realm. The Dragon Blood realm, truly worthy of being one of the most mysterious, fifth-rank worlds in this universe. Li Yuan thought quietly. No wonder the intelligence from Juxing ancient city suggests this world could possibly be a bloodline world left by a heavenly divine with an immortal body. But these are all just speculations. Regarding immortal body, Li Yuan has only seen such descriptions in texts and does not fully understand the specific meaning. Just as Li Yuan was flying over an ordinary mountain range, suddenly, swish, 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 from the mountains below, suddenly emerged over a dozen terrifying figures, their speeds astonishing, covering tens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the clouds and mist in the sky faintly change, and these massive figures had already charged in front of Li Yuan. Semi-divine level dragon beasts? They've finally come. Li Yuan just glanced at them. Boom. Just one glance. It was like a blade piercing straight into the depths of their souls. These dragon beasts, some like flying dragons, some like giant serpents, and others like flying birds, their eyes all dimmed one after another. 36 semi-divines, soul annihilated, dead. You have killed a fourth-rank creature, obtained spirituality nourishment, spiritual awakening level reached 83.5%. You have killed a fourth rank. You have killed a fourth-rank creature, obtained spirituality nourishment, spiritual awakening level reached 85.1%. A series of Divine Palace notifications momentarily flashed across Li Yuan's Divine Palace panel. In an instant, Li Yuan's spiritual awakening level surged from 83.4% to 85.1%. 45th level? 46th level? According to intelligence, these dragon beasts are naturally born. They should all have semi-divine peak strength, Li Yuan pondered. However, not to mention semi-divine peak experts, even semi-divine limit experts, in front of today's Li Yuan, as long as their soul has not reached the pseudo-god level, will directly perish. This is the terrifying aspect of soul attack. Weaklings teaming up in group battles? For a master of the soul path, it holds no meaning. Today, With a single thought, Li Yuan can annihilate tens of thousands of semi-divine peak experts, and his soul won't even feel exhausted. By finding several more semi-divine dragon beasts, I should be able to raise my spiritual awakening level to 90%, Li Yuan muttered to himself. In the past 2 months, Li Yuan's soul has grown to level 55, and the upper limit of spiritual awakening has reached 90%. Reaching an upper limit of 90% spiritual awakening, I can experience another infusion of origin power, Li Yuan thought silently. It should allow me to cultivate my origin power to level 49.9. When that time comes, it will be the time to enter the Eternal Hall. This was one of Li Yuan's reasons for coming to the Dragon Blood Realm. Here, he could escape the high-level surveillance of Zhuxing Ancient City, while also enhancing his spiritual awakening level to the limit. Why not? Humph. With that thought, Li Yuan moved. Phut, phut, phut. Suddenly, more than a dozen semi-divine dragon beast carcasses had their heads split open, blood splattering. Without origin power protection, the bodies of semi-divine level dragon beasts were very fragile before Li Yuan. Soon, more than a dozen sparkling dragon crystals flew out from the heads of these dragon beasts. They flew before Li Yuan. Truly miraculous. These dragon beasts of the Dragon Blood Realm can be naturally this powerful, all thanks to these dragon crystals, Li Yuan said with a smile. Dragon crystals are the life core of dragon beasts, similar to a martial artist's origin pill. And dragon crystals are also a treasure. Various major powers in the Dragon Blood Realm vie for this primary resource, which is also dragon crystals. Whether it's for refining treasure, dragon god blood essence, or using dragon crystals as raw materials to concoct some elixirs, they are all very useful. The trial mission I undertook, first, is to obtain 3,000 semi-divine level dragon crystals. Completing it would yield 10,000 Zhuxing points, Li Yuan thought. Secondly, it is to gather 10 pseudo-god level dragon crystals. Completing it would yield 100,000 Zhuxing points. This is where Li Yuan's strength is mighty, with absolute confidence. For most members of Divine Firehall, venturing into Dragon Blood Realm is very dangerous. Pseudo-god level dragon beasts? Wanting to hunt 10 is not easy, Li Yuan said unruffled. Humph. Li Yuan continued to fly deeper into the Dragon Blood Realm. However, like the earlier gathering of large numbers of semi-divine level dragon beasts, he no longer encountered them. Often he had to travel a long distance before he could pinpoint and kill a semi-divine level dragon beast. But it also allowed Li Yuan's spiritual awakening level to continuously rise. Suddenly, Li Yuan stopped, looking towards a massive blood mist thousands of kilometers away. With Li Yuan's vision, he could vaguely make out the boundaries of this blood mist. That clump of blood mist, its size not too big, very likely conceals a pseudo-god level dragon beast, Li Yuan noted. Following Ji Yu's guidance, Li Yuan quickly approached with his aura concealed. Gradually, he also noticed that faint disturbance deep within the layers of clouds. Hoo! Hoo! The faint breathing sound caused the massive clouds to toss and roll, as if some ancient beast was slumbering within, snoring loudly. Just tens of kilometers ahead, Li Yuan had already locked onto the location of the other party and stopped. A pseudo-god level soul has a divine sense range of at least 100 kilometers, and can reach up to 1,000 kilometers at most. Li Yuan's current range of divine sense is more than 500 kilometers. However, while within the blood fog, unless Li Yuan used his domain to disperse it, his divine sense perception would be greatly restricted everywhere. This vast blood fog is an innate divine ability of the pseudo-god dragon beast, invoking the special power of heaven and earth within the Dragon Blood Realm, intended to guard against stealth attacks from outside enemies, Li Yuan said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, it's not very useful against me. Having cultivated All Shadows pseudo-god to the pinnacle of 4th rank, combined with Li Yuan's control of space. When it comes to stealth, concealment, among the numerous demigods of Divine Firehall, Li Yuan is definitely one of the most top-notch, with very few being his match. With every further stage of the 9-layer star technique, each becomes extremely terrifying in its own right. For instance, All Things Divine Body excels in direct combat, the most comprehensive. Whereas, Heaven and Earth River excels at suppression and binding in group battles. And, All Shadows Pseudo-God, though not as good as All Things Divine Body in frontal combat, is also among the very best in phantom body stealth. People like Yu Shan and Dong Pan, in terms of direct combat, I'm afraid they're still slightly stronger than me, Li Yuan thought to himself. But if they were to hunt pseudo-god dragon beasts, they would probably have no choice but to forcefully storm in. To storm in is very dangerous and accidents are prone to happen. After all, judging from the range of the blood fog is quite vague. It's possible that the blood fog created by a very strong dragon beast is actually quite small. Accidentally provoking a dragon beast with the strength of a pseudo-god peak or even pseudo-god limit is likely to pose a life threat. Who? With a single thought from Li Yuan, an invisible fluctuation passed over the huge creature dozens of kilometers away, obtaining the desired result. Target life level 54, slaying it will yield spirituality nourishment. Pseudo-god middle rank. I thought it was an initial rank of pseudo-god, but it turns out to be pseudo-god middle rank. A flash of excitement crossed Li Yuan's eyes. Well, as long as it's not pseudo-god peak, I can actually try to fight. If the opponent were level 55, Li Yuan would turn around and leave. Reaching level 55 indicates that one's law comprehension is at least at the standard of the 8th stage intermediate rank. That would be a level stronger than Li Yuan currently is. But level 54? If it were Li Yuan from 2 months earlier during the ranking battles, he likely wouldn't stand a chance, but after 2 months of cultivation, he could at least try. At the very least, self-preservation should not be difficult. Li Yuan approached like a shadowless and formless being. He could not get any closer. The opponent is a pseudo-god after all, seemingly asleep, yet its perception ability is remarkably astounding. Buzz. Li Yuan directly deployed a soul attack. Mind Soul. An invisible fluctuation already sweeping over the massive dragon beast, invading its spiritual world, attempting to plunge it into oblivion. Rumble. Although the soul of the dragon beast was strong, it was not like those peerless demigods ranked high in divine firehall, each protected by a soul secret treasure. Soul artifacts are exceedingly rare, ordinary pseudo-gods can't obtain them, let alone an ordinary dragon beast living in the dragon blood realm. Therefore, this dragon beast, in its slumber, was directly hit, its consciousness plummeting into layers of illusionary realm. Boom! The next instant, Li Yuan burst forth with all his might. In an instant, his body transformed into a towering figure of 100 meters, with a robust life breath spreading out. After cultivating 9-layer body refining technique to the 4th rank limit, the divine body could completely reach a height of 100 meters while maintaining the strongest combat power. The size of the body changes at will, completely adapting to the opponent. Rumble. Vast earthy yellow currents descended, covering a 100-meter radius, with 9 yellow dragons roaring and colliding wildly with the surrounding blood fog, continuously obliterating the powers contained within the blood fog. It also thoroughly enveloped the soul-entranced dragon beast. This dragon beast had 4 hooves, resembling a large ox, but with a large horn on its head. Suppress. With a thought from Li Yuan, numerous divine artifact chains flew out from around his body, intertwining Locke's chains with astonishing speed, wrapping around the hooves of the pseudo-god dragon beast in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The divine artifact chains glowed brightly, secret runes of the law were instantly activated, their might churning, aiming to completely suppress the dragon beast. This set of divine artifact chains was one of the top-grade pseudo-god artifacts that Li Yuan had exchanged from Divine Firehall, costing over 1,000 Fangshan crystals. Coupled with the Heaven and Earth River domain, its might would become even more formidable. Whoosh! With Li Yuan's body becoming immense, the full force of his effort caused the Dark Star Divine Spear to also rapidly increase in size to match his body. Infused with the mighty origin power comparable to a level 51 pseudo-god, invoking law fluctuation, and with the domain's might as support, the power of the Dark Star Divine Spear skyrocketed alarmingly. Boom! The spear tip was sharp, striking instantly onto the unguarded chest of the dragon beast. In pseudo-god powerhouses, the head is no longer the weak point. Their souls and life fire source pills merge into one, transforming into a unique, divine fire. As long as the divine fire is not extinguished, life does not cease. Pseudo-god powerhouses, even if their bodies are completely destroyed, as long as the divine fire still exists, they can recover once more. Therefore, the spot where Li Yuan attacked was precisely where the divine fire of the dragon beast resided. Thump! Like a collision between two high-speed stars. Despite the large size and sturdy body of the dragon beast, it was still sent flying backward by the impact of the spear, its scales shattered, tearing a vast wound, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Ow! The pseudo-god dragon beast's soul consciousness struggled continuously within the illusionary realm, attempting to wake up. Its body was critically injured, stimulating its soul, allowing it to instantly break free. In an instant, it sensed its own peril. Demigod? Human demigod. Seeking death. 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 The pseudo-god dragon beast erupted in fury, its massive body instantly radiating layers of golden light, making its life breath skyrocket as its torn wounds rapidly healed. Body refining star technique. The moment it regained consciousness, the pseudo-god dragon beast executed the body refining star technique, its power surging instantly. Over the surface of its body, a layer of black combat armor appeared, clearly manifesting the activation of a divine artifact. Boom boom boom. The pseudo-god dragon beast moved, its four massive limbs dancing, each claw over 100 meters long, stomping on the void, trying to break free from the constraints of the divine artifact chains. However, had the divine artifact chains not fully activated, it would have been a different story, but with complete activation and domain suppression, how could it break free so easily? Whoosh! 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 As the pseudo-god dragon beast struggled, an overwhelming barrage of spear shadows enveloped it again, attacking the pseudo-god dragon beast, forcing it into a constant retreat and inflicting continuous damage on its body. This human, the soul attack just now, must have involved using a secret treasure. But this spear technique is definitely his own attack. Although he's just a demigod, how can his material attacks be comparable to mine? The pseudo-god dragon beast internally trembled as it fully felt the terrifying might contained within the long spear. Meeting such a powerful demigod, in its journey of 1,000 years, was a first. In the past, those demigod lives, whether human or exotic beast from beyond the stars, or other dragon beasts, were all casually obliterated by it. Escape. The pseudo-god dragon beast felt the urge to retreat, its long life making it acutely aware that such a terrifying human demigod likely had a powerful background that could scare one to death, possibly possessing some astounding secret treasure. Boom! The colossal power contained within its body erupted, dragging along the divine artifact chains, attempting to rush towards distant places. Trying to flee, Li Yuan's figure was elusive, manipulating the chains of the divine artifact, whistling as he chased after to kill. Within the heaven and earth river domain, under the double suppression of the divine artifact chains, the pseudo-god dragon beast had no chance of escaping, its speed pitifully slow. Human. You may wound me, but you cannot kill me, roared the pseudo-god dragon beast. Keep fighting, and when my other brothers arrive, your death is certain. Then call your brothers, so I can kill them all at once, saving me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Li Yuan communicated back, his hand wielding the Dark Star Divine Spear unaffected, striking again. Damn it! Foolish human! The pseudo-god dragon beast's heart filled with rage, a ferociousness inherent in its bloodline welled up at the thought. Then let's fight. Let's fight. I want to see how you, a demigod, can possibly kill me. Whoosh! The pseudo-god dragon beast no longer dodged, its terrifying presence diffusing as it faced the battle head-on. Even with the divine artifact chains might perfectly unleashed, it could only restrict the pseudo-god dragon beast's movements, not completely bind it. After all, Li Yuan's origin power might was significantly weaker than that of the pseudo-god dragon beast. The two massive figures collided in an instant, boom boom boom. The long spear and those huge claws clashed in the void. Li Yuan only took a single step back, whereas the pseudo-god dragon beast stumbled backward 5 or 6 steps. Damn it! This divine artifact chains and domain have suppressed my strength too severely. The pseudo-god dragon beast's heart sank with frustration. I can't even exert 50% of my strength. Otherwise, how could I be suppressed by a demigod? Life in the dragon blood realm made the pseudo-god dragon beast quite average in terms of star techniques and divine artifacts, but its origin, power cultivation and law comprehension were solid. Moreover, throughout the long years, it also created many combat secret techniques, making its strength formidable. Level 54 pseudo-god, truly hard to kill. Even if it is only the head dragon from the dragon blood realm, its attacks are probably comparable to a level 53 human pseudo-god. My direct material attacks are only slightly stronger than his. Li Yuan contemplated privately. Even with the advantage of a soul attack, facing him head-on and trying to kill him is difficult. The battle differed from the ranking wars. Those were mere competitions, to avoid a fatality. As soon as the protective spirit light of either combatant was exhausted, they would be deemed defeated. Therefore, Li Yuan could effortlessly defeat Dong Pan's semi-divine with a single domain strike and was in turn defeated by Yan Dong's semi-divine within a few blows. But in a fight to the death, one must kill. Secondly, the life-saving abilities of a pseudo-god powerhouse far exceed those of a demigod. Even though figures like Dong Pan's semi-divine seem to have level 54 combat power, that's only in terms of attack strength. Compared to a real level 54 pseudo-god, a demigod's ability to preserve life is much weaker. No wonder the trial tasks of the Dragon Blood realm, killing 10 pseudo-gods, even if they're all level 50 or 51 pseudo-god dragon beasts, would still award 100,000 Zhu Xing points. Li Yuan thought to himself. Defeating a pseudo-god powerhouse is easy, killing is hard. Human. Face reality, you cannot defeat me, bellowed the pseudo-god dragon beast. Is that so? Li Yuan displayed a mysterious smile. Verification of strength is over, it's time to end this fight. Mind soul. Li Yuan's eyes focused. An invisible ripple of the soul descended once again, invading the spiritual world of the pseudo-god dragon beast. What? This human demigod can still perform it. Is this soul technique not reliant on a secret treasure? Is it his own technique? How can his soul attainment be so strong for a demigod? The pseudo-god dragon beast was shocked, too preoccupied to ponder further, desperately resisting the invasion of the soul attack. All soul attacks have traces to follow, and therefore, using the same attack on any strong individual multiple times often results in diminishing effectiveness. Moreover, when prepared for defense, any strong individual's spiritual will becomes more condensed, and their resistance naturally stronger. However, as long as the soul attack is strong enough, it can still cause a huge impact. Boom! The pseudo-god dragon beast felt its spiritual world shaking as if about to sink into it again. Break! 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 Awaken! The pseudo-god dragon beast roared within its heart, managing to retain some lucidity, its eyes catching a glimpse of the terrifying spear shadow carrying an overwhelming might. Whoosh! The pseudo-god dragon beast swung its hooves to resist, but its might had already significantly weakened. Suffering from a soul attack and not having fully shaken it off, even if one remains lucid, their strength would still be inevitably affected. Swoosh! 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 The terrifying long spear falling from the void suddenly split into two, then three. Athena 30. Myriad shadows void. In an instant, Li Yuan unleashed all his strength, dozens of phantom bodies flickering alternately, leaving the pseudo-god dragon beast unable to discern Li Yuan's true body, nor the true location of the Dark Star Divine Spear. And all 36 phantom bodies possessed a certain level of attack power. A shower of long spears rained down. Coupled with the invisible force of the soul attack, the pseudo-god dragon beast was at a loss on how to defend, being forced to hard endure those terrifying straight thrusts of the long spear. Bang! 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 In a very short period of time, the pseudo-god dragon beast was stabbed by dozens of divine spears at least several thousand times. It was utterly staggered, feeling blasts of terrifying attacks passing through the divine artifact battle armor and into its body, hurling it deep into the earth, growing deeper with each strike, its terrifying might consistently ravaging its physique. The ferocious shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the clouds within 1,000 kilometers to completely dissipate, mountains to collapse, and countless boulders to crumble to dust, as if struck by an earthquake. Utterly defenseless. Indeed, in terms of attack power, Li Yuan was only slightly stronger than the pseudo-god dragon beast. Even his law comprehension was somewhat weaker. But in a life-and-death combat, attack is only one aspect. Possessing 3 9-layer star techniques and external formidable soul secret techniques, Li Yuan's true strength far surpassed that of the pseudo-god dragon beast. For a full several tens of seconds, despite its desperate struggle, the pseudo-god dragon beast charged out for thousands of kilometers, creating a deep trench in the earth, but in the end, it could not escape its doomed defeat. Scales shattered, hooves broken, the divine body cracked layer by layer. Extinguish. As the last divine spear came without hindrance, passing straight through into the depths of the pseudo-god dragon beast's body, directly sweeping through that surge of life-giving divine fire. Divine fire. Peefed. The spear light swept through everything, annihilating the pseudo-god's soul within the divine fire, its presence rapidly dissipating. Sizzle. A large amount of divine fire converged, rapidly solidifying into a dazzling crystal of flame. Pseudo-god level dragon crystal. Only by killing a pseudo-god dragon beast and extinguishing its soul, could its divine fire solidify into a dragon crystal. That region became completely silent. Sigh. With a thought from Li Yuan, he extracted the dragon crystal from the remnants of the pseudo-god dragon beast's body. Crystal clear, releasing a surging life force from within. A treasure indeed. A treasure formed from the condensed essence of a pseudo-god's life. Li Yuan inwardly sighed, his heart filled with pride. I, Li Yuan, can now face and kill a pseudo-god middle-ranked powerhouse. His gaze then swept over to the divine palace panel. Hunting pseudo-god dragon beasts really yields spiritual nourishment that far exceeds that of a demigod, Li Yuan thought silently. Moreover, just as I expected, it also broke the so-called shackles of life. There was the same notification when killing the first second-rank alien race, the flying heaven-level alien race, and the demigod alien race. It also helped Li Yuan successively break through the bottlenecks of his spiritual awakening level. After killing the demigod alien race last time, the shackles at 75% of my spiritual awakening level were broken, Li Yuan pondered. Then the upper limit that was broken this time should be 100%. That is to say, as long as my soul is strong enough, in theory, the upper limit of spiritual awakening level could be continuously raised to 125%, Li Yuan concluded. But it was very difficult. Hunting pseudo-gods posed no difficulty for Li Yuan, so he was not in a hurry over the past few months. The key was the level of the soul. Thinking of this, Li Yuan glanced at the divine palace panel once more. AA, life level, 47.3, 4th rank, soul, level 55. Willpower, level 59, spiritual awakening level, 90%, current limit 90%. After stepping into demigod, with my body growing stronger, nurturing my soul has been growing rapidly, advancing from level 50 to level 55 in less than half a year, Li Yuan reflected silently. Next, when my origin power cultivation reaches level 49.9, I guess my soul could grow further, but it will be difficult to reach the level of a true god. It is exceedingly rare for a demigod warrior to have a soul that reaches the pseudo-god level. Out of millions, barely one can achieve this. Even within the divine fire hall, teeming with geniuses, only a few hundred have souls at the pseudo-god level. This was why Li Yuan's soul attacks were invincible during the war against the outsider races. But, for the supreme geniuses of the divine fire hall, their soul cultivation levels are generally just at the initial rank of pseudo-god. People like Yan Dong demigod and Dong Pan demigod, maybe their soul cultivation has reached the pseudo-god middle rank. When it comes to soul will, Jing Kui may be close to me, but likely still not as strong as I am, Li Yuan mused. The body serves as the vessel for the soul. A demigod nurturing the soul, there are limits to this. Just as it is difficult for a prime warrior to undergo a transformation and produce a demigod-level soul, and similarly challenging for a flying heaven level to evolve into a pseudo-god level soul. Li Yuan endured numerous hardships before he successively achieved these feats. And this made his soul will stronger and stronger. As of now, not even half a year has passed since stepping into demigod, and he has already far outstripped his peerless peers in the same rank. However, for a demigod to elevate the soul to the level of a true god is even more difficult. Based on my experience transitioning from an 8-star veins to 9-star veins, if I want to awaken the 10-star meridian as a demigod, even if I could use a large amount of Ju Xing divine pills again, a single spiritual incorporation might not be enough, Li Yuan thought. Not to mention reaching a spiritual awakening level of 125%, just to reach an upper limit of 100%, my soul's cultivation level might need to reach level 58 or even 60. One can imagine. Even with great aid from the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan must give his all to stand a chance of reaching the requirement. One step at a time. The few with demigod 9-star veins in the history of the Heavenly Serpent clan, who cultivated for hundreds of years at the demigod stagia, the weakest among them had strength at level 57, and the strongest even possessed power close to that of a true god, Li Yuan thought to himself. I have every hope of being stronger than them. Level 55, level 59, both are at the limit of pseudo-god level. Level 57, level 58, are the ultimate limit of pseudo-god level. For a demigod to possess the ultimate limits of pseudo-god strength is almost impossible. Jing Kui, for example, is a direct disciple of a heavenly divine, outstanding among the 8-star veins demigods, but after nearly 200 years of cultivation, he merely has the strength of level 55. Yet for 9-star veins demigods, who have cultivated in secrecy for hundreds of years, their strength matches that of the ultimate level of pseudo-gods. Star techniques are powerful, but surely the comprehension of laws must also be extremely high, Li Yuan pondered secretly. Only then can they compensate for the fundamental gap with the regular pseudo-god limit experts. Compared to those historical 9-star veins demigods, I am still quite immature, Li Yuan contemplated, waving his hand to collect the many treasures and the dragon crystals left behind by the fallen dragon beast. After a brief inquiry, the treasures left by this dragon beast are estimated to be less than 10,000 Fangshan crystals. Li Yuan muttered inwardly. Even though it was a pseudo-god middle-rank powerhouse, it's truly poor. Pseudo-god powerhouses from the outside world, even those at the initial rank of pseudo-god, generally have treasures worth tens of thousands of Fangshan crystals. I still need to save up more. Senior brother Zhang Yuan will definitely give me a share of exotic treasures, Li Yuan thought to himself. I also need to figure out a way to obtain a large quantity of ordinary treasures. After seeing the token from the Dongfang Alliance leader, Li Yuan was very clear in his heart that with the Dongfang Alliance leader having gone to the divine realm, his return to the mortal domain might be indefinitely delayed. Principal Fang Hai must stay to guard the civilization and cannot venture into the Nine Mountains world, so that only leaves me. I have become the de facto leader of the 7-star civilization, and naturally, it is my responsibility to shoulder the duties of a leader. Before returning to the 7-star civilization, I must obtain enough treasures, a large quantity of ordinary divine artifacts, semi-divine artifacts, and even true god instruments, awakening pills, and so on. Li Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. This was also the reason he undertook the Dragon Blood Realm trial task. Phew. Let's leave this place. This caliber of battle causes turbulence in the power of heaven and earth and affects a large area. There's no telling if other pseudo-god level dragon beasts will come. Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly shooting through the clouds and disappearing into the horizon. After half an hour, boom! A pseudo-god dragon beast with an extremely huge body arrived. It was similar to the previously fallen pseudo-god dragon beast, resembling a divine ox, only it was covered in black scales, larger in size, and had a pair of huge wings. After briefly investigating the traces in the vicinity, "Ah, Marie Lo, my brother, who killed you? Who is it?" The pseudo-god level dragon beast burst out with roars, its eyes filled with rage. The pseudo-god dragon beast previously did not deceive Li Yuan. It indeed had some brothers of life and death, but these pseudo-god dragon beasts were all powerhouses of the Dragon Blood realm, mostly commanding vast territories. Unless there was a major event, they lived separately from each other. Therefore, even though it sought help immediately, it took a considerable amount of time for this peak pseudo-god dragon beast to arrive. Li Yuan had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it. Roar. The black-winged dragon beast let out a thunderous roar. It didn't hesitate to alert more pseudo-god dragon beasts. Warning. A strong human semi-divine who is skilled in soul attacks and domain restrictions has appeared within the Shinga beast country. My dear brother Murray Lo has perished, be cautious. Before dying, Murray Lo, the pseudo-god, had transmitted the message to this dragon beast. As a peak of pseudo-god powerhouse, the black-winged dragon beast had a wider circle of acquaintances, knowing many of the formidable beings in this region. The arrival of foreign powers to hunt dragon beasts in the blood dragon realm did not leave the dragon beasts oblivious. Naturally, they would form alliances for mutual defense and even counter-hunting. The fall of every pseudo-god dragon beast would alert the other pseudo-god dragon beasts within a vast area. This is one of the reasons why various forces dare not recklessly slaughter pseudo-god dragon beasts. Excessive killing could trigger an actual war, soon. Essay, I am already aware, and I have informed my subordinates of the semi-divine. My dear brother, I also know, and I feel regret for Murray Lo's fall. One after another, peak of pseudo-god creatures quickly communicated back to the black-winged dragon beast. Being a civilization with true gods and numerous pseudo-gods, the dragon beasts were highly intelligent. The long years had allowed them to develop a certain cultural heritage. Although it was far from as advanced as the outside world, it was easy for them to refine things like storage treasures, ordinary divine artifacts, and communication treasures. Among the 9 powerful forces from beyond, the closest to our region is the Juxing Ancient City branch. Such a formidable human semi-divine surely will not be unknown. Quickly, another dragon beast put forth an idea. I suspect this is a human semi-divine genius from Juxing Ancient City. It's possible. In the past, there have also been powerful human semi-divines appearing. Li Yuan had no idea about the repercussions of killing a pseudo-god dragon beast. He could fly tens of kilometers in just a second. Several hours later, he had already flown away hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Although he encountered several blood mist areas along the way, he didn't engage in any more slaughter. According to the information from True God Mojo, these dragon beasts contact each other. Once a pseudo-god dragon beast is killed in a certain area, it will alert other pseudo-god dragon beasts. Li Yuan slowly landed on a mountain range. If too many are killed in one area, it may even lead to the appearance of a true god-level dragon beast. For safety reasons, it's better not to continue killing in this area for now. This region should be temporarily safe. Let's use up this influx of origin power first. With a thought, Li Yuan already entered the ancient divine palace. Swoosh. Li Yuan appeared out of thin air inside the ancient divine palace. Brother, you are now capable of killing a pseudo-god middle-rank head-on. Gu in white clothes exclaimed in admiration. It is just a single dragon beast. If it were a pseudo-god powerhouse with a strong civilizational heritage, it would still be difficult to kill. Li Yuan shook his head. Don't be modest. Gu laughed. The 9-star pulse is indeed powerful, and the combined use of several 9-layer star techniques in battle makes your strength comprehensive, with virtually no weaknesses. Sister, I'm preparing to go into closed-door cultivation. Now that the ancient divine palace is exposed, even though I use the origin to conceal its breath, if a pseudo-god passes by, their divine sense scanning might detect something. Li Yuan directly said, it would trouble you to be on extra alert. All right. Gu nodded. Whoosh, Li Yuan directly entered the divine crystal chamber, followed by an invisible force enveloping the entire chamber, isolating it from any outside inquiries. Just left Juxing Ancient City and going into closed-door cultivation again. The maiden silently pondered, and stirring the mysteries of the law and the origin of the ancient divine palace, preventing even me from spying. My brother, he probably has secrets. She had suspected as much before, inside the divine crystal chamber. Origin power enters the body. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by the dense divine crystal energy and a large number of divine crystals hovering around. Boom! Li Yuan had stimulated the golden mist floating in the second floor of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Whoosh! The golden mist rapidly descended and merged into the floor of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, directly infiltrating every part of Li Yuan's body. At once, all 9 of Li Yuan's star meridians bloomed with light, and the life fire source pill in the origin power space trembled before it began to frantically absorb the divine crystal energy from the outside world. The life fire source pill started another rapid growth. Your life level has been raised from 47.3 to 47.4. Your life level has been raised from 47.42. As the life fire source pill continued to evolve, Li Yuan's origin power became even more refined, and his body grew stronger. His internal organs, muscles, and blood all became more robust. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 days passed. Under the blessing of that peculiar golden mist, Li Yuan's life level soared all the way up, reaching level 49.8 before it completely dissipated. The effect of this origin power infusion is better than I imagined. I thought it would stop at level 49.6, Li Yuan smiled, otherwise, I would have had to spend more time to continue cultivating to the limit. Rumbling, powerful origin power circulated within his body. Such robust origin power was incredibly close to a newly advanced pseudo-god. The star meridians are powerful, indeed magical. Surpassing level 1, level 2 origin power may seem like a small gap, but the closer to the limit, the harder it is to improve. Li Yuan thought to himself, stronger origin power, a notch higher in star technique, a bit more law comprehension. In the end, these will lead to earth-shaking changes in strength. If another ranking battle were to be held, even without relying on soul attack, I should have a chance to break into the top 10 of the Divine Fire Hall, Li Yuan thought silently. Even Dong Pan would have a hard time beating me. This was still under the condition that Li Yuan had not practiced the 6th star technique. However, this was not the reason why Li Yuan was eagerly pursuing level 49.9. After all, even without origin power infusion, under normal circumstances, 2 or 3 years would have been enough for Li Yuan to cultivate to the semi-divine limit. Continue. With a thought, Li Yuan continued his tranquil cultivation, absorbing the energy imbued in the divine crystals from the outside world, tempering the life fire source pill. But even with divine crystals for cultivation, it was still hundreds of times slower than through origin power infusion. Li Yuan was very patient. SS's, in the depths of the life fire source pill, as the source pill continually evolved and approached level 50. The fire seed, at the deepest part of the source pill, grew increasingly powerful. After half a month, finally, boom! Li Yuan felt a slight tremor in the life fire source pill. It had reached a state of perfection, the ultimate. Level 49.9. The limit of origin power for a semi-divine with 9-star veins. And it was at the instant the life fire source pill reached its limit. That amazingly powerful fire seed within it seemed to break through a limit, splitting into 2 all of a sudden, turning into a large and a small fire seed. That smaller fire seed, seemingly about to extinguish at any moment, was almost weaker than the life fire that appeared when Li Yuan first broke through to become semi-divine. SS's, that flickering, tiny fire seed suddenly made its way outside of the life fire source pill. It hung there in the origin power space. Whoosh! Its flame was faint, as if it might go out at any moment, but it also possessed an extraordinary vitality, shining brightly, as if it contained the true intent of the great Tao of life. The second life fire, finally succeeded. A hint of excitement emerged in Li Yuan's heart. It's just as the Dongfang Alliance leader said, once a semi-divine with 9-star veins cultivates to level 49.9, the fire seed within the life fire source pill becomes so powerful that it splits and gives birth to a second life fire. With the second life fire entering the eternal hall again, there's hope to cultivate the perfect star technique. Why did Li Yuan insist on cultivating to level 49.9 before entering the eternal hall? It was for the birth of the second life fire. The 9-layer star technique, even in the mouths of countless demigods, pseudo-gods, and true gods in the divine realm, is acclaimed as the supreme star technique. Li Yuan was first introduced to the concept of supreme star technique by the Baishan semi-divine years ago. He had thought, If the 9-layer star vein could cultivate the 9-layer star technique, why couldn't the 10-layer star vein cultivate the 10th-layer star technique? Unfortunately, whether it was the materials given by Jiu Shu Bingzhen, or the database of the Juxing ancient city, they all mentioned the concept of perfect star vein but not the 10th-layer star technique. Not until recently, Li Yuan received the communication token from the Dongfang Alliance leader, who for the first time mentioned the perfect star technique. This star technique is too rare, that even among the heavenly gods, only a very few have successfully cultivated it. In the divine realm, among the top major forces, most true gods never encounter it in their lifetime, thus it remains unknown. Above the 9-layer star technique, there indeed exists a more profound and powerful, perfect star technique. The perfect star technique is precisely the 10th-layer star technique. First, it requires a perfect star vein to support the 10th-layer star technique, and secondly, the comprehension of laws generally demands quite high. These are merely the cultivation requirements. Finally, it is essential to integrate the fire seed into the star vein, using one's purest life's origin power, to perfectly unite the entire star vein with the star marks. Neither the Heavenly Serpent clan nor the Juxing ancient city have produced many 9-star vein powerhouses, Li Yuan pondered silently. Let alone creating the perfect star technique, its only top divine realm forces like the Chaos Divine Court, with many generations of heavenly gods passing it down, that can be aware of it. Knowledge, if acquired, can feel insignificant, but before it's obtained, it is extremely precious. Dongfang Ji also only learned about the concept of the perfect star technique after becoming a Golden Garment member at the Eternal Hall. As for Silver Garment members, like Fang Hai, they were unaware of it. The second fire has been born. There's no need for further delay, Li Yuan thought, and has already arrived at the Kangmeng mountain range outside the ancient divine palace. The surroundings are silent. There are no abnormalities. If used inside the ancient divine palace, it might leave the ancient divine palace within Dragonblood realm, Li Yuan thought silently, waving his hand to store the ancient divine palace that looked like dust. Li Yuan closed his eyes lightly, sensing in his spiritual world, next to the mind-spirit divine palace, a golden token formed by strange energies. Following an obscure sensing sizzle, Li Yuan's soul consciousness activated the golden token quickly. That golden token instantly scattered, transforming into a mysterious energy that enshrouded Li Yuan's entire body, immediately followed by Li Yuan disappearing from thin air, completely disappearing from this realm. At the same time, in the deep hall of the law enforcement temple in Juxing ancient city, the sitting Zhang Yuan true god instantly received a message from Juxing ancient city's monitoring spirit, Deputy City Lord. Shu Yuan's soul lamp has extinguished and ultimately disappeared in the Dragonblood realm. The specific situation is unknown. Soul lamp extinguished? Zhang Yuan true god's face changed slightly. As long as it's within this realm, the soul lamp can activate. Even entering some special places only causes the soul lamp to dim. Normally there's only one possibility: a death, suddenly. Senior brother, I have returned to the divine realm. No need to worry, I will return before the battle in the ancestral realm. I hope senior brother can help me take care of matters. A message reached Zhang Yuan true god, sent from Li Yuan's communication token within the Saint Air mansion. Return to the divine realm? Zhang Yuan true god, with his divine skills, recognized from a single thought that this message came from the Saint Air's mansion. Li Yuan obviously went to the Dragonblood realm. Why would the message come from the Saint Air's mansion? Boom! He stepped out and flew out of the palace, directly into the divine fire hall at Li Yuan's mansion within mere seconds, a terrifying aura immediately spreading out. True God. Greetings, true saint. A group of servants kneeled down in fear. Boom! A powerful divine sense inquired within and outside the mansion, followed by 3 figures flying out of a secret room, their faces filled with extreme fear. Speak, what were you just doing? Zhang Yuan true god's voice was icy, penetrating into their spiritual worlds, causing these 3 flying heaven-level servants to feel somewhat dazed. Reporting to the true god, one of the flying heaven-level servants whispered. The Saint Air ordered us. once the lamp in the secret room extinguishes, to crush the token. We know nothing beyond that. The three flying heaven-level servants were terrified. Zhang Yuan, true God, understood everything. Shu Yuan went to the Dragonblood realm to evade monitoring, just to return to the divine realm. Was it to lay down measures in advance so I wouldn't worry? Zhang Yuan, true God, pondered. But what kind of methods does he have that can directly go from the Dragonblood realm to the divine realm and then come back? This terrifying method even instinctively made Zhang Yuan, true God, feel wary. The divine realm and our world have been isolated. The soul lamp indeed would fail, Zhang Yuan, true God, thoughtfully said. Divine realm, chaos, divine court. Truly unfathomable. Indeed, this was Li Yuan's contingency plan. As a member of Zhuxing Ancient City, he must light the soul lamp. And having seen the precedent of Dongfang Ji, once going to the Eternal Hall, it was likely the soul lamp would extinguish, which might attract the attention of Zhuxing Ancient City's upper echelons. Therefore, Li Yuan bought an individual soul lamp within his mansion. 2 soul lamps, if one extinguishes, they both would. Li Yuan left the communication token in advance. Once the soul lamp within the mansion extinguished, the 3 servants would crush the token, asking for Zhang Yuan, true God's help in covering it up. Suddenly, boom, a powerful will transmitted. Zhang Yuan, Shu Yuan's soul lamp extinguished. What's the situation? City Lord, no need to worry, Shu Yuan isn't dead, I have my judgment, Zhang Yuan, true God, replied. Sigh. After activating the golden token, Li Yuan felt overwhelmed by a vast power, and time seemed to change. Before he knew it, he had arrived here. The infinite starry sky twinkled with countless stars. A majestic temple, entirely silver, stood proudly amidst the stars, radiating dazzling light. Li Yuan was at the very bottom of the temple's staircase. A single step back would land him into the abyss like darkness of the starry space. Is this the Eternal Hall? Li Yuan held his breath, looking up at the silver temple which, without exerting much oppressive aura, possessed a unique beauty. Moreover, it invisibly gave Li Yuan a special feeling, as if the temple and the stars behind it formed a perfect and eternal painting. This feeling surpassed all treasures Li Yuan had ever seen. Even the remains of Enchi Heavenly God didn't give him this sensation. An inexplicable message transmitted into Li Yuan's mind. Enter the temple? Li Yuan murmured to himself, immediately ascending the steps and entering the temple through its wide-open gate. The inside of the temple was immensely vast, with numerous divine pillars supporting it, 36 to be exact, upon a single glance. Each divine pillar was astonishingly large. The most distinctive feature was that the 36 divine pillars, the ground, and the walls were all cast from silver metal. Smooth as a mirror, Li Yuan could easily see his reflection on the ground, the pillars, and so on. What material is this temple made of? Li Yuan wondered in shock, finding that his divine sense couldn't penetrate even a slither through the mirrored surface's absolute smoothness. At the same time, Li Yuan also discovered that he was unable to communicate with Ji Yuyu, receiving no response no matter how he called out. This temple seems somewhat different from what the Dongfang Alliance leader had mentioned, Li Yuan noted, eyes sweeping across the area, not finding the light screens and voices he had anticipated. Clap, a sound echoed from the ground. Li Yuan immediately turned his head, seeing a silver-robed elder who had emerged from behind a divine pillar at an unknown time. His hair was silvery white, but his face was deeply wrinkled, and he seemed to move slowly. But I clearly did some inquiry with my divine sense just now, and there was no one behind that divine pillar. Li Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, the reports from Dongfang Alliance leader never mentioned other people in the Eternal Hall. Combined with the uniqueness of the Silver Temple, Li Yuan swiftly concluded that his experience differed from that of Dongfang Alliance leader and Principal Fang Hai. The Eternal Hall he arrived at was also different. Is it strange to have someone here? The voice of the silver-robed elder was gentle, echoing within the hall. For long years, I have always been guarding this hall. Although people have come continuously, most of them I do not wish to meet. Only for some special ones will I come out to meet. Li Yuan immediately understood. He was that kind of special individual? Moreover, not only he and Dongfang Alliance leader had come here, many had visited. Senior, is this the Eternal Hall? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Following the guidance, I completed the task as a Golden Garment member and came here. There should be rewards, right? Rest assured. Your rewards will not be forgotten, the silver-haired elder said with a smile. I just wanted you to chat with an old man for a bit longer. But, if your mind is set on treasures, let's start with the rewards for becoming a Golden Garment member. Normally, becoming a Silver Garment member entitles you to 4 gifts, and Golden Garment members receive 3. But since you arrived already as a Golden Garment member, I took the liberty of allowing you to choose 4 out of the 9 promotion gifts for Golden Garment members, the silver-haired elder explained. Sigh. With a wave of the silver-haired elder's hand, Russell, a great deal of light gathered in the void, forming a huge light screen with many words on it. Surprisingly, they were the characters most familiar to Li Yuan of the text of Sha country. This writing? Li Yuan was taken aback. Little fellow, since a burial immortal ancient domain could fall into your small dimensional domain, and the Eternal Hall can teleport you at any time, could it be that you still want to keep secrets in front of me? The silver-haired elder chuckled. As long as I want to know, there's nothing I can't find out. Don't overthink it, just choose. Li Yuan was inwardly shocked, his mind was somewhat in disarray. So to speak, this silver-haired elder knows the secret of his mind-spirit divine palace. But overthinking was futile. Li Yuan couldn't help but look up at the 9 options on the light screen. AA1, Myriad Realms Commerce Association Command. True God Level. The Myriad Realms Commerce Association is one of the most mysterious commercial forces in the divine realm. With this command token, one can exchange and purchase treasures with the Myriad Realms Commerce Association. 2. God's Inheritance Cave Dwelling. True God Level. Within are 1,000 True God Heritage brands, 100,000 initial rank of Pseudo-God Heritage brands. 3. 6th Rank Civilization Leading Envoy, High Level. A 6th rank Advanced Civilization Mothership, 3 initial rank of Pseudo-God Puppets, and 40 Semi-Divine Peak Puppets. 4. Dimensional Plane Evolution Divine Item. Can initiate a preliminary evolution of a dimensional plane. 5. Heavenly Divine Intersect Disciple Inheritance Treasure. Mirror of Laws, compatible with oneself. Origin Divine Artifact, Pseudo-God Artifact. 6. Heavenly Divine Intersect Disciple Inheritance Treasure. Origin Treasure, compatible with oneself. 7. One True God Instrument, within a value limit. 8. One Dimension Transmission Order. Enables crossing vast star domains, basically unstoppable by anyone below a Heavenly Divine, a top-tier life-saving item. 9. 1/10th Layer Star Technique. Provides the treasures required for practice up to the 4th rank. The truly perfect star technique between heaven and earth. 9 types of 10th layer star techniques to choose from. But be aware, perfect star skills are extremely difficult to practice, so choose prudently. Below are the practice requirements. These 9 options. Some aspects are similar to what Dongfang Alliance leader mentioned, yet some are different. Li Yuan thought to himself, it seems each Golden Garment member's experience is different, and so are the treasures they can obtain. Which should I choose? Li Yuan fell into deep thought. 9 treasures, the first 4 are clearly geared towards leading an entire civilization, while the latter 5 are inclined towards personal power and evolution. Dongfang Alliance leader, as a Golden Garment member, could only choose 3. Li Yuan thought to himself. He ultimately chose the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, with only 1 selected for himself. The 2nd and 3rd treasures chosen by Dongfang Ji mostly remained within the 7-star civilization. Although I lost the 4 treasure options of the Silver Garment member, the 4 of them combined are probably not as good as 1 treasure from a Golden Garment member. Li Yuan silently pondered. I can choose 4. After a brief contemplation, Elder, I have decided. Li Yuan said. I want to choose the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th treasures. Dimension Plane Evolution Divine Item. Heavenly Divine Intersect Disciple Inheritance Treasure. One-dimensional transmission order, 10th layer star technique. This is Li Yuan's choice. Are you sure? The silver-haired elder asked. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed, even if you complete a purple garment task later. The reward for Purple Garment member only has one item and it's not selectable. Only one item? Li Yuan pondered. This was the first time Li Yuan learned about the Purple Garment member's reward, which was not mentioned in the information of the Dongfang Alliance leader. As for that Dimension Plane Evolution Divine item, it's not of much personal help to you. The silver-haired elder said, it only helps your homeland's civilization evolve. Confirmed. Li Yuan directly said, this Dimension Plane Evolution Divine item, though seemingly useless for an individual, was precisely what he was sure to choose. Originally, such a treasure was not among the choices of the Dongfang Alliance leader. Although it's unclear why, among the treasure choices of the Silver and Golden Garment members, nearly half are to aid one's own civilization. But having the opportunity, Li Yuan naturally would choose them. Okay. Wait a moment. The elder in the silver robe didn't ask further. Among the 9 kinds of treasures, all had detailed introductions. The path of cultivation ultimately had to be walked by oneself. The treasures chosen by Li Yuan, whether they were the most beneficial for him or not, he would have to bear the consequences himself. Whoosh, the silver-haired elder waved his hand, the void slightly rippled, followed by several items materializing. This is the Dimension Plane Evolution Divine item. The silver-haired elder pointed at the crystal-clear red sphere the size of a head and said, the specific usage method, as long as you sense it with your divine sense, you will understand. Remember, it must be activated in your homeland civilization, otherwise if you use it midway, the process is irreversible. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. This is the dimensional transmission order. The silver-haired elder pointed at another nearly transparent token and said, it's the same, once you use it, you will be traveling through the void, like if you were in your homeland's dimensional domain. Using it can directly descend to other dimensional domains. Unless it is a heavenly divine proficient in isolating time and space, otherwise no one can stop you. Li Yuan slightly nodded, this is definitely the top-tier life-saving item. It was mentioned in the information from Chu Bingzhen. Void-shifting orders are commonly used life-saving items by true gods, crafted by heavenly divines, but heavenly divines could certainly stop them if they intervened. And the dimensional transmission order is a notch higher than the void-shifting order, generally not crafted by heavenly divines. It can be said, if a true god obtains a dimensional transmission order, it's almost like having an extra life. The 2 life-saving items left by Master Ji Yuju are useless if facing a true god. Li Yuan thought to himself. And this dimensional transmission order, at least until I ascend to God, is absolutely the best life-saving item. Life-saving items can never be too many. Surviving is always the most important. A pseudo-god level origin divine artifact needs to observe the essence of your soul to craft the weapon most compatible with your soul. It would take about a day. The silver-haired elder continued. You need to consider what type of weapon you want. A soul attack type? Can it be done? Li Yuan asked. No, the origin divine artifact is already the strongest among same-tier divine artifacts. If it's a soul artifact, the crafting difficulty is too great. The silver-haired elder shook his head. The reward for Golden Garment member is not sufficient, especially since in your selection, the main item is the Mirror of Laws. The origin divine artifact is just incidental. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Then craft a long spear, which can maximally enhance my attack. In terms of life-saving capability, Li Yuan considered himself strong enough after cultivating the Heaven and Earth River and Myriad Shadows Void. The only area lacking is in attack. Okay. The silver-haired elder said, I have observed your spear technique cultivation, and I will surely forge a weapon that best fits your spear technique. Li Yuan was secretly shocked. From what that meant, was the silver-haired elder going to do the forging? Origin divine artifacts are generally crafted by heavenly divines who control the complete Great Tao laws and are skilled in artifact refining, making them extremely rare. Like in the past, Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai were able to easily unleash astonishing strength, all because they were augmented by origin divine artifacts. Even in Zhuxing Ancient City, from Li Yuan's observation, not even Jing Kui, who had entered under Heavenly Divine Gate, possessed an origin divine artifact. It seems that Zhuxing Ancient City currently lacks a heavenly divine capable of crafting origin divine artifacts. What exactly is the existence of this silver-haired elder? Don't rush about external things. For cultivators, the most important thing is to strengthen oneself. You have already awakened the 9-star pulse and have cultivated to level 49.9. You must have already obtained the second fire seed. Should you first try to cultivate the 10th layer star technique, or use the mirror of laws? The silver-haired elder said. First cultivate the 10th layer star technique. Li Yuan said seriously. This was what he was most looking forward to. Then go. The silver-haired elder pointed to a distant divine pillar. Just go inside. Li Yuan was stunned. Go quickly, the silver-haired elder urged. Yes. Li Yuan quickly walked towards the distant divine pillar, sensing nothing special about this pillar through his divine sense. But the moment Li Yuan's body touched it, he had already passed through it. Inside the silver temple, it once again became empty, leaving only the silver-haired elder alone. The 36th one. About to start cultivating the perfect star skill again. The silver-haired elder muttered to himself. I wonder to what extent this young fellow can reach in the future. Sigh. Eternity. Eternity. Why is this eternal path so difficult to walk? The silver-haired elder shook his head and sighed, as if recalling many things from the past. Whoosh! Li Yuan passed through the divine pillar and found himself in a sealed room with a dark green floor. Just upon entering, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility in his heart. Instinctively. Whoosh! Li Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged, having greater contact with the ground. His heart felt more comfortable. Drip! A blue water droplet appeared out of thin air in midair, silently falling down, and in an instant unbeknownst to Li Yuan, it permeated into his forehead. Boom! A surge of information exploded instantly in Li Yuan's mind. A large amount of information surfaced. Feishan Shangdi, 10th layer star technique, when cultivated to its extreme, can transform the body into heaven and earth, breaking all laws. One of the strongest body refining star techniques in the world. Below are the detailed cultivation requirements. Void True Understanding, 10th layer star technique, the strongest auxiliary star technique in the space lineage, can greatly enhance compatibility with space law, and can also be used in battle. Its might not inferior to the 9-layer star technique. 9 Heavens Feather, 10th layer star technique. 5 Elements Incarnation, 10th layer star technique. Feishan Shangdi, 10th layer star technique, when cultivated to its extreme, can transform the body into heaven and earth, breaking all laws. One of the strongest body refining star techniques in the world. Below are the detailed cultivation requirements. Void True Understanding, 10th layer star technique, the strongest auxiliary star technique in the space lineage, can greatly enhance compatibility with space law, and can also be used in battle. Its might not inferior to the 9-layer star technique. 9 Heavens Feather, 10th layer star technique. 5 Elements Incarnation, 10th layer star technique. These 10th layer star techniques, each possessing terrifying might, all have their unique strengths, with the majority having exceedingly high levels of difficulty in their cultivation. For example, in 5 Elements Dao Body, if one successfully cultivates it, one can develop the 5 great Dao bodies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If one can cultivate them to great achievement, each Dao body would possess the strength comparable to one's original self. How overarchingly defiant of the heavens that would be. However, to cultivate the corresponding Dao body to the utmost limit, the prerequisite is the thorough comprehension of the respective great Dao. Thorough comprehension of 5 great Daos. Among heavenly gods, I'm afraid very few could do so. Similarly, for mixed ruins water and fire, if cultivated to the extreme, the intertwining of water and fire can form a terrifying world domain, capable of creating a world with a single thought, or alternatively, with a single thought, annihilating a world only for. But to cultivate it to great achievement, it requires a profound understanding of the law of water, fire law, and space law. To cultivate the perfect star skill, one must embody the fire seed into the star vein. Li Yuan muttered to himself. To bring forth the second fire, one must either rely on some of the strange treasures between heaven and earth, potent, life fire source pill, to strengthen the original fire seed within the source pill, giving birth to the second fire seed. Alternatively, one must at least become a 9-star veins, splitting off a fire seed on one's own. Thus, 8-star veins, if one strives to awaken a perfect star vein, and have the help of some treasures of heaven and earth. There is also hope in cultivating one perfect star skill. But it is extremely rare. First, such heaven and earth treasures are hard to find, even heavenly gods generally cannot produce them. Second, for 8-star veins to awaken a perfect star vein is already rare enough. An 8-star veins that is able to awaken perfect star vein is truly 1 in a million. However, for a 9-star veins semi-divine, as long as one could find the star technique method, there is hope to cultivate into the perfect star skill. The perfect star skill must be cultivated at the demigod stage. Li Yuan pondered in his heart, and a demigod body has its limits. Not to mention I can't get the treasures of heaven and earth right now, even if I fortunately obtain it in the future, when I go to the divine realm, I can only use it once more. This is why a 9-star veils semi-divine, no matter how many perfect star veins are awakened, can at most cultivate 2 perfect star skills. This is all new information that Li Yuan has just received. As for how many perfect star skills can be cultivated with 10-star meridian, Li Yuan has no idea. Regardless of the future, right now, the most suitable for me are Feishan Shangdi and Void True Understanding, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Feishan Shangdi is a divine body star technique. Once cultivated, it will make my strength, speed, and the toughness of my body skyrocket rapidly. The might of my combat capability will surge greatly. From 1st layer star technique to 9-layer star technique, the disparity grows with higher ranks. A 9-layer star techniques might far surpasses the 8th layer star technique, but there is no qualitative change. Perfect star skills, however, are entirely different. Heavenly gods who have cultivated perfect star skills for combat. Each one is a terrifying existence among the heavenly gods. Feishan Shangdi holds infinite might, but it has no help in my comprehension of the mysteries of the law, contemplated Li Yuan. Star vein star skills and laws, both are equally important. To ascend to heavenly god, one must at least awaken 7 star veins, but also at least comprehend 1 great Tao completely. Life is finite, efficiency in law comprehension is very important. Sister Gu once said that there are 8 supremely strong auxiliary star techniques in the unending dimension river for the 7 fundamental laws, the highest being 9-layer star technique. Li Yuan silently thought, the heavenly wind star vein true solution, and true solution of the earth star vein I'm practicing rank among them. And space law is a superior law. And this void true understanding is a 10th layer star technique? Li Yuan silently asked. Should one cultivate void true understanding, its lethality would be equivalent to a 9-layer star technique, yet far from matching Feishan Shangdi. The greatest help is that it enhances the efficiency of space law cultivation. Like Li Yuan, who in just over a decade, while cultivating several laws concurrently, still managed to advance both the earth and wind laws to 7th stage high rank, and the efficiency of his deductive comprehension hasn't slowed at all. One important reason being, he has practiced 2 auxiliary 9-layer star techniques. Space law is even more imperative. After all, even for a heavenly god, it is impossible to fully comprehend space law. If I cultivate Feishan Shangdi, the likelihood of seizing an ancestral realm order would greatly increase, Li Yuan considered, but my ultimate goal as a demigod is to awaken the 10-star meridian. To awaken the 10-star meridian, comprehension of the laws is even more important. Moreover, enhancing my space law comprehension also continuously increases my strength, and its ultimate effect may not necessarily be weaker than that of Feishan Shangdi. Li Yuan had made up his mind and immediately spoke out loud, I wish to cultivate void true understanding. Confirm? A gentle voice echoed through the hall. Confirm. Li Yuan decisively said, having made his decision, there was no need for hesitation. Boom. An invisible fluctuation emerged from deeper within the ground of the quiet chamber, sweeping over Li Yuan in an instant. Li Yuan felt as if his divine soul was roaring and exploding, seemingly merging with the ground as one. In the next instant, streams of profound information flew directly into Li Yuan's mind, embedding deep into his memory within his soul. It was related information about the void true understanding. Time passed. The vastness of the 10th layer star technique's cultivation information far exceeded anything Li Yuan had encountered before. Even for a pseudo-god level soul like Li Yuan, fully receiving it was still incredibly challenging. Inside the Eternal Hall. Shows void true understanding, huh? The silver-haired elder nodded to himself. Indeed, that works too. Being a space Tao body by nature, and now cultivating void true understanding, perhaps it might give those guys in the Chaos Divine Court a little shock. The silver-haired elder revealed a slight smile. Just like Dongfang Ji, Sister Ji Yu, and Chu Bingzhen, they all felt Li Yuan's talent in space law was astonishing, incredibly formidable beyond expectation. With the vision of the silver-haired elder, he could see at a glance that Li Yuan was a space Tao body. This special physique is already unbelievably strong. Thinking of this, whoosh! The elder with silver hair beckoned with his hand, and a dog's head emerged out of the void, its tongue lolling. Honored one, what shall I do for you? Go and craft a pseudo-god level origin divine artifact for that youngster in the star technique divine pillar. Make it a spear, instructed the silver-haired elder. Remember to be quick, I am pressed for time. As he spoke, the silver-haired elder pointed with his finger, and a rush of messages was transmitted into the dog's head. This is the complete footage of his spear practice, containing the mysteries of law fluctuations. Pseudo-god level origin divine artifact? Easy. The dog-headed being breathed a sigh of relief and said, Honored one, I will first observe his soul aura. The dog's head then vanished back into the void. Within that quiet chamber, Li Yuan was sitting cross-legged, ceaselessly receiving the cultivation messages of void true understanding, which were being integrated into his memory through special means, preventing him from forgetting and also making it impossible for others to find through soul search. True God Chapter. Heavenly God Chapter. Li Yuan kept receiving, and the further the chapters, the more astounding the information they contained. At the same time, he was also unwittingly comprehending the key points of cultivation from the previous ranks. With Li Yuan's current realm, merely comprehending the mysteries of the first 3 ranks was very easy, and the messages broke through one checkpoint after another. Before long, less than 2 days after receiving the complete messages, Li Yuan had basically comprehended the first 4 ranks of mysteries of the void true understanding. However, comprehending is one thing. Truly refining and branding the star marks within one's body is another matter entirely. Didn't they say treasures necessary for cultivation would be provided? Li Yuan opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Seemingly in response to his thoughts, rustle, around Li Yuan, a multitude of exotic treasures emerged out of thin air, precisely the various treasures needed for cultivating the first 4 ranks of the void true understanding. This is truly miraculous. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, then no longer pondered, as the Eternal Hall was obviously far beyond his own capabilities. Whoosh! 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 Activating the void true understanding method in the perfect star vein within him, Li Yuan began to absorb the essence of each exotic treasure, many of which directly integrated into his body. Within his body, on that perfect star vein, a multitude of star marks condensed and quickly unified with the life star. Only moments later, first rank achieved, Li Yuan sensed. Ding! The moment the last of the 129,600 life stars was imprinted with a star mark. Instantly, Li Yuan felt his compatibility with the origin of the space law in the vast universe rapidly increasing. But Li Yuan knew that at this moment, he hadn't yet fully achieved success. Fire Seed. With a thought, Li Yuan's origin power space's rather dim second fire seed suddenly sprang to action, quickly merging into the perfect star vein that had just been cultivated to the pinnacle of the first rank with void true understanding. Boom! The moment the fire seed merged, Li Yuan felt a dramatic increase in his control over the entire star vein. The star vein suddenly exuded a hazy radiance, radiating from the inside out. Had any mortals been present, they would have been astounded to find that Li Yuan now resembled a perfect painting, his body radiating light with a hint of sacredness that could inspire a sense of profound admiration. Sacred. Perfect. This is what a perfect star skill is. Li Yuan had a clear understanding. the star marks perfectly integrated with one's soul and life fire. This way, the future cultivation to the 4th rank, 5th rank, 7th rank, and even the legendary 8th rank pinnacle will be unimpeded. Without the merging of the fire seed merely forcibly cultivating with the perfect star vein, one would typically reach their limit by the 4th rank, and their might would be significantly weaker. Continue. With a thought, Li Yuan continued cultivating the 2nd rank of Void True Understanding. 3 days later, Li Yuan cultivated the Void True Understanding to the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. Another half a month passed and Li Yuan cultivated the Void True Understanding to the limit of the 3rd rank. Clearly, even after having comprehended many checkpoints, the task of condensing the star marks of the 10th layer star technique proved to be much more challenging. Condensing the 4th rank star marks was even harder. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan finally cultivated the Void True Understanding to the pinnacle of the 4th rank. At the very moment of complete achievement, boom, with the operation of the star vein, the origin of the space law, to which Li Yuan had been extremely sensitive, soared once more. In a vague sense, Li Yuan's soul consciousness seemed to truly approach the mysterious vast landa, the origin of the space law. The law origin land, the very source of heaven and earth. Li Yuan was not actually descending with true consciousness, but his compatibility with the space law origin was now so high that even across endless time and space, it felt as if he was infinitely close to observation. Perception. So clear. These fluctuations of the space law. Li Yuan was shocked by the clarity within him. No wonder. No wonder the database says many pseudo-gods spend thousands of years unable to condense the true intention of space. Once they step into true godhood, with the help of the divine heart, not only can they quickly condense the true intention of space but even hope to step into the threshold of the space law. The reason being, after condensing the divine heart, true gods could sense the origin of the space law more clearly through it, and their efficiency in comprehending the space law would skyrocket. What about Li Yuan? He naturally had an astonishingly high talent for the space law, nearly condensing true intention of space in just a few short years. Now, with the cultivation of Void True Understanding, he has far surpassed his past achievements. I'm afraid the majority of true gods, despite having the divine heart and even though their souls are far stronger than mine, would still not match my efficiency in comprehending the space law, Li Yuan realized. This feeling was too exhilarating. Li Yuan's prior knowledge on the mysteries of space was reorganizing. Without hesitation, Li Yuan directly immersed himself in the perception of space fluctuations. Layered accumulation and eventual breakthrough. It's like solving math problems, where one contemplates deeply over each challenging question. Although the solutions are not found, enough confusion has been accumulated. Now, with a rapid acceleration of thought processing, a breakthrough is naturally made upon revisiting the problems. The current Li Yuan is akin to having an epiphany. The mysteries of space. The fluctuations of space. Countless moments of enlightenment collide in Li Yuan's mind, with flashes of spiritual light. Days pass by. He has long finished practicing the Void True Understanding, and the silver-haired elder from the Eternal Hall knows it too, but he doesn't bother to rush Li Yuan. As long as Li Yuan is willing, he could cultivate here for 10 years, or even 100. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year has gone by. Immersed in cultivation, Li Yuan combines a plethora of old and new insights, reorganizing them into perfection. So that's how it is. Li Yuan finally understands. This is the true intention of space. Whoosh, waves of invisible spatial fluctuations emanate from Li Yuan, making his entire being appear hazy and ethereal. Boom. Li Yuan's understanding of the entire world undergoes profound changes. Li Yuan opens his eyes, feeling a clear difference in the space within the quiet chamber compared to before. Below the surface layer of the world, weak powers of heaven and earth intermingle with the powers of fire, earth, wind, thunder. The 7 great laws intertwine, together constituting the world. No wonder, space is a higher order law. Space is the origin of all things and spirits, the very foundation of existence. It is space, and without it, nothing exists. Li Yuan now understands this. The origins of the 7 fundamental laws are all operated on the cornerstone of the law origin of space. As 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The space law origin is 1, the 7 fundamental laws origin is 3. And then, all things in the world unfold from there. Thus, for pseudo-gods, contemplating a single law to the 8th stage level allows them to glimpse the existence of space from below to above and then gradually commence the comprehension of its mysteries. Li Yuan muses to himself. Similarly, if one's comprehension of space reaches an extremely high level, then contemplating the 7 fundamental laws from a lofty perspective becomes easier. Because space is the source. Above space, there lies time, Li Yuan contemplates. Time is most mysterious. But Li Yuan does not dwell on it further. The mysteries of time are beyond his current understanding. Li Yuan comes to a realization, as the law power of Earth diffuses around him, and he can't help but smile. Having just grasped the true intention of space, it made the comprehension of other laws easier. But the law of Earth has actually stepped into the 7 stages of perfection just like that. Although Li Yuan's contemplation of the law of Earth had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage high rank, he had not been doing it intentionally over the past year. Yet now, without even realizing it, he has made a breakthrough. I have condensed the life fire source pill with the law of Earth. Li Yuan smiles slightly, finally stepping into the 7 stages of perfection, relying solely on the law of Earth. Now I am at the pseudo-god level. This means, should Li Yuan choose, he could become a pseudo-god in the next moment. Li Yuan rises and exits the quiet chamber with one step, returning to the inside of the eternal hall. Have you comprehended the true intention of space? The silver-haired senior looks at Li Yuan with a smiling expression, well aware of everything Li Yuan has experienced. Thank you, senior, Li Yuan says respectfully. No need to thank me, this is what you deserved, the silver-haired senior says. The true intention of space is something that true gods generally hope to control. But do not be complacent. In the vast world, almost all of the top beings among demigods control the true intention of space. Li Yuan nods in agreement. For instance, Dongfang Alliance leader has also condensed the true intention of space. The true intention of space, although its might only corresponds to the 8-stage standard of an ordinary law, does not seem high, but it is the foundation. You can also receive a mirror of laws now. Do you wish to accept it? The silver-haired elder asks directly. Which law would you like? Wind. The wind law, Li Yuan immediately says, for the 2 mirrors of laws he obtained previously contained the fire law and the earth law, respectively. Good. Walk to the right, into the 3rd divine pillar, the silver-haired elder instructs. Yes. Li Yuan heads straight for the divine pillar and disappears upon touching it. Rumble. The mark formed by soul fragments intertwines with Li Yuan's soul consciousness. The wind law, he becomes completely immersed in it. This is a vast world, where a young man in purple stands in the void, overlooking the grand and prosperous world below. Numerous cities sprinkle the landscape, home to countless living beings. Whoosh! The purple-garmented youth produced a divine spear in his hand, gripping the shaft. He lightly swept towards the void below. It was so light, just as though the long spear was casually flicked. The wind started. In an instant, gust after gust of wind arose between heaven and earth, starting off slight but soon undergoing an incredibly profound change, eventually forming a violent wind that enshrouded the entire heaven and earth. This violent wind enveloped the entire world below. Boom, 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 the ground collapsed. Cities were destroyed, countless creatures wailed, everything within this world, be it life or other matter, was obliterated under the raging wind. Ultimately, the once thriving world had become nothingness, as though it had never existed. Wind. This is the power of wind. Wind, it moves all things, leading to constant reorganization and migration, the birth of life, the emergence of countless oddities. None can do without the power of wind. Li Yuan's consciousness murmured to itself, filled with shock. But wind is also the destroyer of everything. Of course, Li Yuan understood. This mysterious purple-garmented youth, with that one spear thrust, to wield such terrifying might, must have grasped the complete wind law. and also utilized the mysteries of the space law. It's space cutting. Combined with the wind law, it possesses extreme penetrative power. Li Yuan also pondered the direction of space cutting. This was a path completely different from that of Bai He, heavenly god. One created the heavens and earth, the other destroyed them. The three mirrors of laws all provided Li Yuan with completely different experiences, each resonating and intermingling with the others. Li Yuan was fully immersed in cultivation. A whole month later, Li Yuan emerged from the divine pillar, seeming even more enigmatic and elusive. Haha, your comprehension is impressive. To think that a single mirror of laws has elevated your wind law directly to the perfection level of the 7th stage in just one short month. The silver-haired elder laughed. Li Yuan was quick to progress in the space law, which he understood. But to also make such rapid advancement in the basic laws of earth and wind, his comprehension was indeed astonishing. Luck. Li Yuan smiled and said, indeed, there was an element of luck involved. In the space inside that divine pillar, witnessing the world destroying violent wind had a profound impact on Li Yuan. Coupled with the recent condensation of the true intention of space, it unexpectedly led him to a breakthrough in his continual comprehension. Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at the divine palace panel. Skill realm. True intention of space, 8th stage initial rank. Law of earth, 7th stage perfection. Wind law. 7th stage perfection. True meaning of fire, 6th stage perfection. True meaning of water, 6th stage high rank. True meaning of wood, 6th stage initial rank. True meaning of metal, 6th stage initial rank. True meaning of thunder, 6th stage initial rank. It wasn't just the wind law that had made a breakthrough. Li Yuan had imperceptibly stepped into the level of true intent with the 7 fundamental laws he had the least comprehension of. One law conceiving myriad laws, that's what it was. In the year you've spent in the Eternal Hall, you've made great strides in your comprehension of the laws, and your progress will be astonishing in the future. However, to truly unleash their might, you still need to delve deeper into combat secret techniques, said the silver-haired elder. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. He had been continually deducing the comprehension of laws and hadn't yet had time to integrate them. His understanding of the boundary cloud spear was still stuck at the 5th move. But now that the essence of his 3 major laws had undergone transformation, it shouldn't be difficult to grasp the 6th move. Once the 6th move is comprehended, it would qualify as a move of the pseudo-god peak level, and among the countless demigods of the divine fire hall, it is estimated to rank within the top 100. To go higher, one would be among the demigod saint-heirs. Based on Li Yuan's observation, the complexity of their techniques must be comparable to the boundary cloud spear's 7th move. Jing Kui. He was even more terrifying. In terms of law comprehension, I am still far behind the demigod saint-heirs, Li Yuan thought silently. Comparing law comprehension with Jing Kui? That's simply not possible. No helping it, Li Yuan's cultivation time was too short. Although he had cultivated the void true understanding, it required time to exhibit the effects of the perfect star skill. However, law comprehension is only a part of one's strength, Li Yuan reassured himself, believing that in other aspects, he was uniquely powerful. Currently, he already had the potential to seize the ancestral realm order. A few more years, and I can continue to improve, Li Yuan thought. If before entering the Eternal Hall, he was unsure about seizing the ancestral realm order in a few years. Now, Li Yuan had more than 90% confidence, young fellow. Your origin divine artifact has already been forged, take a look. The silver-haired elder suddenly pointed to the void. Origin divine artifact, a very special category of weapons, appears indistinguishable from normal divine artifacts in both appearance and material at first glance. The key lies in its origin essence. It is often an exclusive weapon, refined by an artifact refining heavenly divine, who observes a cultivator's soul essence and cultivation path, specifically for that cultivator. In pursuit of perfect harmony, a semi-divine can use only pseudo-god artifacts at most. Li Yuan held a silver divine spear in his hand. Like my Darkstar divine spear, which was jointly refined by Sister Ji Yu and Chu Bingzhen, it suits me better than most top-grade virtual divine artifacts. However, when compared to an Origin Divine artifact, even the Dark Star Divine Spear is slightly less powerful when executing the same techniques. Just like some powerful absolute secret skills, the might is often the strongest in the hands of the founder. Why? Because it's a perfect fit for oneself. Successors will always fall short to some extent. Other artifacts require nurturing over a period of time when I use them. Li Yuan reflected silently. But this Origin Divine artifact needs no such nurturing. Holding it, Li Yuan felt very comfortable, as if he had been battling alongside it for hundreds of years, in perfect sync with his intentions. A fine weapon. Li Yuan casually swung it, and just a mere movement caused the void to feel as if it were trembling. This was definitely beyond what the Dark Star Divine Spear could achieve. Store your weapon away. The silver-haired elder smiled and said, "Good, you've received all the benefits of a Golden Garment member. Now it's time for you to choose whether to return to your home world or to continue executing the tasks of a Purple Garment member." "Continue executing," Li Yuan answered without hesitation. The silver-haired elder was not surprised. "With your strength, it's not difficult to complete Purple Garment tasks. But you must still be cautious. The Ancestral Realm War on the Juxing continent is not as simple as you imagine." Li Yuan pondered this thought. The first thing that came to mind was the Juxing Divine Elixir. This magical substance that helps awaken the Star Meridian is not mentioned in any of the Divine Realm materials he knew. "Are you ready to leave now, or do you wish to continue staying here?" the silver-haired elder asked. "The flow of time here is the same as on Juxing continent." "You've already spent a year and a half here," the silver-haired elder said. "Predecessor, may I stay longer in the Star Technique space to cultivate?" Li Yuan inquired further. "That quiet chamber, where the mind becomes unprecedentedly calm, is a superb treasure for aiding cultivation." "As you wish. Just don't wander into other divine pillar spaces," the silver-haired elder cautioned. "Also, keep track of the time yourself, if you miss this Ancestral Realm War. If you want to complete the Purple Garment task again, you will have to wait another 500 years. Once you complete the Purple Garment task, you'll get another treasure. Its value should surpass your expectations. I'm off. If you wish to leave, just call out here." The silver-haired elder walked away slowly, hands behind his back, and soon entered one of the divine pillars and disappeared. Li Yuan watched him go. A Purple Garment task. A treasure beyond my imagination? What could it be? Li Yuan's curiosity piqued, and he made a firm decision to triumph in the Ancestral Realm War. There is a little more than 5 years left until the Ancestral Realm War. Origin power and Star Technique, I've already cultivated to the extreme, filled with fighting spirit, Li Yuan said. Next, I will continue to reflect on the laws and refine my spear technique. His comprehension of the laws has greatly advanced, but yet to be transformed into strength. His own spear technique is only equivalent to the pseudo-god intermediate rank standard. Whoosh! Li Yuan stowed his long spear and directly entered the Star Technique Divine Pillar, sitting cross-legged in the quiet chamber, immersing himself in the mysteries of the Boundary Cloud Spear, attempting to combine the 3 laws into one. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Li Yuan felt that his cultivation had reached its current peak, and that continuing to practice would no longer be very effective. Might as well return to Juxing continent. Alongside cultivation, I can also complete some trial tasks and accumulate more treasures, Li Yuan thought to himself. Without hesitation, with a thought, Li Yuan once again emerged from the Star Technique Divine Pillar. But this time, the silver-haired elder was no longer waiting in the temple. Predecessor, I wish to go back and continue with the mission, Li Yuan called out loudly. The next moment, an invisible ripple enveloped Li Yuan, mysterious and vast, and with a shift in space and time, Li Yuan disappeared within the majestic temple. In the vast and broad Dragon Blood realm, within an inconspicuous mountain range and gorge. Whoosh! Li Yuan appeared out of thin air. I've returned already. What kind of divine skills are these? Even though I have condensed the true intention of space, I'm still unable to detect any traces, Li Yuan marveled in recognition. Immediately afterward, Li Yuan sensed in his spiritual world, next to the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, there was still a golden token. With a little sensing, Li Yuan received the message from the token. Once activated, if you have completed the purple garment task, you may return to Eternal Hall. If not, you will immediately return to your home world. Return command. Thus said, could this be an item for preserving life? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. If he encounters an unavoidable danger, he could just activate the return command. True gods should not be able to stop it. Whether heavenly gods can stop it or not, Li Yuan was not sure. But if I use the return command before completing the Ancestral Realm War, it would be tantamount to failing the purple garment task, Li Yuan thought to himself. This can only be a last resort. Whoosh! Li Yuan looked up at the surrounding mountain ranges. The place he was in was where he left 2.5 years ago. His now enhanced perception ability, due to his mastery of the true intention of space, allowed him to easily observe details thousands of kilometers away. Divine sense inquiry was precise, but limited in scope, whereas spatial awareness was a bit fuzzier, but had a much broader range. I have returned. Those 2 soul lanterns should have been reignited by now. Li Yuan looked towards the void. Brother Zhang Yuan should already know. If he wants to find me, he will seek me out for a talk. I wonder what kind of thoughts Brother Zhang Yuan will have knowing that I have condensed the true intention of space. Li Yuan revealed a trace of a smile. Whoosh! Li Yuan flew up into the sky, his figure flickered, easily surpassing the speed of 50 kilometers per second. And this was not even Li Yuan going all out. Speed alone. At full power, Li Yuan's speed surpasses that of the vast majority of peak pseudo-god powerhouses. After more than 2 years of concealed cultivation in Eternal Hall, Li Yuan's strength has changed dramatically. First, I'll complete the trial mission of Dragon Blood Realm. Li Yuan thought, and swiftly disappeared at the edge of the horizon. Inside Zhu Xing Ancient City, deep within the Law Enforcement Temple's hall. Deputy City Lord Zhang Yuan, the soul lamp of Saint Heir Shu Yuan has lit up again. A message suddenly reached Zhang Yuan. Based on the rough location, it can be deduced that Saint Heir Shu Yuan should be in the Dragon Blood Realm now. Zhang Yuan slightly opened his eyes, thinking to himself. The soul lamp is lit? Has he returned? All right, I got it. Zhang Yuan True God responded to the message. Zhang Yuan True God initially wanted to activate the communication token that Li Yuan left with him to inquire. But after some consideration, Zhang Yuan True God decided not to. If there really is something important, Shu Yuan will naturally communicate with me. Zhang Yuan True God thought to himself. As long as he comes back alive, that's good. Although Shu Yuan's rapid growth made Zhang Yuan True God increasingly value him. Deep down, Zhang Yuan True God still believed in, the strong shall empower themselves. I should still focus on my own cultivation. Zhang Yuan True God gently closed his eyes. I am already on the verge of condensing the will of space law, and I have even created an absolute combat technique for heavenly divine. Why can't I comprehend the great Tao of fire law? In terms of the height of law realm, Zhang Yuan True God reached the level of heavenly God hundreds of years ago. To ascend to heavenly God, one must fully comprehend a law of the great Tao. As Enshi heavenly God's direct disciple, the law he primarily contemplates is naturally the fire law. This last step has held Zhang Yuan True God back for thousands of years. Dragon Blood Realm. Over a vast lake, a giant figure clad in black combat armor, standing about 100 meters tall, is engaged in a terrifying confrontation with a massive dragon beast. Boom! The earthy yellow airflow enveloped the world in all directions, its terrifying might causing the water of the lake within 100 kilometers to ripple and vanish in waves. The numerous sediments at the bottom of the lake were all stirred up simultaneously, violently vibrating. This was just the suppression of the domain. Those raging earthy yellow streams of air that fell on the purple dragon beast were like scraping and could not penetrate its defense. Whoosh! The black armored giant clenched his fist, his large frame moving as fast as lightning, and with a punch, it seemed as though the surrounding space was completely engulfed, filled with a terrifying force. A demigod? Where did such a strong demigod come from? The purple dragon beast roared in its heart. It, too, swung its limbs swiftly like a pillar of heaven, fiercely smashing towards the fist. The two collided in an instant. Boom! Fist and limb collided, the space at the center of impact faintly twisted, and the horrifying aftermath instantaneously shook in all directions, causing the surface of the lake over 1,000 kilometers to continually ripple. Countless creatures in the lake were killed instantly. Even some demigod-level dragon beasts, in their panic-stricken flight, died before they could escape the combat zone. Divine-level combatants, easily devastating the world. Boom! Boom! The two sides fought fiercely, clashing head-on with each other. Each flash traversed 70 to 80 kilometers, the intense shock spreading thousands of kilometers, causing the vast lake to tremble continuously. Suddenly, the purple dragon beast swung its limb, and actually sent the black-armored giant flying back, flung over 100 kilometers before violently crashing into the lake, causing a sky-high splash. Fighting without using weapons, without using soul attacks, to purely clash head-on and win against a level 54 dragon beast does seem a bit difficult, Li Yuan said excitedly as he eyed the purple dragon beast, but it sure is thrilling. This frenzied battle was purely for Li Yuan to temper his own combat techniques. Real combat is very important, as it can more swiftly reveal many of one's own weaknesses. Human. Leave at once, the purple dragon beast roared. Just a semi-divine realm, to be able to fight with me. You are indeed powerful, but you cannot possibly kill me. Is that so? I have finished tempering, it's time for you to depart. Li Yuan bared a smile, and instantly, a silver-long spear appeared in his hand, the Silver Moon Divine Spear. This was the name Li Yuan gave to his origin divine artifact. What? The purple dragon beast felt uneasy, sensing a lethal threat from that seemingly ordinary silver spear. Swish! Li Yuan instantly produced dozens of phantom bodies. With the phantoms intertwining, the true body of Li Yuan holding the long spear had already appeared beside the purple dragon beast. The speed was so fast that the beast had not even had time to react. What kind of movement technique is this? The purple dragon beast was completely baffled, unable to discern even one of the phantoms. How could it know that, after condensing the true intention of space, Li Yuan's execution of Myriad Shadows Void had become even more terrifying? Quicksand Shadow. With a thrust of his spear, the tip traced across the vast sky, causing the void itself to reveal a clear trail. The sixth move of Boundary Cloud Spear, Quicksand Shadow. Within the overwhelming and true or false spear techniques, the mightiest spear shadow flickered by like a phantom. Sputter, under the impact of the spear light, the power was frightening. With the purple dragon beast completely unguarded, the spear light easily tore through its abdominal scales and defenses, creating a massive wound. An abundance of fresh blood splattered forth. How could this be? This spear technique. The purple dragon beast was completely dumbfounded, its eyes filled with fear. Peak of pseudo-god level? A demigod able to unleash the strength of a peak of pseudo-god? What kind of monster is this? From where? Sensing the presence of Lu Bing. After communicating, it was known that Lu Bing had awakened the 8-star veins and her strength was growing rapidly. A demigod with the strength of a pseudo-god peak. How profound must their law comprehension be? The purple dragon beast was furious and astonished. During the recent confrontation, the strength of this human demigod had already shocked him, with full spectrum suppression in domains, movement technique, and many other aspects. Only when both parties engaged in brute force did they seem on par. But at that moment, the purple dragon beast was not afraid. After all, a pseudo-god has much stronger life-preserving abilities. But what about now? Li Yuan's attack strength was too much stronger. Weapon? Is it that long spear? But I sense it's just a pseudo-god artifact, not a true god instrument. The purple dragon beast could not figure it out, but he did not wish to ponder any longer. To fight again would mean life-threatening danger. Flee swiftly. Otherwise, there's a real possibility I might die here. The purple dragon beast leveraged his power to soar backward rapidly, trying to escape. Haha, without using the Silver Moon Divine Spear to perform the Boundary Cloud Spear, 6th move, my attack power would only be on the level of the 54th rank. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed slightly. Once I use it, indeed, there's a huge increase, comparable to the 55th rank, reaching the baseline level of pseudo-god peak. A 55th rank pseudo-god compared to a 54th would not only be stronger in terms of power level but also reach a higher sophistication in techniques, jumping from the initial rank of the 8th stage to the intermediate rank, greatly enhancing the overall strength. A normal 7-star veins demigod, having cultivated the 9-layer body refining technique, can burst with strength comparable to a 51st rank pseudo-god. Therefore, demigod saint heirs like Yan Dong and Dong Pan, with their comprehension of techniques close to the pseudo-god limit, can possess the strength of the 54th rank. Exceptional demigods mitigate their physical shortcomings with their comprehension of the laws. What about Li Yuan? As a 9-star pulse demigod, once his cultivation of star technique reached its limit and, in the state of performing all things divine body and heaven and earth river, his strength was already comparable to that of a 54th rank pseudo-god. The super strong foundational strength is just one aspect of the advantage that the 9-star pulse offers. The mastery of several 9-layer star techniques will turn a 9-star pulse demigod into something extremely terrifying in all aspects. Take Li Yuan as an example. Using the Silver Moon Divine Spear, it seems that his attack only reaches the 55th rank standard, but combined with Myriad Shadows Void, the threat is far greater than any other pseudo-god peak. Thinking of escaping? Whoosh! Li Yuan's phantom bodies interwove, each flash moving him 100 kilometers, and with domain suppression, he was already closing in on the purple dragon beast again, making it impossible for it to flee. Subsequently, Li Yuan once more unleashed a sky-covering assault with his long spear. The might was much stronger than when first demonstrated in the classroom. How can he have so many phantoms? To maintain so many true illusion bodies? Completely indistinguishable to me. Even other Dragon Beast brothers who practice Windlaw phantoms couldn't achieve this, the purple dragon beast thought anxiously as he desperately waved his hooves to defend. Boom, boom, boom. The silver moon spear, like a silver serpent, weaved through the void. Li Yuan's dozens of phantom bodies, along with his unpredictable spear technique, made it impossible for the dragon beast to evade, with almost every strike causing significant injury to it. In a blink of an eye, this purple dragon beast was now riddled with wounds all over its massive body, with terrifying gashes, and even its skull had been blasted away by half. The purple dragon beast struggled to restore its body. The pseudo-god's soul, fused with divine fire. Even if its body was destroyed, it would not directly perish, but the bodily injuries would affect the circulation of origin power, burst of strength, etc. For instance, in star techniques, strength originates from the movement of the star meridian corresponding to the technique inside the body. If the body is damaged, the star meridians would naturally be affected as well. Therefore, as the battle continued, the purple exotic beast's ability to resist grew weaker and weaker, its body's damage simply couldn't keep up with the healing rate. No. No. The purple exotic beast roared in agony. Respected human sir, spare me, spare me. I am willing to offer all my treasures, and I can also provide you with information on other dragon beasts. The purple exotic beast urgently telepathically transmitted. It was indeed desperate. It had never encountered peak pseudo-god experts. Whether they were humans or dragon beasts, it had clashed with them before. But it had never encountered such an abnormal opponent. The attacks were clearly only of a level 55 standard, but the flying speed was extremely fast, the domain was powerful, and with the numerous phantom bodies, the threat level was at least 10 times that of other peak pseudo-god experts. Whoosh, 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 the spear shadows shifted. Li Yuan simply ignored its pleas for mercy and continued to attack frantically. In Li Yuan's eyes, this purple dragon beast was just a dumb, living target, posing no threat to him whatsoever. The two sides fought again. More accurately, it was a one-sided assault. No. The purple dragon beast was completely desperate, as it let out a painful roar in its heart. Boom. The purple dragon beast chose to ignite its divine fire within its body, which was the perfect combination explosion of the soul, will, and origin power core. Self-destruction. If it had been suppressed by some treasures, such as perfectly operating divine artifact chains or some sealing secret treasures, With sealing power infiltrating its body, it would have been difficult to perform self-destruction. But in a direct confrontation like this, Li Yuan couldn't stop the opponent from self-destructing. Boom boom boom, in the heavens and the earth, it was as if a miniature sun had appeared instantaneously, unbearably hot, with the terrifying aftermath impacting in all directions, the layers of yellowish-brown gas formed by the heaven and earth river domain being obliterated, the lake waters and rocks on the earth also being continuously annihilated. The self-destruction of a near-peak pseudo-god expert was incredibly terrifying. The purple dragon beast, in its despair, hoped to inflict damage upon this detestable human semi-divine by self-destructing. After all, a semi-divine's ability to save itself was much weaker, but in the instant it self-destructed. Void true understanding of void travel. Li Yuan's figure had already become blurry in an instant, merging into the void completely like flowing light, fleeing hundreds of kilometers away. Then he was finally caught up by the terrifying aftermath of the self-destruction. Boom boom boom. The terrifying force of the impact, through the heaven and earth river domain, struck Li Yuan's body. However, at such a distance, the impact waves might had already weakened a great deal. With the double weakening of the domain and the combat armor, the residual force of the impact was very small, unable to cause any damage to Li Yuan. Void true understanding truly possesses endless might. Li Yuan withstood the self-destruction impact and couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. As a 10th layer star technique, Void True Understanding has 3 major powers. First, it greatly increases Li Yuan's compatibility with the origin of the space law, which is its core function. Second, it enhances the might of Li Yuan's use of the mysteries of space, though the effect is not very significant. Third, there is void travel. In this state, Li Yuan's origin power consumption would soar, but his entire being would seem to have utilized a 9-layer escape technique, Heavenly God Feather, with a terrifyingly extreme flight speed. Without using void travel, my flying speed has already surpassed most at the peak of pseudo-god, Li Yuan thought to himself. Once I deploy it, I fear that even limit experts might not compare with me. This is the terror of the 10th layer star technique. Just an auxiliary effect of it is already comparable to a combat perfect star skill. Of course, once activated, it consumes a huge amount of origin power. After all, Li Yuan is only at level 49.9, and even though the 9 star veins maintain operation, he can't sustain the use for long. Going all out, in terms of escape skill speed, at the same rank, apart from top wind elemental divine beasts like Little Ice, probably no one can catch up with me, Li Yuan thought to himself. He swiftly gathered the numerous treasures left by the remnants of the purple dragon beast, then broke open its chest to take out the dragon crystal. Whoosh! Li Yuan vanished in a flash, quickly disappearing at the end of the void. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Li Yuan walked the dragon blood realm, constantly hunting pseudo-god level dragon beasts. Even though he was very cautious, traveling millions of kilometers before killing one pseudo-god level dragon beast, it still caused a stir among the dragon beast tribes of this vast territory. First, although the dragon blood realm is immense, the number of pseudo-god level dragon beasts is limited. In an extremely short time, dozens have perished, which is quite astonishing. Second, the news that a human semi-divine has erupted with the power of the peak of pseudo-god was too eye-catching, also making the news spread even faster. Whoosh! As Li Yuan flew through the void, he overlooked the boundless land below, also sensing the more distant lands. Time to search for the next prey. Li Yuan pondered. Actual combat hones the spear technique. The level 56 dragon beast I encountered a few days ago, although I couldn't kill it, did improve my spear skills. Continuing this killing journey, accumulating experience, one day I will be able to comprehend the 7th move of Boundary Cloud Spear. Comprehension of laws and the mystery of moves are 2 different things. Just in terms of the standard of one law of the Great Tao, Li Yuan's status in the earth, wind, and space aspect is not particularly high. Even though he has condensed the true intention of space, his understanding of the space Tao is only about the level of the initial rank of 8th stage, middle rank pseudo-god. But the combat techniques and moves are the expressions of law comprehension. The combination of the three laws has allowed Li Yuan to easily comprehend the sixth move of Boundary Cloud Spear, a move standard comparable to the peak of Pseudo-God. In terms of the mystery of moves, I am slightly weaker than the semi-divine Saint Heirs, Li Yuan revealed a smile. But relying on the advantages of origin power and star techniques, not even Jing Kui may be my opponent. To comprehend the seventh move of Boundary Cloud Spear, in the Battle of the Ancestral Realm, Li Yuan is destined to sweep through all opponents. But it is difficult. After all, the seventh move of Boundary Cloud Spear is at the level of a move for limit experts. Senior brother Zhang Yuan is looking for me? Li Yuan secretly thought, is it my time to be summoned? In the Divine Fire Hall of Juxing Ancient City, within Li Yuan's mansion. Inside a special palace. Rustle, an abundance of light and shadow converged, forming a phantom of Li Yuan. It was the activation of the token he had left behind. All members of the Divine Fire Hall, when venturing out, would leave similar tokens to ensure timely contacts during critical moments. Deputy City Lord, Kai Yong True God, Li Yuan's phantom saw Zhang Yuan True God and the Kai Yong True God at his side, and he bowed in salute. Are you well? Zhang Yuan True God asked directly. I am well, Li Yuan nodded. Shu Yuan, the human semi-divine who has been wantonly slaughtering pseudo-god-level dragon beasts in the Dragonblood realm recently, is it you? Kai Yong True God could not help but ask. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, in these past few months, I have only killed less than 40 pseudo-god-level dragon beasts. That shouldn't be considered many, right? Are you saying that it's me? Li Yuan could not help but ask. Upon hearing this sentence, Zhang Yuan True God and Kai Yong True God both fell silent. That's not considered many? Are pseudo-god-level dragon beasts so common as cabbages? However, both of the true gods still found it slightly unbelievable in their hearts. Is it really Li Yuan? The news they had just received from the Dragonblood realm was just suspicious and not entirely certain. After all, although Li Yuan was ranked 11th in the last semi-divine ranking battle, it was based on his strong soul attack. If it was about material attack methods, Li Yuan was also just at the level of hundreds within the Divine Fire Hall. And the intelligence they had got was that the human semi-divine slaughtering in the Dragonblood realm had achieved material attack power at the peak of pseudo-god level. Just that, there weren't many members of the Divine Fire Hall venturing in the Divine Fire Hall from Juxing Ancient City at the moment. That's why they quickly questioned Li Yuan. Li Yuan's response also silenced them. Less than 40? The intelligence they controlled reported that the human semi-divine had killed over 20. Shu Yuan, does your strength truly compare with the peak of pseudo-god? Kai Yong True God could not help but ask. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. There wasn't much to hide about that. Zhang Yuan True God and Kai Yong True God exchanged looks. Even Zhang Yuan True God, who had high hopes, was somewhat inexplicably shocked at this moment. How much time has passed? It hasn't even been 3 years since the last ranking battle. Shu Yuan, stop the slaughter and come back immediately, Kai Yong True God said directly. The dragon beast tribes in the Dragonblood realm have secretly joined forces to set traps. According to the intelligence we have received, even true divine level dragon beasts are aware of this, and are intent on killing you. So we hurried to question you. True God? Li Yuan was momentarily surprised. He knew that hunting pseudo-god dragon beasts would definitely have an impact. But he did not expect to provoke a true god-level dragon beast so soon. After all, according to the intelligence, the Dragonblood realm is comparable to dozens of divine kingdoms in size, with tens of thousands of pseudo-god-level dragon beasts. Don't be surprised. Zhang Yuan True God said, if you were a pseudo-god, constantly changing identities and disguises, even killing so many pseudo-god-level dragon beasts would at most cause some disturbances, since the dragon beasts near death can't replicate your soul aura. But you are a demigod, and even if you change disguises, the aura of a demigod cannot be concealed, naturally attracting attention. Explained Zhang Yuan True God. Li Yuan instantly understood. Then I'll come right back, said Li Yuan immediately. No need. Zhang Yuan True God shook his head, Just stay where you are and send me your location details. I will order Mojo True God to come for you. The Dragon Beast clan has already set their pieces in play. If you travel alone, your movements will likely be exposed easily. All right. Li Yuan nodded. After sending his approximate location details, Li Yuan, who was in the Dragon Blood realm, did not move but stayed in the same place and continued to ponder over the profoundness of the spear technique. The Boundary Cloud Spear, 6th move, Quicksand Shadow, is in reality a burst of the wind and space laws combined, creating a move dreamy like fog, aiming for unpredictability, not necessarily absolute attack might. Li Yuan mused, my version of Quicksand Shadow is primarily based on space law. The 7th move focuses on absolute burst, absolute might. Li Yuan thought silently, to fathom this move, I should primarily rely on the comprehension of space cutting. Space Dao is vast, encompassing many aspects, and Li Yuan's main comprehension directions are space cutting and world. But the method is merely a guide. All combat secret skills ultimately need to adapt to the individual, Li Yuan pondered. Having studied the Boundary Cloud Spear, till now, the moves Li Yuan has fathomed have already diverged significantly from the original. It is foreseeable that the difference will only grow greater. Until one day, when Li Yuan reaches a high realm, and the countless combat secret skills and absolute skills he encounters are no longer suitable for him, he will need to create his own combat techniques. However, for Li Yuan, who is only at the pseudo-god level in law comprehension, discussing such matters is somewhat premature. Creating combat secret skills and absolute skills is something almost exclusively done by true God Peak experts who have nearly fully grasped the Great Tao. As Li Yuan calmly waited for Mojo True God's arrival, inside Zhu Xing Ancient City, Kai Yang, the news about Shu Yuan's strength must not leak out, Zhang Yuan True God said gravely. Understood. Kai Yang True God nodded, aware of the importance. Earlier, Li Yuan had already attracted attention from various major powers in the world through his use of soul attacks to defeat several demigod saint-heirs in the ranking battles. If the news of Shu Yuan possessing pseudo-god peak strength were to spread, it would only cause greater upheaval. After all, how old is Shu Yuan? Deputy City Lord Kai Yang True God expressed his puzzlement. Even if we delay, once the battle in the ancestral realm takes place, news about Shu Yuan will be exposed, right? Let's worry about it then. It's better to delay as long as possible, Zhang Yuan True God said. Delaying each day counts. Exposed during the ancestral realm battle. According to Zhang Yuan True God's estimation, by the time that comes, it won't be long before Yuan has completely left this world. Exhale. After entrusting Kai Yang True God with the task, Zhang Yuan True God left the Divine Fire Hall and quickly arrived at a grand mansion within the inner city. As the Deputy City Lord, his passage was unhindered. Only stopping when he reached the innermost palace, Zhang Yuan True God respectfully said, City Lord. What is it? The voice of Tai Yu Heavenly God came from deep within the palace. At the same time, an invisible wave enveloped the corridor, preventing others from hearing their conversation. Just received news from the Dragon Blood realm, Zhang Yuan True God said. Shu Yuan in the field of material attacks has already reached pseudo-god peak strength. Pseudo-god peak? In material attacks? The voice of Tai Yu Heavenly God expressed surprise. Are you sure? Powerful as a heavenly god. Even hearing this news seems somewhat unbelievable. Absolutely certain, Zhang Yuan True God said. I have personally asked Shu Yuan, and there are already level 55 dragon beasts that have fallen to his hands. I have ordered Mojo True God to fetch him, to prevent the information from leaking, and I will personally verify it once Shu Yuan returns. All right. I trust your actions, Tai Yu Heavenly God slowly said. Previously appointing Zhang Yuan True God as the Law Enforcement Temple Hall Master was not only because of his strength but also because Tai Yu Heavenly God deeply trusted his handling of various affairs. Last time, I had informed the City Lord, hoping to exchange that secret treasure, Zhang Yuan True God said. I see that Shu Yuan is now at a time when his strength is rapidly advancing and needs to venture to various places, fighting with potent adversaries to temper himself. But if demigod status ventures, he might encounter many unexpected dangers. Tempering and unexpected dangers are different. For example, in the Dragonblood realm, Li Yuan fighting with pseudo-god dragon beasts, even if encountering a pseudo-god limit dragon beast, was part of tempering. If he died, it could only be attributed to inferior skill. But if the information leaked, leading other Foss's true gods to specifically hunt him down, that would be unexpected danger. Once he fully unleashes his strength, Chongqing Ancient City will likely make a move, Zhang Yuan True God said, so, I want to exchange that secret treasure for him in advance. Getting it early from the treasure vault. I have no objections. The voice of Tai Yu Heavenly God was grand, but you must also understand that secret treasure is generally usable by true gods. Even though Shu Yuan has amazing talent in the soul path, having become a demigod not long ago, can he use it? I want to give it to him now, not hoping that he can utilize its effects, but just hoping. Zhang Yuan True God revealed his purpose. Yes. If you have made up your mind, then go to the treasury to exchange it yourself, said Tai Yu Heavenly God. Thank you, City Lord. Li Yuan had been adventuring in the Dragonblood realm for quite some time. He was already very far from the branch of Zhuxing Ancient City. Therefore, even Mojo True God, upon receiving the message, hurried over non-stop and still took 2 days. Shu Yuan Saint Air, Mojo True God descended from the void, heading straight for the approximate location of Li Yuan. Mojo True God. Li Yuan also soared into the sky, greeting Mojo True God who approached him with a smile on his face. Haha. Shu Yuan Saint Air is truly formidable. In just a few years, to be able to unleash the strength at the peak of pseudo-god, impressive. Impressive. Mojo True God said enthusiastically. Now, among the countless talents in the Divine Fire Hall, probably only Jing Kui can compare with you, Shu Yuan. However, Jing Kui has trained for hundreds of years to achieve this. Mojo True God sighed. How long have you been training, Shu Yuan Saint Air? Your future is certainly far beyond his. These words made Li Yuan somewhat embarrassed. The words were true, but Mojo True God seemed a bit too enthusiastic. When they first met, his attitude was good, but not like this. Mojo True God, let's leave this place first, Li Yuan couldn't help but say. Haha, the Saint Air is right. Mojo True God nodded and laughed. Let's head back to the branch first. This area is indeed dangerous. I encountered a true god-level dragon beast on my way here, but luckily it didn't dare to confront me. True god-level dragon beast? Li Yuan was secretly shocked and also somewhat relieved. Luckily, if he had continued his reckless slaughter and encountered it, he might have had to use the return command, or the dimension transmission order. He now had a chance of survival when encountering a limit expert of pseudo-god. If he faced a true god, it would be certain death. Let's go. Mojo True God waved his hand, invisible force enveloping them, and the two soared into the sky. 2 days later, in the branch of Zhuxing Ancient City within the Dragonblood realm. Whoosh! With a rush of brilliant light soaring into the sky, the transmission array lost the trace of Li Yuan and became empty once again. Outside the transmission array, the smile on Mojo True God's face faded. Mojo, why is your behavior different this time compared to last time? A casual voice rang inside his mind. Didn't you say last time that there is no need to get close to Shu Yuan? But this time you were too polite and even gave him 50 pseudo-god level dragon crystals, so that's not just getting close, it is more like currying favor. You even made up that you encountered a true god level dragon beast on the way. It's different. Mojo True God shook his head. Last time I was reluctant, because in normal circumstances, by the time he holds great power, I would probably already be gone, making it meaningless, but now. It's only been 3 years since he became a semi-divine, right? Mojo True God's eyes shone. To already possess the strength at the peak of pseudo-god. What kind of talent is that? Can you imagine? The casual voice was stunned. Even the legendary Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, I feel, does not practice as quickly as Shu Yuan, Mojo True God said solemnly. Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent? No way. The casual voice couldn't help saying, in the legends, The Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent could grasp a great Tao in a few hundred years, achieving the peak of true God very quickly. I trust my judgment, Mojo True God spoke gravely. Perhaps the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent can become a peak true God faster, but once its divine blood potential is exhausted. The speed of ascending to Heavenly God is definitely not as fast as Shu Yuan's. I bet Shu Yuan can break through the Heavenly God bottleneck quickly. That is true, the casual voice spoke. The rapid growth of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent is due to extremely powerful ancestral blood. In my lifetime, becoming a Heavenly God is hopeless, but before I pass away, I might be able to see Shu Yuan become a Heavenly God. Thus, getting close to him might bring some benefits. Mojo True God spoke softly. Even if destined to end his life, but before death, he also had many unfulfilled wishes, some wishes only a Heavenly God could accomplish. This was the reason why Mojo True God's attitude towards Li Yuan had drastically changed. Juxing Realm. Whoosh! The brilliance dissipated, and Li Yuan emerged from the transmission array, shaking his head to himself. This Mojo True God is really enthusiastic, to directly give away 50 pseudo-god level dragon crystals. I felt bad not accepting them. You should know, Li Yuan had only managed to obtain less than 40 pseudo-god level dragon crystals through hard-fought battles before. Li Yuan also understood the other's intentions, merely knowing his strength, the other wanted to get close to him. Sigh. Li Yuan didn't think too deeply, as with the improvement in his strength, he could also manage to handle some key gifts. Junior brother, have you already returned to Juxing Realm? Come to me quickly. Li Yuan received a transmission from Zhang Yuan True God. Li Yuan did not return the quest but headed straight to the law enforcement temple, encountering many pseudo-god level Juxing guards along the way. Shu Yuan, Saint Heir. Saint Heir. Many pseudo-god level Juxing guards saluted him, and over the years, Li Yuan's name had spread throughout the entire Juxing ancient city. Most people knew of his existence. I distinctly heard before that Saint Heir Shu Yuan had fallen. That must be false news. I heard too, saying that he hasn't shown up for several years. It's quite normal for a genius of his caliber to make a venture into some minor world, some pseudo-gods whispered after saluting. Upon reaching the entrance of the law enforcement temple, Saint Heir Shu Yuan, the commander outside lit up, hastening forward with a respectful salute. You haven't been here for several years. Hushan commander. Li Yuan also showed a smile. I've been in concealed cultivation, only recently had some time. The deputy city lord has sent a message. Hushan commander smiled. You can directly enter the main hall. Thank you. Li Yuan nodded. Passing through corridors and side halls, Li Yuan alone stepped deep into the hall. The hall was still empty, with only Zhang Yuan True God seated cross-legged alone. Brother. Li Yuan gave a respectful salute. Whoosh. Zhang Yuan True God opened his eyes, showing a smile. It's good you're back safely. When we met a few days ago, Kai Yang True God was there, so it wasn't easy to ask you many things. Not seeing you for years and you've grown so quickly, it seems your return to the divine realm brought great gains. I did have some gains. Li Yuan spoke vaguely. Mainly, I've perfected the star technique to its limits and deduced some new moves and secret techniques. New moves and secret techniques? Show them to me. Let me see. Zhang Yuan True God suddenly said. No need to summon origin power. Yes. Li Yuan did not hesitate and took out an ordinary long spear. With just a forward dash, he became nearly invisible, faintly merging into space itself. Tear. The long spear traced a dazzling light through the void, like a sand illusion, exceedingly splendid. If he were to summon the full burst of star technique origin power, this spear move would be enough to make space tremble. Zoom. After performing this spear move, Li Yuan's aura quickly returned to normal. Please evaluate, brother. Li Yuan said respectfully, feeling quite proud in his heart. 8 years ago, when he first arrived at the Juxing continent, his spear technique was only at the semi-divine limit level. 8 years later, it is already comparable to the moves at the pseudo-god peak level, an improvement not to be underestimated. Not bad. Zhang Yuan True God, with his profound insight, sensed it slightly and judged immediately, his eyes lighting up. Shu Yuan, have you condensed the true intention of space? Yes, I achieved it a year ago. Li Yuan nodded, not hiding it. Haha, excellent. Zhang Yuan, true god, expressed feelingly. You indeed have an incredible talent on the path of space Dao. I thought it was good enough that you could condense the true intention of space during the battle in Ancestral Realm. Excellent. Li Yuan listened. True intention of space, something many true gods haven't even condensed. True intention of space, although not very high in terms of absolute height, has just stepped into the 8th stage level. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. But the space law is extremely important. It's the source of all paths, making it easier to integrate with the 7 fundamental laws, thereby creating stronger secret techniques. For instance, a powerhouse, if sensing the law of water, law of fire, trying to combine the water and fire laws together would be difficult. But if one can grasp some mysteries of space and then combine them together, it becomes much easier. Zhang Yuan, true god, spoke solemnly. Li Yuan understood this point. Ever since delving into the space Dao, integrating the earth and wind laws also became incredibly smooth, allowing him to quickly conceive the boundary cloud spear, 6th move. Your strength is already strong. Seizing the ancestral realm order is no longer too difficult for you. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. But I hope your goal should shift, not only to seize the ancestral realm order but also to strive to showcase even stronger strength in the ancestral realm. Li Yuan was startled. Showcase even stronger strength? What does this mean? This is just my conjecture. Ancestral realm is the place opened by the founders of our world. The operation of ancestral realm only allows demigods to enter, but the ancestral realm order is just a basis. The stronger your strength, the greater your likely final gain might be. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. Li Yuan listened. Ancestral realm indeed was mysterious. Having been in the core ranks of Zhuxing ancient city for so long, every dossier mentioned the ancestral realm. To strengthen yourself, just closed door cultivation is not enough. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. You need to see more landscapes, even battle against more pseudo-god powerhouses. In life and death combat, it may be more effective than us true gods instructing you. Right. Li Yuan nodded continuously. His own battles against many pseudo-god level dragon beasts indeed yielded significant improvement. Every pseudo-god has different comprehended laws, cultivates different absolute secret skills, and even their fighting methods evolved differently. In life and death combat, it's easy to provoke introspection within oneself. But life and death combat is very dangerous, especially due to your special identity. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. In this world, the places overrun by vast numbers of pseudo-gods are limited. Dragon Blood Realm is one of them. If you venture there at a demigod level, it might not be long before you draw the attention of various powers. At that time, you'll face endless assassination attempts. Assassination? Li Yuan couldn't help but recall the previous time he was assassinated by a pseudo-god when his fame wasn't that great. Where there are people, there are conflicts. This world, resources, treasures, territories are limited. Zhuxing ancient city has enemies too. Not encountering assassination so far is only because Zhuxing ancient city is absolutely safe. Other forces cannot easily infiltrate. The most likely to assassinate you, one is Chongqing ancient city. Zhang Yuan, true god, continued slowly. Especially you are nominally under my command. The risk of assassination is even higher. After all, I am a disciple of Anqi heavenly god, and this matter is not a great secret among the highest echelons of the universe. The 2 heavenly gods of Chongqing ancient city are aware of it. But they can't do anything to me. Li Yuan, as if in a trance. His bargain of a master, Anqi heavenly god, had heavenly divine enemies in Chongqing ancient city. Next, there is the remaining force of the Beast Sea sacred land. Zhang Yuan, true god, said. This holy land was only destroyed by Zhuxing ancient city tens of thousands of years ago. Although the Beast Sea heavenly divine is dead, there are probably some true gods remaining, and even more pseudo-godsa. If there's a chance, they wouldn't mind eliminating you. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. He had read through the records. Tens of thousands of years ago, this universe had 7 great holy lands. but now there are 6 great holy lands. Holy lands are usually founded by heavenly divine beings who do not belong to the 3 great starry sky ancient cities. Since heavenly divine beings are powerful, Starry Sky Ancient City would rather not go to war with holy lands but would wait for each holy land to perish. Over the long years, many holy lands born in this universe have mostly perished. However, some holy lands with great ambition attempted to challenge the authority of the 3 great Starry Sky Ancient Cities, and that would trigger a war. The Beast Sea Sacred Land was destroyed in this manner. So, I have specifically exchanged a treasure for you. This treasure was originally intended to be given to you when you leave this universe. But you've been growing so fast, and for the next 4 years or more, with it, you should be able to better grind yourself. Zhang Yuan True God said solemnly, this treasure is worth much more than the Lingyuan Bu fruit, and even surpasses ordinary heavenly god artifacts. It should be the last treasure I've prepared for you. In the past, it has also caused countless true gods to fight fiercely over it in this universe, eventually being obtained by a heavenly god of that generation in Zhuxing Ancient City and placed in the treasury. Over the long epochs, in this era, there are probably few true gods or heavenly divines who remember it anymore. Li Yuan listened with bated breath. Surpassing heavenly god artifacts. Inciting numerous true gods to battle? What kind of treasure is this? Is elder brother Zhang Yuan this generous? What Li Yuan didn't know was that Zhang Yuan True God truly paid a great price to acquire this treasure. It is a soul magical treasure, and also belongs to naturally born Dao treasures. Zhang Yuan True God waved his hand towards the void on one side. Whoosh, a fire-red irregular stone appeared out of the void. Yes, a stone. At first glance, it looked like one of those common red stones found in a river. But with just one look, Li Yuan felt his soul trembling, as if an ordinary person had suddenly encountered a fierce tiger at close range, instinctively feeling a chill in their courage. Soul magical treasure? Li Yuan held his breath, feeling that just a slight eruption of the red stone would probably cause his soul to burst. Too terrifying. This red stone is not a man-made weapon but an oddity naturally nurtured by the universe. Zhang Yuan True God said, only with the operation of the origin of the great Tao can such terrifying might be produced, hence it is called a Tao treasure. Spawned by the universe, called a Tao treasure? Li Yuan held his breath. This was his first encounter with such a treasure. Naturally born Tao treasures, some are mighty and some are minor. The ones with minor might are equivalent to ordinary pseudo-god artifacts, Zhang Yuan True God said, while those with great might can even far surpass heavenly god artifacts. Anything can happen with what the universe spawns. Compared to the vast universe, what does a heavenly god amount to? Zhang Yuan True God remarked. This piece of red stone was named Dream Realm Stone by the heavenly god who obtained it back then. Dream Realm Stone. Li Yuan was puzzled. What a strange name. Try to resonate with it first, Zhang Yuan True God said. Once you have initially resonated with it, you will understand why it is called that name. Rest assured, although the suppressive might of the Dream Realm Stone is terrifying, its internal might will not erupt unless it is activated. Can I resonate with it? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Listening to Zhang Yuan True God, the Dream Realm Stone seems to be a high-grade Tao treasure, likely on the level of a heavenly god artifact. Most true gods would have a hard time activating heavenly god artifacts. As a demigod, can he manage? Divine artifacts are man-made and often have many restrictions, Zhang Yuan True God said with a smile. But Tao is naturally formed. Tao treasures are quite magical, and if your ability is sufficient, it is not difficult to refine it. You can give it a try with your achievements in Soul, Zhang Yuan True God said. Try it right here in this hall. Okay. Li Yuan nodded, also trusting Zhang Yuan True God's words. With a thought, his invisible soul consciousness already landed on the Dream Realm Stone. As Zhang Yuan said, although the aura of the Dream Realm Stone was vast, it did not resist Li Yuan's approach. The moment Li Yuan's soul consciousness touched the Dream Realm Stone, boom! The Dream Realm Stone suddenly generated a strange attractive force, like a huge black hole, instantly swallowing Li Yuan's entire consciousness within it. Thumpa Li Yuan collapsed on the floor, his eyes tightly shut, seeming to have lost consciousness. Has it begun? Zhang Yuan, true god, watched everything, as he had expected. If he fails, I'm afraid his soul will be damaged. If successful, with the aid of the Dream Realm Stone, he will also have significant support, Zhang Yuan, true god, thought to himself. This is a mysterious world. Dream Realm, Dream Realm. I see. Li Yuan's consciousness had completely arrived here. In just a moment, he understood everything. This place is a vast and boundless illusion world. Illusionary realm. No, Li Yuan's soul consciousness wandered this world, at first thinking he had entered an illusionary realm. But soon he realized something was amiss. This vast world is like a miniature starry sky, giving birth to one planet after another, and every planet teems with billions of living beings. The numerous planets combined host innumerable life forms. These creatures have not cultivated. Because these worlds lack origin power, the technology on these planets is extremely advanced. Countless lives, every moment, enact love, hate, emotions, and conflicts, from the many nations on a planet competing for supremacy, to technological wars, nuclear wars, and industrial revolutions. Just like the 7-star civilization that did not give birth to Marshall Path. On a smaller scale within society, a beggar, a vagrant, struggles bitterly for his own survival. Illusionary realm. This is the dream realm. Spirit realm. Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. This place is real. Yet it is also illusory. The reality is in its countless lives, who all truly exist. They have real emotions, in their perception, it is the true world. The illusion is because this vast world is composed of soul force. Previously, I had also experienced countless illusions. I also deployed illusions, fought with many enemies, but they were all too superficial. Illusions are ultimately illusions. Only when they descend does everything in the illusion operate. Illusions are bound to shatter. Only reality can truly move people's hearts. Li Yuan realized in his heart. I have been cultivating 6 realms of illusion, and to this day, I have not been able to break through the second realm. Master 5 wills, because I lack a real comprehension. I haven't cultivated for long enough, experienced too few of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, although I used the Great Sun of Mind Spirit Divine Palace to experience layer upon layer of illusions, tempering my heart. But the false cannot replace the real. Soul will. If I want my soul attacks to become more fearsome, to make illusions more realistic, I must make my illusions step by step approach the level of the Dream Realm Stone. The real in the illusory. If one day, with a single thought, a massive, true illusionary realm is born, which strong individual would not be enchanted? Li Yuan was fascinated. This is the goal. This goal is very difficult. Even among the true gods of the soul's great Tao, Li Yuan has never heard of anyone who could achieve it. Even 6 realms of illusion merely dares to claim control over one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires, not to create a true illusionary realm. But the Dream Realm Stone can serve as a guide for Li Yuan. To master the Dream Realm Stone, one must first gain the recognition of the origin of this illusion world. Li Yuan realized. Perhaps many true gods can achieve it. To master a Tao treasure, the demands are indeed low, but for Li Yuan, it is also a great challenge. Let's try. Li Yuan's soul consciousness, compared to the entire Dream Realm Stone, is very weak, but compared to the countless lives in the Dream Realm, it is immensely powerful. From this day forth, Li Yuan's soul consciousness enveloped a planet. He inhabited the lives of many creatures on this planet. Li Yuan did not interfere with the development of these countless lives. He merely observed, sensing each person's experiences. The joy of being promoted and getting a raise, the helplessness of relatives eating harmful mooncakes, the fear of facing a knife-wielding thug, missing a lover who is in a foreign country for 4 years. Countless emotions and thoughts, all so real, repeatedly impacting Li Yuan's soul consciousness. In fact, this act is very dangerous. If the soul will is slightly weaker, there would be the disaster of getting lost, even causing one's thoughts to split. That is, mental breakdown. Luckily, Li Yuan's soul will has already reached pseudo-god level. And he is very cautious, not sensing to the limit in a single attempt, merely sensed over 100,000 people. Time passes. Day by day goes by. In the external hall, Li Yuan has not yet awakened. Zhang Yuan, true god, is not anxious. He knows the difficulty of mastering the Dream Realm Stone. In the Dream Realm, Li Yuan is completely obsessed. While inhabiting the lives, he is also constantly cultivating the 6 realms of illusion. 6 realms of illusion is like theory, while inhabiting countless lives in the Dream Realm is like practice. The two combine. Soul growth. The transformation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The construction of the illusionary realm. Space law. Haha, in this dream realm, the 7 fundamental laws can't be applied because they are the foundation of the true world's operation, and this dream realm doesn't even have origin power. Li Yuan revealed a smile. However, here, space law can still be utilized. Space is the cornerstone of the true world. It is also the cornerstone of the illusionary realm in the dream realm. In this vast dream realm, it is still based on space law as the source. Time passes. The consciousness of the soul continuously sharpens and grows in the Dream Realm Stone, and Li Yuan's comprehension of space law is also continuously improving. Before long, more than a year has passed. More than a year has also passed for the over 100,000 lives in the Dream Realm that Li Yuan is attached to. 5 wills? 7 emotions? The 7 emotions and 5 wills are inherently unified. Li Yuan suddenly realized one day. The first 3 realms of the 6 realms of illusion, it is indeed so. 6 realms of illusion, experiencing joy and anger, navigating through 5 wills, comprehending 7 emotions, dealing with desires for longevity and colors, mastering 6 roots. The first 3 realms are all about gradually enhancing the control and comprehension of the 7 emotions. The 7 emotions were never indistinguishable from each other. Li Yuan clearly comprehended this point. This is also the most important aspect that distinguishes intelligent life from beasts. Humans have 7 emotions, and only then does the soul have its value of existence. Boom! The moment Li Yuan fully comprehended the first 3 realms of the 6 realms of illusion, his soul will was continuously transforming. Your will has reached level 60. Your will has reached level 61. Your soul has increased from level 55 to level 56. 2 notifications silently appeared on the Divine Palace panel. Li Yuan's will has already stepped into the true God level. Even in the coming period, with the strengthening of his will and his comprehension of the 6 realms of illusion, his soul will continue to grow. Soon, Li Yuan faintly sensed the origin of the entire Dream Realm Stone. The origin of the Dream Realm Stone is vast and filled with illusions. Li Yuan imprinted his own spiritual imprint, and thus gained preliminary control over this vast dream realm. Li Yuan, who had been lying on the ground for more than a year, slowly opened his eyes. A thought instinctively moved. Whoosh! The Dream Realm Stone, originally suspended in the void, silently merged into Li Yuan's spiritual world. It was then that Li Yuan saw Zhang Yuan, true god, sitting cross-legged on the jade platform, and he quickly got up, filled with gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for the treasure. Without this Dream Realm Stone, Li Yuan didn't know how long it would have taken for his will to step into the true god level. No need to thank me. A treasure, when placed in the right hands, can truly shine. Zhang Yuan, true god, revealed a smile. I did not misjudge you. Your outburst of will clearly shows that you have reached the true God level. To reach true God level so quickly, the effect of the Dream Realm Stone on you is evident. In our hands, the Dream Realm Stone is just an ordinary soul treasure. But in your hands, in the future, it might be far more terrifying than many heavenly God artifacts. Zhang Yuan, true God, remarked feelingly. Li Yuan listened. Only by acknowledging the Master can one truly feel the terror of the Dream Realm Stone. I can only mobilize a trace of its origin power, whether it's soul defense or soul attack, the might will probably increase significantly. A treasure, when placed in the right hands, can truly shine. Zhang Yuan, true God, revealed a smile. I did not misjudge you. Your outburst of will clearly shows that you have reached the true God level. To reach true God level so quickly, the effect of the Dream Realm Stone on you is evident. In our hands, the Dream Realm Stone is just an ordinary soul treasure. But in your hands, in the future, it might be far more terrifying than many heavenly god artifacts. Zhang Yuan, true god, remarked feelingly. Li Yuan listened. Only by acknowledging the master can one truly feel the terror. With the Dream Realm Stone, it will be much easier for you to conceal your identity, Zhang Yuan, true god, said. In the next 3 years, you could disguise yourself as a pseudo-god and continue to venture into some pseudo-god convergence areas in the world. Among a great number of pseudo-gods, let alone being at the peak of pseudo-god, even if you were a pseudo-god limit expert, you wouldn't stand out, Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a smile, and no one would notice you. Thank you, senior brother, Li Yuan said gratefully. All right, off you go. Zhang Yuan, true god, watched Li Yuan and waved his hand. You still have 3 years until the battle of the ancestral realm. You can continue to hone yourself. If you truly encounter extreme danger, then seek my help. Also, take extra care. Although you have many trump cards, all sorts of accidents could happen in this vast world. Always maintain a sense of reverence, Zhang Yuan, true god, advised. Li Yuan silently took note, then respectfully bowed and left the hall. Inside the hall. The Dream Realm Stone, I exchanged nearly half my fortune just to obtain it, Zhang Yuan, true god, said to himself. I never expected that Li Yuan would actually complete the recognition so quickly. His talent in the soul path is in no way inferior to his law talent. Not even 40 years old. Awakened the 9-star pulse when flying heaven, pseudo-god peak complexity in moves, true god level willpower. Such talent, even in the chaos divine court of the divine realm, would likely be among the top, Zhang Yuan, true god, thought silently to himself. He had been observing Shu Yuan covertly all along, continuously raising the stakes. Originally, he had wanted to see Li Yuan's performance in the Ancestral Realm battle before deciding whether to help him exchange for the Dream Realm Stone. The Dream Realm Stone is an excellent match for the 6 realms of illusion, something Zhang Yuan, true god, had known for a long time. But for someone like 9 Sounds, true god, despite deep achievements in the 6 realms of illusion, his star meridian standard for laws was too ordinary, not worth Zhang Yuan, true god, paying such a heavy price. Only when he received the news that Li Yuan possessed peak of pseudo-god strength, did he make up his mind. Dream Realm Stone, such a Dao treasure, is of immense value. It's only at Zhuxing ancient city, where heavenly divine beings are rare each generation, especially those proficient in the soul path, that such a treasure would gather dust in the treasury and be obtainable by Zhang Yuan, true god. If it were in the divine realm, such a potent Dao treasure would be contested by the heavenly gods. How could a demigod have a chance? Divine realm. Tai Yu, heavenly god, and the others have grown accustomed to ruling over this small world and do not dare to take risks, having lost their drive long ago. Zhang Yuan, true god's eyes revealed a trace of longing. Inside the divine realm lies endless mystique. SS's invisible flames undulated, appearing alongside Zhang Yuan, true god, even forming many extraordinary phenomena. Great Dao phenomena. This is the complete law of the Great Dao, Zhang Yuan, true god, immersed in contemplation. Shu Yuan really is my lucky charm. In this past year plus, while Li Yuan's soul consciousness was immersed within the Dream Realm Stone, Zhang Yuan, true god, unknowingly made a breakthrough, fully mastering the fire law. It can be said, with just a single thought, Zhang Yuan, true god, could begin breaking through to become heavenly divine. After leaving the law enforcement temple, Li Yuan directly returned to a remote hall within the divine fire hall. To submit a mission request. Shu Yuan, have you completed the trial quest so quickly? Yu Yi, true god, arrived quickly upon receiving the message, quite shocked. He was unaware of the news that Li Yuan possessed peak of pseudo-god strength. Ordinary trial quests could be verified by the few pseudo-god commanders here. But for top-tier quests like the Dragon Blood Realm trial quest, with astonishing rewards, a true god must verify it. Yes, Li Yuan said with a smile, please Vice Hall Master, inspect and confirm that everything is correct. Swish, Li Yuan waved his hand, and immediately, a storage magical treasure flew out. Yu Yi True God carefully verified it and after confirming that it was correct, said, 3,000 demigod-level dragon crystals. 10 pseudo-god-level dragon crystals. Both trial quests completed. The total reward is 110,000 Zhu Xing points. Li Yuan nodded slightly. A Zhu Xing point theoretically could be exchanged for a treasure worth 1 divine crystal. But some exotic treasures unique to Zhu Xing Ancient City can't be obtained with just divine crystals. So, to the powerhouses of Zhu Xing Ancient City, Zhu Xing points are even more precious. People like Li Yuan, Jing Kui, and other demigod saint heirs have the opportunity to complete many trial quests. Once they ascend to God, they won't have the chance anymore. Vice Hall Master, I would like to inquire about something. Li Yuan asked, if there are surplus dragon crystals, can I sell them to you? Surplus dragon crystals? Yu Yi True God showed a smile. Yes, you can. Depending on the quality of the dragon crystals. A demigod-level dragon crystal is worth 1 to 10 Zhu Xing points. Pseudo-god-level dragon crystals are valued between 1,000 to 10,000 Zhu Xing points each. Li Yuan listened. The prices offered were fair, not suppressed at all compared to the purchase prices he knew from other major powers. The key was that they were giving Zhu Xing points. Vice Hall Master, please have a look. Li Yuan waved his hand and passed another storage magical treasure. How many Zhu Xing points are my dragon crystals worth? All right. Just a moment. Yu Yi True God reached out to take it, not paying it much mind at first. Because the task items he had just received included 10 pseudo-god-level dragon crystals of rather poor quality, essentially all produced by initial rank of pseudo-god dragon beasts. Thus, he subconsciously assumed that the pseudo-god-level dragon beasts Li Yuan hunted were of weaker strength, which also matched his impression of Li Yuan. However, as soon as he inquired into the second storage magical treasure, Yu Yi True God's expression changed. This many? Yu Yi True God's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and many of these dragon crystals are of such high quality, probably only producible by peak pseudo-god dragon beasts. He couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan, hunting peak pseudo-god dragon beasts. Although the strength of dragon beasts is generally weaker than that of demigods, their origin, power cultivation and law comprehension are clearly evident. Even someone as powerful as Jing Kui would probably find it challenging to do so. Vice Hall Master, how about it? Li Yuan smiled and asked, how much are these dragon crystals worth in Zhu Xing points? After a moment's thought, Divine Fire Hall is willing to offer 260,000 Zhu Xing points for the purchase. Yu Wing True God pondered and said, if you're not satisfied, I'm afraid I can't offer any more. Good, it's a deal. Li Yuan nodded his approval. The price was slightly higher than he had anticipated. Back in his Saint Air mansion, within the quiet chamber, Li Yuan activated the Guardian Array. This trip, you've made a considerable profit, Ji Yu's voice sounded, tinged with a smile. Just from hunting those dozens of pseudo-gods alone, you've accumulated quite a number of treasures. Indeed, quite a few, Li Yuan agreed with a nod. Each of those pseudo-god level dragon beasts didn't have many treasures, but the small amounts added up, including several that were peak of pseudo-god, accumulating a total fortune close to 300,000 Fangshan crystals. Plus the 100,000 divine crystals from the trial battle and past accumulated treasure wealth. Altogether, Li Yuan's total wealth had now exceeded 400,000 Fangshan crystals. And there was the trial mission, yielding nearly 400,000 Zhu Xing points. One could say, adding up all of Li Yuan's treasure wealth, it could rival that of a pseudo-god limit expert. This didn't even count the pseudo-god puppets, dimension transmission order, dimension plane evolution divine items, ancient divine palace, dream realm stones, and other treasures. Even the lowest valued, a pseudo-god middle rank puppet, if put on sale, would be worth 1,000,000 Fangshan crystals. Let alone think about the other treasures. These treasures are still far from enough. Taking the Dongfang Alliance leader's precedent, once I complete the Purple Garment mission. Li Yuan was very calm inside. Even if I return to my homeland civilization, I'm afraid I can't stay in the 7-star civilization for too long. What lies further ahead, it's hard to say. Therefore, I must strive, on the basis of what the Dongfang Alliance leader has achieved for the Seven-Star Civilization, to establish a 10,000-year foundation, Li Yuan yearned inwardly. The Dongfang Alliance leader had done everything possible at the pinnacle of his capability. Being his successor, now having the opportunity, I should also give my all for the civilization. I'll first continue to familiarize myself with the Dream Realm Stone, and once that's done, I'll set off for the Lonely Cloud World, Li Yuan said softly. Yes, the Dream Realm Stone is indeed an incredible treasure, you also conveyed through sound transmission. Even if you become a true god or even a heavenly divine in the future, it will surely be of great use. Just the ability to disguise your aura undetectable even to true gods, is itself worth a fortune. 3 days later, a newly risen pseudo-god powerhouse from the Abyss country, who went by the alias Dongji, arrived in the Lonely Cloud World without a sound. The Lonely Cloud World, a world created by the heavenly divine Ji Yun, as one of the strongest heavenly divines recognized in the historical annals of this realm, this world has unique rules. Similar to the Dragon Blood realm. Yet, the Lonely Cloud World was even more vast. In that era, he was the supreme. He developed simultaneously along with the 3 great starry sky ancient cities. He even opened up the Holy Land, Lonely Cloud Holy Land, but later, as he passed away in a seated position, the 3 great starry sky ancient cities took action at the same time, extinguishing Lonely Cloud Holy Land. However, Lonely Cloud World remained. This world contains a wealth of treasures and heritages from Lonely Cloud Holy Land, many of which were plundered by the heavenly divine Ji Yun from various powers back in the day. Over the long years, powerhouses from all walks have ventured into this world. Most treasures have been looted. But as the world operates, it also continually gives birth to exotic treasures, turning into one of the well-known treasure realms of these lands, frequented by many demigods and pseudo-gods. Some come for treasures, while others come for grinding themselves. Deep within a vast abyss, it's Dongji, the pseudo-god. Run. Dongji's speed is incredibly shocking. His spear technique is not particularly strong, but once entangled, escape is impossible. A few pseudo-god powerhouses fled in panic. But the silver-armored youth glided through the vast sky, far surpassing them in speed. His spear created ripples in the void as though adding a silvery glint to the heavens and the earth, striking 3 pseudo-god powerhouses simultaneously and grievously injuring them. Against such spear technique, how could they ordinary pseudo-gods possibly resist? Hand over all the treasures, and we will spare your lives. Li Yuan's voice was compelling. I will hand them over. Hand them over. 3 pseudo-god powerhouses, in fear, handed over their treasures and immediately fled at high speed. What are treasures compared to one's life? The treasures are in hand. This abyss, let's continue to explore. Li Yuan descended further. Kill. Kill. It's the treasure, not good, silver armor, silver spear, it's Dongji, the pseudo-god from the Juxing ancient city faction. Many pseudo-gods who were fighting fiercely began to escape quickly. In the Lonely Cloud World, there are tens of thousands of pseudo-gods traveling through it, coming from various powers across the heavens and earth. A large number of pseudo-gods also roamed and fought over each treasure-rich area. In the Cloud 9 region, a new mighty pseudo-god, Dongji, emerged. With just over 10 exchanges, he made it widely acknowledged among the pseudo-gods of all factions that he had the strength of the peak of pseudo-god, with a survival capability not inferior to those at the pseudo-god limit. The fierce battles continued. As time passed, the fame of Dongji the pseudo-god grew more and more, but it was only within this region of the Lonely Cloud World. After all, what's so special about a pseudo-god with just a bit of impressive flying speed? Moreover, although Dongji the pseudo-god was crazy about snatching treasures and enjoyed fighting and battling with people, he rarely slaughtered the weak. This also meant that the true gods of other powers had no reason to specifically deal with him. In the Lonely Cloud World, due to environmental limitations, true gods are rare. They are usually the guardians of various major powers. As long as things are not done excessively, they rarely bully the weak. Each battle was grinding, and in exchanges with other pseudo-gods, Li Yuan hardly used soul attacks, and he even barely used his domain, because the Heaven and Earth River, domain was quite conspicuous. He relied mainly on his spear technique to fight. This made the battles much harder, the accumulation of treasures slower, but it also allowed Li Yuan's spear technique to continuously improve and at the same time concealed his identity. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. Inside a huge cave. After the will breakthrough to true God level, my soul, which had nearly reached the limit of growth, began to grow rapidly again. Li Yuan thought to himself, it should soon reach level 58. As the body strengthens and is nourished by the law origin, and as the will is honed, the soul grows stronger. But even if it's a pseudo-god, it's extremely rare for the soul to grow to level 58 after thousands of years. Whoosh! Li Yuan was quietly nurturing his soul, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Suddenly, Li Yuan felt a prompt from the Divine Palace interface. Your soul level has risen from level 57 to level 58. Your spiritual awakening limit has increased from 90% to 95%. A smile appeared on the corner of Li Yuan's mouth, as his soul level increased to level 58, and even the upper limit of his spiritual awakening had also increased. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he abruptly turned his head to look deep into the void. Little ice? At the instant of soul growth and strengthening, Li Yuan sensed the presence of Lu Bing. Brother, it's me. An excited voice also rang out within Li Yuan's soul at the same time. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he abruptly turned his head to look deep into the void. Little ice? At the instant of soul growth and strengthening, Li Yuan sensed the presence of Lu Bing. Brother, it's me. An excited voice also rang out within Li Yuan's soul at the same time. Li Yuan never expected that, with his soul growth reaching level 58, he would suddenly sense the existence of Lu Bing. Once the two established a contractual bond, as long as they were not too far apart, their souls could sense each other. The stronger the soul, the farther away the connection could be. Little Ice, are you in the Heavenly Snake Ancient City? Li Yuan directly sent his thoughts to ask, is that newly born, holy blood Heavenly Serpent, in the Heavenly Snake Ancient City you? Over the years, Li Yuan had also been secretly searching for Lu Bing's whereabouts, especially information about the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. After becoming a semi-divine Saint Heir, he obtained information through the Hushan commander that a holy blood Heavenly Serpent was born in the Heavenly Snake Ancient City nearly 10 years ago. At that time, Li Yuan was quite excited. However, the Heavenly Snake Ancient City was far away deep in the starry sky, and as a gathering place for divine beasts, it had little to do with Juxing Ancient City and Chongqing Ancient City. Li Yuan, eager to head to the Eternal Hall at that time, gave up on going there. And Li Yuan was also clear in his mind that if it really was Little Ice, with her holy blood Heavenly Serpent bloodline and the divine Queen Chu Bingzhen in the outer world, she probably would be like a fish in water within the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. Yes, big brother. Lu Bing sent her thoughts back. In these years, I have mostly been cultivating in the Heavenly Snake Holy Realm, occasionally undertaking some trial tasks. I only returned to the ancient city for a little time. Big brother, is the Shu Yuan from the Juxing Ancient City you? Haha, did you also hear about me? Li Yuan laughed involuntarily. So, during these 10 years within this land, are the semi-divine geniuses with the biggest rise in fame just Little Ice and myself? It really is marvelous. Big brother, I was just cultivating when suddenly I could sense your soul aura. Lu Bing was still somewhat excited. Did you come to the Heavenly Snake Ancient City? No, I am currently in the Lonely Cloud world. Li Yuan said, it must be because my soul cultivation level has become stronger, which is why we were able to sense each other. That must be it. Lu Bing seemed to understand and directly said, Big brother, my soul has also stepped into the pseudo-god level. Currently, I should be at level 55. Level 55 soul? That strong? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. His own rapid soul growth had many reasons, the most crucial being obtaining the Soul Abyss Jade Fruit, and having the will to step into the true God level. Little Ice has also grown so fast. Strong. What's strong? Master Qing Hong Heavenly Divine values me greatly and has bestowed upon me many treasures, plus my advancement into semi-divine and going to a mysterious place was the phase where my bloodline grew the fastest. I even thought my soul could become stronger than yours, big brother. Lu Bing sent her thoughts, but why do I feel like my soul growth isn't as fast as yours, big brother? Big brother, how did you cultivate? Lu Bing couldn't help but ask. Haha, if I weren't stronger, how could I be your big brother? Li Yuan laughed. The Qing Hong Heavenly Divine being the current city lord of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. This information Li Yuan was indeed aware of. Little Ice, is that mysterious place you went to related to the trial tasks of the Burial Immortal Ancient Domain? Li Yuan inquired.
Yes, big brother, you must have already achieved semi-divine and completed it too. Lu Bing sent her thoughts. I have become a Golden Garment member of the Chaos Divine Court, and several years ago, I went to the Eternal Hall and received the corresponding rewards.
Time passed. Lu Bing laid out all of her experiences without hiding anything from Li Yuan, who she trusted completely. And Li Yuan finally came to know Lu Bing's experiences. Initially, Li Yuan was teleported to the Abyss Country, whereas Lu Bing was teleported to an outer icy ancient star, a forbidden area of the Heavenly Serpent clan. After overcoming numerous difficulties, she finally escaped from the icy ancient star and also encountered a true god of the Snake clan. After a bloodline verification, Lu Bing's identity as the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent was recognized by the Snake clan, and she was brought back to the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. She was promptly received by the Qing Hong Heavenly Divine, and taken as a direct disciple, granted many exotic treasures. Origin Cold Life Fruit, Melting Rock Snow Divine Liquid. As Li Yuan listened to each and every one of the origin treasures, he felt inwardly emotional. Comparing oneself to others will only make you envious. Li Yuan had long noticed that due to his identity issues, the heavenly divines from the Juxing ancient city didn't fully trust him. If it weren't for his brother Zhang Yuan's help, he feared his treatment would even be less favorable than Jing Kui's. Compared to Lu Bing, there was no comparison, but Li Yuan was also happy for Lu Bing.
I knew about you, big brother, and guessed that Shu Yuan was you, but Master watched over me tightly, worried about my safety. Lu Bing sent her thoughts. I couldn't leave until later, with the aid of a large number of Juxing divine pills and origin treasures, when I even began to comprehend the mysteries of space, eventually awakening 8-star veins and breaking through to become semi-divine. That's when I gained some freedom.
Awakened 8-star veins? Li Yuan revealed a smiling face. Great. As a Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, Little Ice was born with second-rank 7-star veins. Arriving on Juxing continent was a significant opportunity for her. With the full support of a Heavenly Divine, awakening 8-star veins within the Flying Heaven realm was not surprising. After becoming semi-divine, I took the chance during a trial mission and went to the Eternal Hall. Lu Bing said with excitement, Big brother, the 4 treasures I chose are the Mirror of Laws and Origin Divine Artifact, Origin Treasure, True God Instrument, and Dimension Plane Evolution Divine Item. Ah? Li Yuan was taken aback. You didn't choose the 10th layer star technique? No, big brother. Did you also go to the Eternal Hall? Have you awakened the 9-star pulse? Lu Bing was curious. Li Yuan didn't hide it. It's the Flying Heaven 9-star pulse, but keep this information to yourself. Flying Heaven 9-star pulse. Heavens? Lu Bing was dumbfounded. She knew very well what the concept of the Flying Heaven 9-star pulse was. Looking back through the history of the Heavenly Serpent clan spanning tens of millions of years, with hundreds of heavenly divines born, there seemed to have only been 1 or 2 individuals with the Flying Heaven 9-star pulse, and they also took nearly 100 years to achieve it. How old is Li Yuan exactly? Freak. Lu Bing couldn't help but say, Big brother, you are such a freak. Living on Blue Star for several years, Lu Bing had also learned many expressions. Despite what she said, Lu Bing was actually very excited. Li Yuan's rapid transformation was even more joyful to her than her own breakthroughs. Big brother, you are a 9-star pulse, and now a demigod, capable of cultivating the 10th layer star technique. Lu Bing said. But I am only at 8-star veins, and to awaken the 9-star pulse. It's not possible in a short period of time. So, I didn't choose it. Based on my deductions, that Eternal Hall should be a part of the Chaos Divine Court. Lu Bing said. So, if there are 10th layer star techniques in the Eternal Hall, the Chaos Divine Court should have them as well. In the future, once we reach the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, as long as I awaken the perfect star vein, or the 9th star meridian, there is hope to cultivate the 10th layer star technique again. It's useless for me to exchange for it now. Lu Bing transmitted via soul sound. Actually, apart from the Origin Divine Artifact, other treasures are not very useful to me either. Is the Mirror of Laws useless too? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Master has already bestowed upon me the true River of Laws. Lu Bing said frankly. Moreover, big brother, I am a holy blood heavenly serpent, destined to comprehend the wind law to the perfection level of 9 layers, and also destined to reach the threshold of the space law. All external things just accelerate this process. As for the space law, I'm now close to condensing the true intention of space. The wind law, I have also entered the intermediate rank of the 8th stage, peak of pseudo-god. The heavenly gods, most do not have a deep comprehension of the space law, regardless of the true river of laws or the mirror of space. They are not very helpful in becoming a heavenly god. Lu Bing spoke matter-of-factly. Li Yuan was touched upon hearing this. Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, aside from the astonishing talent in wind system law, is also quite gifted in space law. Being one of the most powerful divine beasts in the divine realm is like so. Even if living a life of eating and sleeping, they could still become peak true gods. Someone like Little Ice, who practices diligently and has great opportunities, will naturally become even more formidable. Why did you exchange for the dimensional plane evolution divine item? Li Yuan asked with a smile. For the sake of the 7-star civilization. Lu Bing said. Big brother, I know for certain you would have exchanged for it. Such treasures, while not rare in the divine realm, are extremely difficult to find in the mortal domain. After all, I am also a member of the 7-star civilization. Lu Bing said with conviction. I should also consider the 7-star civilization. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Whether the years of life on Blue Star had given Little Ice some sense of belonging to the 7-star civilization, or it was because of him. Little Ice's choice has already said a lot. Big brother, the Golden Garment member treasures are nothing to me. What's truly crucial? Lu Bing transmitted. Is that I've gained the Golden Garment member status of the Chaos Divine Court. This status is worth more than countless others. Oh, Li Yuan was taken aback, he really hadn't thought of this aspect. Big brother, you don't understand. Lu Bing said sentimentally. In the divine realm, when any major power recruits core layer members, the requirements are extremely strict, loyalty is of the utmost importance, and one's clan background and homeland territory are among the most important considerations. It's the same with any power's selection. If one harbors ulterior motives, the more talented and monstrous the individual, the greater the disaster once cultivated. As part of the Heavenly Serpent clan, it was almost impossible for me to join the Chaos Divine Court. Lu Bing said with a smile. I didn't expect to get in so easily, and with this, I can be considered part of the core of the Chaos Divine Court. In the future, if I become a heavenly god, I can definitely find a fief in the Divine Court to rebuild my Heavenly Serpent clan. With the backing of the Divine Court and your support, big brother, those who seek vengeance against my clan will not dare to make a move so easily. Lu Bing spoke solemnly. Li Yuan was inwardly moved. From the exchange a moment ago, he had sensed Lu Bing's growth and changes over the years. Li Yuan also felt quite gratified. Little Ice, step by step, when it comes to rebuilding the Heavenly Serpent clan in the future, I will also help you with all my might. Li Yuan transmitted. For now, our focus is still on the battle of the ancestral realm, to strive to complete the Purple Garment mission. The Purple Garment mission? You still have a Purple Garment mission, big brother? Lu Bing was astonished. You have no mission? Li Yuan was taken aback. Logically, Little Ice had already gone to the Eternal Hall and was sent back. She should still have a mission. No, I don't. I was just communicating with the Eternal Hall, and they granted me a chance to stay for 10 more years, Lu Bing said. At most 10 years, then I must leave. Li Yuan finally understood. Big brother, Do you actually have a purple garment mission? Lu Bing grew more excited. That's great. According to Senior Chu, there are many Golden Garment members in the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, but very few are Purple Garment members. Each one is the most extraordinary prodigy of the divine realm of this era. You're not too shabby either, Li Yuan said with a smile. When you go to the Chaos Divine Court headquarters, perhaps you too might have a chance to become a Purple Garment. I will ultimately not catch up with you, big brother. Lu Bing pondered for a moment before saying. That's right, after all, you are a second rank with 8-star veins. And you achieved this in the mortal domain. Your talent is terrifying. In Lu Bing's eyes, whatever achievements her big brother accomplished seemed natural. She had a kind of blind faith in Li Yuan. Although you don't have a purple garment mission, according to what you said, with the help of the Origin Divine Artifact, you probably have the strength of peak pseudo-god. Li Yuan sent the message through soul transmission. In the Battle of Ancestral Realm, there is hope of obtaining the Ancestral Realm Order, which is also a great opportunity not to be missed. Yes, that's what Master said too. Lu Bing added quickly. Big brother, let's not meet for the time being. Let's join forces again during the Ancestral Realm battle. By then, among the demigods in all parts of this world, there should be few who can stop us. Okay, Li Yuan said with a smile. In terms of strength, Little Ice probably isn't much different from Jing Kui. Even if she's weaker, with the escape skill of the 9-layer star technique, self-protection should be quite easy. Of course, this is not to say that Lu Bing's chances of ascending to Heavenly God are much higher than Jing Kui's. This is the power of bloodline. Before the potential of the bloodline is fully excavated, the growth rate of divine beasts is extremely exaggerated. For someone like Lu Bing, if she practices strenuously on her own and is fully cultivated by a heavenly divine, it is possible to grow to the peak of true God in just over 100 years. Once the potential of the bloodline is exhausted, one must rely entirely on themselves. Knowing that Lu Bing is safe and has been growing rapidly, Li Yuan felt joy in his heart, and his spirit became even more ethereal. After ending the soul transmission, Li Yuan got up and came to the outside world, seeing the dazzling scenery beyond heaven, and couldn't help but show a smile. This is indeed good. Whoosh! Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the dark abyss below the cavern. This kind of special abyss is a unique environment of the Lonely Cloud world. I hope I can encounter some formidable opponents today. Li Yuan began his new journey of grinding and battling. Day after day, the name Dongji Pseudo-God became increasingly renowned in the Lonely Cloud world. His spear technique grew increasingly astonishing, and with his extraordinary movement technique, he successively captured several treasures. This finally provoked a limit expert of the pseudo-god level to take action. After a grand battle between the two sides, even though Li Yuan was at an absolute disadvantage, he still easily escaped in the end. From then on, the fame of Dongji Pseudo-God grew even more. In Juxing Ancient City's 8th branch of the Lonely Cloud world, Juxing Ancient City has laid out 9 major branch cities throughout the world. All 9 cities are safely presided over by true gods, responsible for rest and trade for the divine of their own factions. In a tavern. Brother Dongji, this treasure is quite rare, are you willing to take a chance? A black-robed elder looked fervent. Brother Dongji, your movement technique is unparalleled. Among those I've contacted over the years, we're just short of a powerhouse like yourself. Brother Poison Knife, I'm not going to try the Kunshin Sea, Li Yuan said with a smile and a shake of his head. I'm preparing to return to the Juxing continent. Poison Knife Pseudo-God is one of the few good friends that Li Yuan has made during his adventuring career in recent years. Go back. Poison Knife Pseudo-God was startled. Brother Dongji, you've only been in the Lonely Cloud world for 3 years, right? Isn't 3 years enough? I've been through several life and death dangers, Li Yuan said with a smile. Besides, the treasures I've captured in 3 years are more than what you've gotten in hundreds. For billions of years, the Ancestral Realm battle, held every 500 years, has become a well-known grand event in this universe. As the Ancestral Realm battle approaches, even the half-gods in remote areas, though unaware of the existence of the Ancestral Realm Order, gradually hear tales of the battle. Behind the scenes, an invisible force envelops the world, secretly guiding and leading more half-gods to join the war. With only 10 days left until the new Ancestral Realm battle, dark currents surge, and the top echelons of major forces are paying close attention. In the most core area of the East Nether Sacred Land, East Nether Sacred Realm. A river hundreds of kilometers wide and tens of millions of kilometers long, this is the most famous East Nether River of the Holy Realm, with a history of 1,000,000 years, and many mysteries lie within its currents. Boom! In one area of the river, a huge whirlpool suddenly emerged, followed by the violent churning of the water, and a bare-chested young man flew out, his body radiating golden light. Roar! Beneath the golden light, intricate gold patterns faintly emerged on his skin. The aura released by these patterns intertwined and vaguely formed the phantom of an exotic beast on his back, exuding an ancient and powerful presence. The phantom of the exotic beast almost enveloped the young man, emitting astonishing killing intent that induced fear. Phew! Without any sound, a figure in a green robe appeared in the void, his aura ethereal as if exiled from the divine realm. Smiling at the golden-lit youth. Lianyan, you have finally mastered, elevating this combat technique to the true god level. Master. The golden-lit youth, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately suppressed his aura and bowed respectfully. It is all thanks to Master's help, not only guiding me for a long time but also bestowing upon me the true river of laws and many exotic treasures. Only then did your disciple achieve today's success and took this critical step. The figure in the green robe was none other than the highest leader of the East Nether Sacred Landa, Lord East. External things are only aids. Whether one can achieve success ultimately depends on oneself. Lord East said, I have helped you with all my might, even letting you cultivate for an additional 500 years, all for the Ancestral Realm battle. Now, with only 10 days left until this session, I hope you will not let the Holy Land down, nor yourself. Disciple understands. The semi-divine Lianyan solemnly said, Disciple will do their utmost to claim the first place. He was absolutely confident. Being a demigod of the 8-star veins and having comprehended true god-level moves for decades, his overall strength had become extremely terrifying. However, over the years, there were not many in the world who knew of his existence. Claim the first place? It won't be easy. Lord East shook his head. This session of the Ancestral Realm battle is different from the one you attended 500 years ago. You've been in concealed cultivation for too long. This is the latest intelligence collected by the Holy Land, take a look. Phew! Lord East waved his hand, and a strand of invisible light flew into the mind of semi-divine Lianyan. A torrent of information rose to his mind. Jing Kui of Juxing Ancient City? Li Yuan? Dongpan? Heavenly Snake Ancient City, the birth of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent? Chongqing Ancient City. A trace of surprise flashed in semi-divine Lianyan's eyes. Master, why have so many formidable people emerged in this session? In the intelligence collected by Lord East, there were over 100 half-gods from various powerful forces of the world. Although most probably were not as strong as him, they were still not to be underestimated. The most powerful ones were no less his equals. In most Ancestral Realm battles, such strength would have the potential to claim first place. There is a change in the world. Millions of years ago, the world had already undergone significant changes, but it has become more and more unstable recently. Lord East shook his head. Semi-divine Lianyan listened intently. How significant is the Master, standing at the pinnacle of the world, to say that there is a change in the world? Could it be that some great event is about to unfold? You need only understand a bit, it's not largely related to you for now. Lord East looked at semi-divine Lianyan and said softly, in the future, if you can achieve heavenly divine status, you will naturally understand, you have the potential of a heavenly divine. I do not expect you to win first place in the Ancestral Realm battle. Just obtaining the Ancestral Realm order will be considered a success. Yes. Semi-divine Lianyan replied. After seeing the intelligence on the geniuses of various major forces, although he believed himself to be the strongest, he still aspired to win first place but did not dare make a rash promise. He knew his master did not like to hear boasting. But to obtain the Ancestral Realm order? Semi-divine Lianyan truly believed he had absolute certainty of this. Furthermore, If there is an opportunity to kill Shu Yuan of Juxing Ancient City, it would be fair competition during the Ancestral Realm battle, and no one can object. Lord East spoke softly. I do not wish for him to live. Shu Yuan? Is that the one with the powerful soul attack? Disciple has taken note. Semi-divine Lianyan said. Among the Shock Gold 9 transformations includes a soul defense technique, coupled with the soul will disciple has honed for hundreds of years. It will not be difficult to block his soul attack. His material attack should be negligible, Semi-divine Lianyan said. In his view, only a few years have passed. How much could Shu Yuan have grown? Teacher? Semi-divine Lianyan asked in confusion. Although Shu Yuan is a prodigy, after all, he is just a demigod. Why is teacher making a special mention of him? No need to ask further, just do as instructed. Lord East frowned. Semi-divine Lianyan's words brought back unpleasant memories for him. The death of true god Black Blade was a dishonor to him and the entire East Nether sacred land. A heavenly divine cares greatly about face. To personally deal with Shu Yuan, Lord East would neither deign to do so, nor would it provoke a war between two powerful entities. However, if Semi-divine Lianyan publicly killed Shu Yuan in the Ancestral Realm battle, it would be a satisfying act of revenge. At that time, Zhang Yuan True God would have nothing to say. Yes, Master. The three great starry sky ancient cities are the sovereigns of this world, but Heavenly Snake Ancient City resides beyond the heavens and rarely involves itself with the continent. Therefore, on Juxing continent, it is essentially a contest for dominance between two powers. Apart from Juxing Ancient City, there is Chongqing Ancient City, where the two great forces have also been engaging in frenzied confrontations. The core of Chongqing Ancient City is the Chongqing Realm, located deep within the ancient city in a mansion. This mansion is quite expansive, with an ever-spring ambiance. A man in white is seriously studying a complexly designed object before him. His eyes are bloodshot and red, his hair disheveled, his complexion slightly pale, yet his hands never stop moving, constantly etching intricate lines that continuously emerge, emitting waves of law fluctuation. Suddenly, boom, the jade plate before him suddenly surges with light, a powerful aura spreads out, an intensity that could even threaten an ordinary pseudo-god, yet the man in white does not care in the slightest. Haha, finally succeeded. The man in white, who looks nearly mad, reveals a satisfied smile. It's a success. But this smile only lasts for 2 seconds. Suddenly, the man in white frowns. Pop! He suddenly reaches out his hand, emitting light that falls on the jade plate, causing it to shatter directly, and the overwhelming aura dissipates completely. The 9th array map. Mu Zhang, are you still not satisfied? A gentle voice sounds. An old man in white robes appears behind him. Teacher. The man in white turns to look, bows slightly in respect. When did you arrive? I have been here for quite some time. The old man in white robes smiles and says, seeing you so engrossed in carving the array map, I didn't want to disturb you. This array map is quite perfect already, why destroy it? It's not enough. The formation I aim to create may not be the strongest, but it must not have any flaws, says the man in white. The old man in white robes nods very slightly. His disciple is good in every way, just too much of a perfectionist. The battle of the ancestral realm is approaching, you're aware, aren't you? Says the white-robed old man. The battle of the ancestral realm? The man in white frowns. Master, you know that I do not enjoy fighting. Haha, you don't necessarily have to combat others in the ancestral realm. The white-robed old man laughs. The ancestral realm is vast, with many treasures and texts left by the founders, which contains the essence of some origin power arrays. I can no longer teach you. Of all the heavenly gods born from the long history of Chongqing Ancient City, there are not many who ascended by studying formations. You should seek your opportunity in the ancestral realm, says the white-robed elder, stroking his beard. All right. If you, my master, have spoken, then I shall give it a try, the man in white nods and says. In the endless starry sky beyond the Juxing continent, lies the territory governed by the True Dragon clan. This place is not very far from the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. The True Dragon clan, ranking second among the 9 divine beast clans of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City, is second only to the Heavenly Serpent clan. Inside the True Dragon Holy Hall, each one maintains their dragon form, albeit with downsized statures. At the highest place, a completely black presence coiled, its aura robust and fierce, vast like the cosmic abyss, causing the semi-divine true dragons below to fall into a state of frenetic reverence. Saint Ancestor. Saint Ancestor. The group of semi-divine level true dragons knew that the Black Divine Dragon was the supreme existence of the true dragon clan Mohai Heavenly God. The battle for the ancestral realm is about to begin. You are the pinnacle of our true dragon clan's younger generation. Mohai Heavenly God looked down upon the semi-divine level true dragons of various colors below. In fact, not all of these semi-divine level beings were pure-blood true dragons, many were mixed blood. However, any divine beast clan is all-inclusive. As long as one possesses a certain purity of bloodline, they will be accepted as a clansman, and if they can show amazing talent, they will be nurtured. After all, if the requirements for bloodline are too stringent, the number of any divine beast clan would be pitifully small, and they would eventually face extinction. I have only 3 demands of you. First, seize every opportunity within the ancestral realm. Mohai Heavenly God spoke slowly. Second, seize the ancestral realm order. All the semi-divine level true dragons listened intently. Third, do everything in your power to defeat Lu Bing of the Heavenly Serpent clan. Mohai Heavenly God spoke deeply. Remember, although the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent is strong, it is not certain to ascend to Heavenly God. It can also be defeated. Yes. The several dozen semi-divine true dragons below responded fervently. The internal strife between the Heavenly Serpent clan and the True Dragon clan has long been circulated within the Starry Sky Ancient City. It has nearly become a tradition. Inside the Heavenly Serpent Ancient City, Binger, a beautiful woman, with some green scales on her face and dressed in green silk, showed a hint of a smile. I actually know that you are not from our realm. Master. Lu Bing, in the form of a green snake, was greatly astonished in her heart. Humanoid creatures are the favored ones of the universe. Thus, nearly all the clans strive to evolve towards the human race in their cultivation. But the more powerful the divine beast, the harder it is for them to transform. Pure-blood divine beasts generally need to become pseudo-god before they can transform into human shape. Of course, in combat they would often revert to their true form. Do not be surprised. As a heavenly divinity and wielder of inheritance divine artifacts, many things cannot be hidden from me. Qinghong Heavenly God said smilingly. However, you are indeed of Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent lineage, and that is true. This is also why I never exposed you. You must be from the Heavenly Serpent clan of the Divine Realm. Our 2 clans are originally from the same source. It's just that after the changes in the heavens and earth, our branch was isolated from the Divine Realm and has thrived until now. Qinghong Heavenly God said. You coming from the Divine Realm must be for the battle of the Ancestral Realm. Yes. Lu Bing nodded. This is not the first time such a thing has happened. Qinghong Heavenly God nodded. I will ask you, how is the Heavenly Serpent clan in the Divine Realm? It has been annihilated. Lu Bing did not conceal. Annihilated? Qinghong Heavenly God was stunned. This was beyond her expectations. Then you? Qinghong Heavenly God hesitated. Disciple dare not conceal from Master. Tens of thousands of years ago, when our clan was annihilated, Disciple was desperately protected and sent out by the respected ones of our clan. Lu Bing quickly said. Later, I was able to join the Chaos Divine Court, and my being able to come to this realm was all arranged by the Divine Court. Chaos Divine Court? Qinghong, the Heavenly Divine, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. That is one of the top forces in the Divine Realm. No wonder you were able to come to our world. Lu Bing breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In fact, this set of explanations was agreed upon after discussing it with Li Yuan. After the 2 communicated through voice transmission, Li Yuan came up with a possibility. Since the high echelons of the Juxing Ancient City could perceive her unusual origins, the high echelons of the Heavenly Serpent clan, who also held power over the Starry Sky Ancient City, had no reason not to be aware of it. That's good. You come from the divine realm and will eventually leave, but if our heavenly serpent clan's bloodline can be re-established in the divine realm, it would be a good thing too. Qing Hong, the heavenly divine, smiled and said, "Give your best effort in this battle for the ancestral realm order. It may help you in your upcoming awakening of the 9-star pulse. In the future, if you ascend to heavenly God, perhaps we, master and disciple, will have another day to meet." Master. Lu Bing felt grateful in her heart. Over the years, Qing Hong, the heavenly divine, had treated her extremely well. In Lu Bing's heart, if Li Yuan were ranked as the #1 family member, absolutely trustworthy, then Qing Hong, the heavenly divine, would definitely be the second. In the Zhu Xing continent, within a state city of an ordinary divine kingdom. "Come on, let's drink." In a lavish tavern, a young man was drinking with a group of new friends he had just made. "Old Ning, old fox. Have you heard? It's said that the battle for the ancestral realm is approaching. When it comes, the heavens and the earth will be filled with dazzling light, and innumerable, heavenly god roads will extend from the legendary ancestral realm," a bearded burly man said excitedly. "Every demigod will receive a summons and can attempt to step onto the heavenly god road." Heavenly God Road? The legendary Heavenly God Road? These demigods were somewhat curious. Most of them were young and had never seen it before. That Heavenly God Road, it's fraught with life-threatening danger. The slightly drunk young man shook his head with a wry smile. "Brother Nia, with our strength, I think it's better not to try. Isn't it good to drink and enjoy life?" The young man tilted his head back and took another drink.
"Old Ning, are you not at all curious?" The bearded burly man couldn't help saying. "This battle for the ancestral realm comes once every 500 years. If we miss it this time, I'm afraid we won't encounter it again in this lifetime."
Haha. There are many things in this life that you don't encounter a second time, the tipsy young man chuckled. "Should we try each and every one? That would be too exhausting." Suddenly, buzz, an intangible message transmitted to the tipsy young man's mind. "Ning Kai, are you ready? I have contacted the other 7 individuals coming down from the divine court, and they are all prepared." "Understood." The tipsy young man replied directly. "The battle for the ancestral realm. This world is only comparable to a star domain, after all. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestral realm was created by that great existence in the history of divine court and the opportunity for the Zhu Xing divine pill, I wouldn't even bother to come. Don't be too careless. This time, among the demigod geniuses who descended with us, aside from us, the Golden Garment members of the Chaos Divine Court, Wandao Divine Court's 1,000-star members have also descended 7. If we lose to them, that would truly be embarrassing," the mysterious messenger conveyed. "Understood." On the other end of the Zhu Xing continent, within the borders of Bixia Holy Land, in a small town on the edge, a girl dressed in rags, filthy all over, holding a broken sword, was leisurely watching 2 children play chess by the roadside. "This mystic snake chess, its rules are quite interesting." The filthy girl revealed a big white smile. This Zhu Xing continent, despite having no technology, has a vast territory with as many living beings as a whole star domain. No wonder the Divine Court is willing to pay such a high price to trade with the Chaos Divine Court and specifically sent us in. The filthy girl thought to herself. Especially to give us entrance. Ancestral Realm Order. I wonder how many of the native experts on the Zhu Xing continent there will be. The filthy girl took a step forward, her figure turned blurry and she had already drifted hundreds of kilometers away. If Li Yuan were here, he could discern from the subtlety of the spatial fluctuations that the filthy girl must have condensed the true intention of space. In the divine fire hall of the Zhu Xing ancient city, within the pavilion of Li Yuan's residence, he was leisurely drinking tea with several friends. "This flying heaven rank battle, you've actually advanced a few places again." Li Yuan smiled and said, "Xiao Zhan, with your rapid progress, given time, you might even be able to catch up with your big brother." Zhang Zhan's eyes were bright and filled with excitement. More than 6 years ago, during the trial battle, she ultimately succeeded in passing the ordeal and was able to enter the divine fire hall. With years of cultivation, her strength had greatly improved. The demigods were about to participate in the battle for the ancestral realm, and thus, the Divine Fire Hall had not held another ranking battle. Brother Shu, during this battle for the ancestral realm, you have to be extra careful with your safety, Zhang Zan said. I've heard that there are dangers of falling in the battle for the ancestral realm, and many members of the Divine Fire Hall have died inside. I'll be careful, Li Yuan said with a smile. Your brother Shu has been ranked among the 11 saint heirs of demigods for many years, Zhang Shan said helplessly. I'm just ranked over 2,000. You worry about him but not about me. I don't even know who's the real kin. Ha ha ha. The group of demigods present couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, dong, dong, dong. In the void above the mansion, suddenly rose a series of ancient and melodious bell sounds, as if transmitted down from the path of the 9 heavens. This sound contained a special power, and in the blink of an eye, it echoed throughout the entire Juxing realm. Even the formations of the starry sky ancient city couldn't block it. It even resonated directly within the small worlds inside the ancient city. From the heavenly divines in seclusion, to the countless pseudo-gods, demigods, and those at flying heaven, whether they were eating, drinking, mating, or cultivating in seclusion, all heard this ancient sound as if it reached deep into the heart of every living being. In an instant, the group of demigods and flying heavens from the abyss country at Li Yuan's mansion quieted down. The sound that pierces the heavens, the 9 piercing heavenly echoes, they resonate directly in the soul, unavoidable. Li Yuan, Yu Shan, and their group of demigods instantly understood the reason. When the last bell note fell, whoosh, above the Juxing ancient city, the clouds that enshrouded the city suddenly dispersed, revealing a sky flooded with 1,000 zhang of rosy light. The void cracked open, and pathways resembling ladders of azure stones emerged between heaven and earth, exuding an endless ancient aura. In the entire Juxing realm, there appeared a total of 9 paths. The path to the heavens has appeared. The battle of the ancestral realm is about to begin. The group of demigods stood up, exchanging glances with one another. At this time, hurry to the Divine Fire Hall for assembly. A deep voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Divine Fire Palace. Let's go. To the Divine Fire Hall. Led by Li Yuan and Yu Shan, this group of demigod prodigies immediately flew out of Li Yuan's mansion in a grand and imposing manner. It wasn't just the Juxing ancient city. At the same time, in the divine kingdoms across the Juxing continent, in every major city, in the wilderness, lakes, continuous mountain ranges, ancient abysses, above the islands of the endless sea,
In the life-sustaining planets beyond the heavens. In the Dragon Blood realm, Lonely Cloud world, and many other relatively closed worlds. It was as if the origin power of this world unfurled its might, making the mysterious path to the heavens appear in every corner of this world. Any demigod could set foot on the path to the heavens and explore. Generally speaking, as long as one possessed the strength of the semi-divine limit, one could pass through the starry sky 9 passes and enter the ancestral realm. 405. The battle of the ancestral realm treats all beings of heaven and earth equally.
No force can hinder a demigod from entering the battle of the ancestral realm. This is the greatest opportunity in this world. In the Juxing ancient city, within the Divine Fire Hall, over 9,000 figures stood in the hall, utterly silent, all looking towards Kai Yang True God. I do not wish to say more, he began. You all already know the rules. Kai Yang True God surveyed everyone, aside from divine artifacts. Puppets, law treasures, and other external objects are not allowed for use. Once you enter the ancestral realm, you'll be reminded again. I know many among you have lingered in the status of demigod for hundreds of years for the battle of the ancestral realm. Now then, do your utmost and go forth to battle. Seize the opportunity.
Seize the ancestral realm order. Kai Yang True God spoke in a profound tone, to lay down the most solid foundation for your path to true God, and even the heavenly God road.
Set forth, step onto the path to the heavens, and enter the ancestral realm. Boom! The doors of the Divine Fire Hall opened. Whoosh, 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 thousands of demigods turned into streaks of light and flew out of the Juxing ancient city, swiftly heading towards those few paths to the heavens in the void. Not just Kai Yang True God was watching. At this moment, in various residences of the Juxing ancient city and throughout the world, many powerful beings were watching this scene. Within the law enforcement temple, "It's starting," Zhang Yuan, true god, said with a distant gaze. "I wonder if my little junior brother will make it smoothly." Li Yuan advanced along the sky-reaching path, and before long, he quietly noticed that Jing Kui, Dong Pan, He Feng, and the others who had accompanied him had disappeared without a trace. Even the vast Juxing ancient city below had become blurred. On this ancient, blue stone path, only he remained. Starry Sky 9 passes, it should be starting now, Li Yuan mused. As a demigod Saint-Air, Juxing ancient city had already passed on countless pieces of information accumulated over billions of years to them. Thus, Li Yuan was very clear about the process of the battle in the ancestral realm. The first pass is to step onto the sky-reaching path, which only a demigod can do. The second pass is the Starry Sky 9 passes, which requires sufficient strength to break through. This is the preliminary selection. As Li Yuan pondered, Trialist, the Starry Sky 9 passes hold the danger of life and death. If you feel the trial exceeds your limit, immediately return. Forcing your way through will endanger your life. A message was directly transmitted into Li Yuan's mind. The next moment, whoosh, 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 on the path ahead, the originally tranquil void suddenly shook violently, followed by a flock of bird-like creatures resembling crows bursting out of nowhere. These black birds, swift as lightning, swooped toward Li Yuan with a screeching sound. Target life. Life level 42. Killing can harvest spiritual nature nourishment. Li Yuan employed Divine Palace exploration immediately, and the results made his eyes flash with surprise. Are these real living creatures? This shouldn't be. According to the information from Juxing ancient city, all the trials encountered on the sky-reaching path should only be condensations of the ancestral realm origin power. So how could they harvest spiritual nature nourishment? But there was no time for Li Yuan to ponder anymore, as the black birds came rushing madly at him. Vanish. With a slight shift in his gaze that turned eerily dark, an invisible fluctuation shot out from Li Yuan. If the Divine Palace exploration showed they were real life forms, they should have souls. Boom. As if struck by a heavy hammer, Li Yuan's soul attack directly shattered the soul cores of these black birds. Puff, 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 the dozens of awe-inspiring, demigod-level birds dissipated in an instant. Slain 4th rank life form, harvested spiritual nature nourishment. Slain 4th rank life. A series of notifications flashed on the panel of the Divine Palace. This made Li Yuan even more baffled. It's really strange, judging from the way these demigod-level birds vanished. They seem similar to the Divine Fire Warriors I encountered in the Divine Fire Hall, clearly energy constructs, Li Yuan thought to himself. And Divine Fire Warriors are impervious to soul attacks and are not real living beings. These birds, when they rushed over just now, had eyes full of spiritual light. Why would they possess such spiritual nature? Could they actually be real life forms? Li Yuan pondered. Can a mere gathering of pure energy also constitute a life form? Ancestral realm. Who knows what other secrets it holds, Li Yuan mused, without delving too deeply, and continued to move forward along the sky-reaching path. Not long after, the second wave of demigod-level birds appeared, their aura noticeably stronger. Still, they were all annihilated by a single glance from Li Yuan. In this manner, wave after wave of demigod-level exotic beasts emerged, with increasing difficulty, but with Li Yuan's strength, he naturally swept them all away with his soul attack. Without lifting a hand, the only thing filling him with doubts was that, under his Divine Palace exploration, all 9 waves of exotic beasts that appeared were all identified as real life. Upon annihilating the 9th wave of demigod exotic beasts, congratulations, combatant, for passing the Starry Sky 9 passes, a gentle voice suddenly rang out in Li Yuan's mind. You are about to enter the ancestral realm. Before the battle in the ancestral realm commences, please choose a name for yourself. Juxing Shu Yuan. Li Yuan responded directly. In the battle of the ancestral realm, every combatant had to choose a codename for themselves. This was an ironclad rule. And according to the orders from Juxing ancient city, all members of the Divine Fire Hall should adopt the naming convention Zhu Xing plus their real name during the event.
This was to prove the might of Zhu Xing Ancient City, the number one power of heaven and earth.
Zhu Xing Shu Yuan, welcome to the ancestral realm, the gentle voice rang out. Whoosh! An invisible force enveloped Li Yuan, who, unable to resist, vanished instantly from this ancient path. The scenery change. A wilderness? Li Yuan only felt an unmatched power descend upon him, and he had already arrived on a desolate plain. Looking out, the land stretched endlessly, with mountain ranges sprawling across. Is this the ancestral realm? Li Yuan wondered to himself, as there were as many as 9 suns in the sky. Sunlight covered the land. I can no longer connect with Brother Zhang Yuan from Zhu Xing Ancient City, Li Yuan thought to himself, and the soul connection with Little Ice seems to be temporarily unusable as well. Can't leave this place either? As Li Yuan tried, he found that he could not move beyond the 3-meter area surrounding him, as if an invisible barrier imprisoned him there. This was because the battle of the ancestral realm had not truly begun. The sky-reaching path would last 10 days. Those who enter first must wait quietly for 10 days. After 10 days, when the sky-reaching path dissipates, the battle of the ancestral realm will truly begin. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a faint purple token, emitting a somewhat mysterious aura, materialized before Li Yuan. Phew! Li Yuan reached out to receive the token. As soon as his fingertip touched it, the token transformed into a stream of purple light that wound around Li Yuan's wrist. At the same time, it formed a vague connection with Li Yuan and a spiritual imprint was established. The bonding was complete. Truly marvelous, Li Yuan mused, concentrating slightly and sensing a wealth of information contained within the luminous wristband. It was all about the rules of the battle of the ancestral realm. Each combatant will receive a boundary order, inside of which is infused with 3 transmission energies. In any encounter with life-threatening danger, activating the transmission energy will ensure your survival. The first 2 activations of the teleportation energy will randomly transport you to any area within the ancestral realm, while deducting half of your points. If you only have 1 point, no further deduction will be made. The third activation of the teleportation energy means complete elimination. All points will be reset to 0. Each combatant starts with 1 point, and there are 3 ways to earn more points. First, defeat another combatant, causing them to teleport, and you will acquire half of their points. Second, kill or completely eliminate another combatant, and you will acquire all of their points. Third, defeat powerful creatures of the ancestral realm to earn a certain number of points. Fourth, within the ancestral realm, any advancement in aspects such as law comprehension, soul will, and star meridian might also result in points rewards. The battle within the ancestral realm is divided into 3 main stages. The first stage is points accumulation, determining the top 10,000 ranked within a year. The higher the ranking, the more rewarding the prizes from the ancestral realm upon departure. The second stage involves the top 10,000 ranks competing for the ancestral realm order. The ancestral realm order will sequentially appear randomly around the top 100 prodigies. Once obtained, all the powerhouses in the ancestral realm will receive guidance. Possessing the ancestral realm order for a period of time will grant you the order. The third stage is the core of the ancestral realm. Only the possessors of the ancestral realm order may enter. Remember, within the ancestral realm, except for the material divine artifacts, soul artifacts, Dao treasures, etc., that you can activate by yourself, the use of puppets, law treasures, and technological weapons, among others, is strictly forbidden. Violators will be immediately eliminated. All rewards will be forfeited.
The rules are complex and very detailed. Each combatant will have 2 opportunities for a comeback. Li Yuan thought to himself, however, if one fights too fiercely and loses their life, there will be no second chances.
Top 10,000. With many powerful forces in this world, although Zhu Xing Ancient City is the number 1 power, demigod prodigies only make up about a quarter of it. Li Yuan mused. According to past conventions, those who ultimately make it into the top 10,000 all possess at least the combat power of an initial rank of pseudo-god. To break into the top 100, one must at least have the combat power of level 54. However, only those at the peak of pseudo-god can pose a threat to me. Li Yuan thought to himself. Jing Kui is one of them, and it's uncertain how many others there are in this contest. Li Yuan is determined to obtain the Ancestral Realm Order. If possible, he wouldn't mind seizing the first place in points because the higher the points, the greater the rewards upon descent will be. But one should never be careless. Many forces might secretly harbor exceptionally strong individuals. Li Yuan silently reflected. Whoosh! Li Yuan sat down cross-legged, cultivating quietly on this wasteland, waiting for the true start of the battle in the Ancestral Realm. Inside the colossal star inheritance divine artifact of the Juxing ancient city, known as Heavenly Star. Vast and boundless, with a myriad of chaotic currents pervading the space, Tai Yu Heavenly God sat cross-legged, letting the gray currents drift around him. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, two figures broke through the heavy currents, both emitting profound and unpredictable auras, appearing before Tai Yu Heavenly God. Zhuang Hong. Zhang Yuan, you too have come. Tai Yu Heavenly God opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Zhang Yuan. Has your aura stabilized? Yes. I've yet to perfect my star technique, and many exotic treasures materials are still being collected. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. But my divine rank has been completely condensed and stabilized, truly stepping into the Heavenly God realm. Li Yuan had spent several years traversing the lonely cloud world. And Zhang Yuan had quietly entered the Heavenly God realm. Good. It's not urgent to perfect the star technique to 7th rank, as the required exotic treasures are indeed hard to find. Tai Yu Heavenly God nodded. Now sit down. Let's all enter the Ancestral Realm Origin together and observe this battle of the Ancestral Realm. All right. The two heavenly gods nodded. Observing the battle of the Ancestral Realm is something true gods cannot do. But heavenly gods, having penetrated the essence of the great Tao and perceiving the universe, cannot interfere in the battle of the Ancestral Realm. However, they can observe the battle on the day of the emergence from the Ancestral Realm. These three heavenly gods were the current era's prodigious heavenly gods born from the Juxing ancient city. Zhuang Hong Heavenly God and Zhang Yuan Heavenly God sat cross-legged beside Tai Yu Heavenly God. Soon after, whoosh, 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 the divine consciousness fluctuations emitted by the three heavenly gods entered a mysterious domain. The Ancestral Realm, endless and vast, also houses the origin, making it the most mystical place in this world. In ordinary times, let alone true gods, even heavenly gods cannot descend to the Ancestral Realm. Only during the battle of the Ancestral Realm can the heavenly gods consciously descend into the Ancestral Realm. Above the Ancestral Realm, whoosh, 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 the consciousnesses of the three heavenly gods from the Juxing ancient city formed into three phantoms and descended slowly. Shortly after their arrival, several more powerful consciousnesses crossed the vast expanse of the void and descended, condensing into phantoms. One of the phantoms bore an imposing aura, akin to an emperor. Another phantom was that of a beautiful woman in a green robe. Qing Hong, Mo Hai. Tai Yu Heavenly God greeted them actively. Those who came were heavenly gods from the Heavenly Snake ancient city. Tai Yu. Qing Hong Heavenly God nodded, and then upon noticing the aura of Zhang Yuan, showed a hint of surprise. Zhang Yuan, you've indeed made a breakthrough. Just broke through. Zhang Yuan Heavenly God replied with a smile, knowing that compared to these seasoned heavenly gods, his own strength was still weak. Soon enough. Boom, boom. Another two strong consciousnesses one after another descended into this part of the void, colliding with each other. The heavenly gods from Chongqing ancient city have arrived, it's Bei Fu Heavenly God. Si Kun Heavenly God. The phantom formed by Bei Fu Heavenly God resembled a noble young man, while Si Kun Heavenly God carried the presence of a divine sword. However, upon the arrival of the two heavenly gods from Chongqing ancient city and sensing the powerful presence of Zhang Yuan Heavenly God, they both changed their expressions slightly. What's the matter? You both seem upset to see my breakthrough into a heavenly god, said Zhang Yuan Heavenly God with a smile. Bei Fu Heavenly God and Sikan Heavenly God frowned. Zhang Yuan's slaying of Hiran had already made his name known to the heavens and earth. They had been aware of it, but they didn't expect Zhang Yuan to make his breakthrough so quickly. Indeed, having one more heavenly god in Zhuxing ancient city is a threat. It wouldn't have mattered much in the past. Crucially, both Bifu heavenly god and Sikan heavenly god were well aware that Zhang Yuan was the one Anqi heavenly god had killed. Chongqing ancient city's grudge against Anqi heavenly god was no small matter. In Zhang Yuan's path to becoming a heavenly god, Chongqing ancient city had not refrained from attacking him in the dark, but most were blocked by Zhuxing ancient city. Congratulations, brother Zhang Yuan, for penetrating the great Tao and gaining 300,000 years of leisure. Bifu heavenly god quickly relaxed his brows and smiled. If your master knew, he would certainly be happy for you. Haha, I'm not so sure whether my master would be happy or not, laughed Zhang Yuan heavenly god, smiling. But you two definitely won't be. I remember all the gifts you sent me back in the day. Bifu heavenly god's face stiffened. He didn't expect Zhang Yuan to express his hostility openly right after becoming a heavenly god. Humph. Bifu heavenly god's face grew cold, and he couldn't be bothered with Zhang Yuan anymore, as he and Sikan heavenly god occupied a corner of the void with their consciousness. Two old fools, thought I would give you pleasant faces? A flash of killing intent passed through Zhang Yuan heavenly god's eyes. When I finally master my star technique to perfection, I'll slaughter you both sooner or later. If it was just the grudge with Anqi heavenly god and Chongqing ancient city, Zhang Yuan might not care so much. After all, he had no deep ties with Anqi heavenly god, and Anqi heavenly god did not insist on him seeking revenge. But the repeated assassination attempts from Chongqing ancient city, even the direct intervention from Sikan heavenly god, Zhang Yuan true god remembered it all. Now having ascended to heavenly god, he is feeling truly exhilarated at heart. Why would he offer false civility? That's not his nature. Beside him, Tai Yu heavenly god and Zhuanghong heavenly god exchanged glances but said nothing. Zhang Yuan was already well known for being protective and domineering. Moreover, now that Zhang Yuan has ascended to heavenly god, his status is completely equal to theirs. As long as he does not wage open war with Chongqing ancient city, they will say nothing. Who knows, perhaps in the future it will be Zhang Yuan heavenly god who will take control of Zhuxing ancient city. Time passes. Boom. 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 Waves of powerful auras traverse the void, marking the arrival of another four heavenly gods' consciousness. Leader of the East Nether Sacred Landa Dong Jun. Leader of the Bixia Holy Landa Moon Glow Heavenly God. Leader of the South River Holy Landa South River Heavenly God. Leader of the Dragon River Holy Landa Dragon River Heavenly God. South River Heavenly God and Dragon River Heavenly God, both founders of their sacred lands, named after them. The other two sacred lands? No heavenly god's consciousness has arrived. When these four heavenly gods sensed the powerful consciousness of Zhang Yuan heavenly god, their expressions changed slightly, feeling somewhat powerless, especially Dong Jun, whose expression was the most troubled.
Heavenly gods. In the long passage of years, the three great starry sky ancient cities had almost never lost a heavenly god. This kind of profound heritage makes even these independent heavenly gods a bit despondent.
Everyone's here. Tai Yu heavenly god's voice suddenly sounded in the void. In the wars of the ancestral realm of the past, it was good to have two or three come together, but lately, everyone seems to make it. How can we not come? Brother Tai Yu, as the overseer of Heavenly Star, you must be most aware of the turmoil deep within the ancestral realm. Mohai heavenly god said in a sonorous voice. The ancestral realm is unstable, and we heavenly gods can't penetrate deeply into it. Only these participating demigods have the opportunity. We naturally have to pay attention, as something very special might happen. Exactly, Brother Tai Yu, for the safety of the whole world, if your Zhuxing ancient city notices anything, please inform us. Xinghong heavenly god's voice was pleasant, echoing in the void. The other heavenly gods couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Tai Yu heavenly god. Why is Zhuxing ancient city so dominant? First, because it's powerful, and second, because of the inheritance divine artifact, Heavenly Star. Heavenly Star, far more special than the inheritance divine artifacts of Chongqing Ancient City and Heavenly Snake Ancient City. Rest assured, everyone, Tai Yu Heavenly God said with a smile. Just like with the Zhu Xing Divine Pill, I've always distributed it according to the rules of eons to various Heavenly God factions. If I truly detect any danger threatening our world, I will certainly inform you all. After all, no matter how much we fight, it's still an internal struggle. If there really is an external enemy, we must unite, Tai Yu Heavenly God said. This is the duty of my Zhu Xing Ancient City, and also the responsibility of the custodian of Heavenly Star. Tai Yu Heavenly God spoke righteously, leaving the other Heavenly Gods no choice but to nod in agreement. Over the eons, at least in the matter of distributing Zhu Xing Divine Pills, Zhu Xing Ancient City has been beyond reproach. Time continues to pass. The topic of conversation among the Heavenly Gods shifted to the participants in the war inside the Ancestral Realm. It's the third day, and the number of participants in the Ancestral Realm has already exceeded 900,000, one said. Previous sessions usually have more than 1 million demigods participating. It seems that this session's war in the Ancestral Realm will have more participants, more than 10 Heavenly Gods, implicitly divided into different groups, still communicated with one another. With their powerful consciousness, through the Ancestral Realm origin, they could vaguely sense the movements of all the fighters in the entire Ancestral Realm. However, apart from the fighters from their own forces, they could not yet distinguish the top talents of other forces' participants. There's Jing Kui, brother Tai Yu. This time in the war of the Ancestral Realm, Jing Kui is probably the first, Qing Hong Heavenly God said laughingly. And Liu Bing from the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent must be even more formidable, laughed Tai Yu Heavenly God. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the perception of the 11 Heavenly Gods, the final number of participants who entered the Ancestral Realm was 1,330,000. This number has already set a new record for the recent decades. At the moment when the time arrived, in the Zhu Xing continent, as well as in a place in the outer starry sky, and those numerous small worlds, wherever the heaven-connecting path appears, those heaven-connecting paths traversing heaven and earth all dissipated. In their place was a massive, sky-obscuring light screen ranking list. Ancestor Realm List. On that huge list, there were rankings from 1-10,000 for points, but the names behind all the rankings were left blank. The Ancestor Realm List is out. It's about to start. As countless Ancestor Realm lists surfaced everywhere in the world, numerous true gods, pseudo-gods, demigods, and flying heavens who had been waiting calmly everywhere all looked up at the list above their heads. This moment, from all directions of heaven and earth, cultivators below the heavenly divine could not watch the battle directly, but they could see the rankings of the Ancestor Realm list. The countless friends, masters, and even disciples of the participants all hoped to see the names they anticipated on the list. And the innumerable lower-layered flying heavens and demigods were simply watching the excitement. The Battle of the Ancestor Realm, this is a grand event. Among the heavens and earth, the most powerful demigods will participate in the battle. It is said that anyone who breaks into the top 10,000 of the Ancestor Realm list possesses terrifying strength comparable to that of the divine. Countless people discussed. In the divine fire hall of the Zhu Xing Ancient City, Big Brother, Brother Shu, Zhang Zan also looked up at the huge list in the void. She hoped to see the names of both Li Yuan and Zhang Shan on the list. This battle attracted the attention of countless beings in heaven and earth, but inside the Ancestor Realm, it was rather tranquil. The moment the time arrived, the Battle of the Ancestor Realm, the first stage, officially begins. A gentle voice rose in Li Yuan's mind. The spatial restrictions around him quietly dissipated. The scenery in Li Yuan's vision returned to normal. Little Ice seems to be in a very distant region. Li Yuan sensed through his soul, and he could only confirm that Liu Bing was far away from him. However, he could not determine the specific direction. Very strange. As far as Li Yuan knew, the entire Ancestor Realm stretched tens of millions of kilometers, comparable in size to the entire Abyss country. With 1 million participants scattered, it was very difficult to encounter each other. But with the strength of Li Yuan's and Liu Bing's souls, normally, even if they were separated by the vast starry sky, They should be able to sense each other. Just tens of millions of kilometers? The sensing should be extremely clear. Unable to use soul transmission sound. Also unable to pinpoint Little Ice's position. I fear this is deliberate interference by the ancestor realm. Li Yuan pondered, that makes sense, even various communication treasures are prohibited. If I could directly communicate with Lu Bing through soul transmission sound, it would almost be like cheating. This ancestor realm seems to be an expanse opened up by an existence greater than heavenly divine, so how could such a loophole be left? Li Yuan mused inwardly. Then, I can only venture alone for now and see if there is a chance to meet Little Ice later. Li Yuan was not panicked by this situation. Before entering the battle of the ancestor realm, he and Lu Bing had already discussed that if they could not converge, then they would venture alone first. The ancestor realm itself contained many opportunities, and when it was time to compete for the ancestral realm order, naturally, there would be a chance to converge. Moreover, Li Yuan believed that with Lu Bing's strength and escape skill flight speed, there should be few demigods who could threaten him. Let's go. Whoosh! Li Yuan soared into the sky, flying towards the mountain range not far away, while his powerful divine sense spread out. He directly sensed a region of 1,000 kilometers in radius. With Li Yuan's current soul, his divine senses range reached over 1,000 kilometers, and his spatial fluctuation sensing range even more so spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. Boom! A faint but powerful ripple transmitted from afar. Thousands of kilometers away? Li Yuan immediately sensed something and his figure moved, casting void travel? With a single flicker, he had already crossed over 200 kilometers, rapidly closing in. Li Yuan soon had a clear sense of it. As the ancestor realm list emerged all over heaven and earth, the countless true gods, pseudo-gods, demigods, and those of flying heaven who had been waiting quietly everywhere couldn't help but look up at the list above their heads. At this moment, in all corners of heaven and earth, cultivators beneath the heavenly divine couldn't directly witness the battle, but they could see the rankings of the ancestor realm list. The numerous friends, masters, and even disciples of those participating in the war all hoped to see the names they were looking forward to on the list. And the countless lower-level flying heavens and demigods were simply there for the excitement. The battle of the ancestral realm, this is truly a grand event. In this world, the most powerful demigods will participate in the battle. It is said that those who can break into the top 10,000 of the ancestor realm list, each possesses terrifying strength comparable to the divine, countless people discussed. Inside the divine fire hall of Juxing ancient city, Big Brother, Brother Shu, Zhang Zan also looked up at the huge list in the void. She hoped to see both Li Yuan's and Zhang Shan's names on the list. This battle attracted the attention of countless people between heaven and earth, yet the inside of the ancestral realm was quite serene. At the moment the time arrived. The battle of the ancestral realm, first stage, officially begins. A gentle voice echoed in Li Yuan's mind. Buzz. The constraints of the surrounding space quietly dissipated. All the scenes in Li Yuan's vision returned to normal. Little Ice seems to be in a very distant region. Li Yuan perceived through his soul, only confirming that Lu Bing was very far away from him. But as to in which direction, he couldn't pinpoint it. Very peculiar. As far as Li Yuan knew, the entire ancestral realm stretched tens of millions of kilometers across, comparable in size to the Abyss country, and it was very hard for the million participants to run into each other. But with the strength of Li Yuan's and Lu Bing's souls, under normal circumstances, even if separated by the vast starry sky, they would be able to sense each other. Just tens of millions of kilometers? The perception should be incredibly clear. Can't use soul transmission sound. Can't pinpoint Little Ice's location either. I'm afraid it's deliberate interference by the ancestral realm. Li Yuan thought to himself. That's also right, all kinds of communication treasures are forbidden. If I could directly use soul transmission sound with Lu Bing, it would almost be like cheating. The ancestral realm seems to be opened by an existence greater than the heavenly divine. How could it leave such a loophole? Li Yuan thought to himself. Well then, I can only make my own way first, to see if there's a chance to meet up with Little Ice later on. Li Yuan wasn't perturbed by this situation. Before entering the battle of the ancestral realm, he had already discussed with Lu Bing that if they couldn't meet up, they would make their own way first. The ancestral realm itself contained many opportunities, and naturally, there would be a chance to come together when competing for the ancestral realm order. Furthermore, Li Yuan believed that, with Lu Bing's strength and speed of escape skill, there shouldn't be many demigods who could threaten her. Let's go. Whoosh! Li Yuan shot up into the sky, flying towards the mountain range not far away, with his powerful divine sense diffusing outwards, directly perceiving a 1,000-kilometer area around him. With Li Yuan's current soul, his range of divine sense perception exceeded 1,000 kilometers, and his spatial fluctuation perception range was even up to tens of thousands of kilometers. Boom! A faint but powerful ripple transmitted from afar. Thousands of kilometers away? Li Yuan immediately sensed something and his figure moved, casting void travel. With a single flicker, he had already crossed over 200 kilometers, rapidly closing in. Li Yuan soon had a clear sense of it, in the ancestral realm. Within a range of continuous mountains. Boom! With a fierce slap descending, in the valley's lake, a creature of the ancestral realm shaped like a gigantic turtle was smashed to pieces and followed by several streaks of divine light dissipating. Killing a pseudo-god level ancestral realm creature is really troublesome. Li Yuan slowly landed beside the lake. After killing it, I only got 100 points. There's no need to be too anxious. I've already surged to 16th place, Li Yuan muttered to himself. The past few months were chaotic, just maintaining the rank and not falling too far behind is enough, as the people remaining later will definitely have higher points. When I defeat them then, my points will surely soar. For half a month, when the battle in the ancestral realm had just begun, Li Yuan fought earnestly, pursuing and slaughtering. But soon, he found the efficiency to be too low. It was a laborious task to sense and search for opponents and then defeat them, only to gain 1 point in the end. It was not worth the effort. Therefore, just after a few days, Li Yuan no longer deliberately sought out opponents and turned to hunt the creatures of the ancestral realm. Although they were all tough characters, nearly all at the pseudo-god level. And they gave plenty of points. Aside from fighting, most of the time, Li Yuan was still pondering over his spear technique and contemplating the secret techniques of the mind-soul. At the true god chapter level, law comprehension and combat secret skills become increasingly difficult as one progresses further. Although Li Yuan's will has long stepped into the true god level, his soul had not broken through. Thus, even if he had cultivated the secret techniques of the mind-soul pseudo-god chapter to the extreme, and even with the aid of treasures such as the 6 realms of illusion and dream realm stone, understanding the true god level soul secret techniques was still extremely difficult. At least, for the few years of grinding, it was still quite a challenge for Li Yuan. However, even without going all out in slaughter, Li Yuan's points rank still rose to the 16th place. The god-level secret technique of mind-soul, constructing the illusionary realm world, has a total of 9,834 difficulties. Li Yuan sat beside the lake, pondering. And I have only comprehended a little over 3,000. A few hours later, suddenly a whoosh, 6 streaks of light rapidly passed by, abruptly arriving above the lake, and they instantly discovered Li Yuan's figure at the edge of the lake, who was contemplating secret techniques. There's someone at this lake? We didn't notice just now. The 5 demigods were somewhat astonished, but they didn't take it too seriously. Divine sense inquiry is not omnipotent. For those who cultivate secret techniques for concealing their aura or twisting the fabric of space, it's still possible to elude detection. The premise is to keep a low profile. They still came over? I was engrossed in the enlightenment of secret techniques and didn't want to interrupt my thoughts because of a fight. Li Yuan sighed reluctantly, standing up. Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see you. How about that? Purple-robed boy. What the hell are you talking about? One of the young men in purple armor said harshly. Running into us is your bad luck. Just do it, kill him. Boom. The youth in purple armor took a step forward and turned into a purple lightning bolt rushing to attack, with an overwhelming momentum that made the previously calm lake surge with huge waves again. Suppress. A white-clad woman pointed from a distance, and immediately numerous silver chains flew all around her. Divine artifact chains shone brightly, moving at an even more exaggerated speed, encompassing Li Yuan like a giant snake. Fall into slumber. A mesmerizing-eyed young man directly launched a soul attack, attempting to ensnare Li Yuan into oblivion. In an instant, the 6 demigods erupted at once, with 3 wielding bladed weapons for close combat bursts, 2 launching long-range attacks to bind, and 1 employing a soul attack, a perfect synergy of tactics. And their strength was incredibly fearsome, each with pseudo-god-level combat abilities, and the leading youth in purple armor was even unleashing nearly pseudo-god middle-rank strength. It can be said that such a team working together could even take on a pseudo-god middle-rank powerhouse. But when facing Li Yuan, an inscrutable demigod, they were still going all out, which was quite cautious. Rumble. The 2 sides collided instantaneously, domains clashing tumultuously, the lake rippled violently, and the mountains on both sides collapsed in a blink. Roar, roar, roar. Out of the crumbling mountain range emerged numerous yellow dragons exuding an overwhelming presence, each possessing terrifying might. The yellow dragons roared in concert. Their formidable combined strike sent the leading youth in purple armor flying back, spitting blood, and forced him to vanish into thin air instantly. Right after that, a yellow dragon opened its jaws wide, directly biting and tearing apart an unprepared old man. Death. Crash. The vast earthy yellow domain bombarded another middle-aged man with an axe, severely injuring him. Out of shock and rage, he fled. What? This? 16th. Are you Shu Yuan, the one ranked 16th in the points? Far away, about 100 kilometers out, the remaining 3 demigod men and women were staring intently at the black-clad figure surrounded by massive yellow dragons in the void. They all felt a chill in their hearts. Too strong. Keep in mind, they were all genius demigods from Chongqing Ancient City, and when the 6 coincidentally met, they were naturally strong enough. But in a single clash, 1 dead, 2 fled. Such a formidable force naturally made one's heart tremble in fear. You should have all sensed my presence, Li Yuan said with a grin. So let's keep this simple. I don't want to kill you, just activate the boundary order yourselves to spare me from making a move. Within the ancestral realm, when demigods encountered one another, it was actually quite difficult to judge an enemy's identity by appearance, as changing one's attire was too easy. But once a fight erupts, then among the top 100 ranked powerhouses, their attack moves will reveal a unique aura. This is a special rule of the ancestral realm. To the others, the identity of the assailant would be instantly known. Li Yuan could hardly remember how many times he had exposed his identity in the past 10+ days. But Li Yuan didn't care. Exposed. How many could actually stop him? Just like now, even 6 demigods with strength comparable to pseudo-gods were merely defeated by him. Surrender proactively? 3 demigods from Chongqing Ancient City glanced at each other. Scatter and flee. All 3 of them retreated explosively at the same time, turning into streaks of light, fleeing in different directions in an attempt to escape. After all, activating a boundary order would cost them half of their points, something no one was willing to do. Ah, fleeing again? Li Yuan sighed and immediately took action. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Li Yuan had rushed in front of the woman in white, his body momentarily transforming into 10 meters tall, hand raised like a blade, and he slashed down directly. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Peef. The hand was like a heavenly blade, directly ripping the woman in white in half, obliterating her soul consciousness. Instant kill. Don't blame me. I gave you 2 chances to live. Li Yuan was unwilling to commit undue slaughter, but that didn't mean he was always going to be lenient. Immediately, Li Yuan glanced at the woman in white, then looked toward the other 2 figures 100 kilometers away. This one look terrorized their hearts. Too terrifying. In that instant just now, Li Yuan crossed over 100 kilometers of the void. What kind of movement technique speed is that? Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 didn't hesitate to activate the boundary order, disappearing directly into the void. The void became quiet once more. Really eager to send me points. Li Yuan muttered to himself as he received a message from the boundary order. Oh, 6 people with quite a number of points. making me jump directly to the 14th rank? Whoosh! Li Yuan waved his hand to collect the treasures left by the two slain demigods, then gently landed on a mountain cliff. Continue cultivating. So far, Li Yuan had encountered many opponents, but no one had yet forced him to give his all. Even those capable of forcing him to use his origin divine artifact were of no use. Usually, the eruption of several major star techniques was enough to sweep away everything. Soon after a session of cultivation, seeing his points ranking drop to 15th, Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light and went afar, continuing his hunt. Battle and slaughter. Annihilation, leading to Li Yuan's points ranking steadily climbing. In the Yuan country capital, the Nine Sound Building. As a top locale of luxury in the capital, in the past, many demigods dared not come here to spend frivolously. But these days, the Nine Sound Building is bustling with excitement, even busier than during the opening of the Nine Sounds realm, attracting countless people from the capital. The reason is very simple. Recently, the Nine Sound Building has waived the entrance fee. All drinks, delicacies and such are all at a 20% of the normal price, and the formerly expensive music and dance performances are now completely open to the public. Such low prices are unprecedented for the Nine Sound Building in a millennium, drawing countless flying heaven demigods from the capital. And everyone knew the reason. Celebration. The Ancestor Realm list. Our Yuan country's unparalleled genius, Shu Yuan, has actually ranked 6th. Unbelievable. Shu Yuan, the demigod, it's only been a little over 10 years since he became a demigod, to be this strong? In the battle of the ancestral realm, it's said not only from the 3,000 divine kingdoms, but demigods from countless life stars beyond the heavens, all who are strong enough, will partake in battle. Under such circumstances, Shu Yuan was able to break into the top 10, how strong must he be? Demigod Shu Yuan is the pride of our Yuan country. Not just in the Nine Sound Building, countless flying heaven demigods around the city only needed to look up slightly to see the huge Ancestor Realm list in the void. The list has a full 10,000 names, the closer to the top, the more attention-grabbing. AA1, Ning Kai 2, Zhu Xing Jing Kui 3, Heaven Snake Lu Bing. 4. Dongyu Lianyan 5, Moonblade 6, Zhu Xing Shu Yuan. 7. Divine Dragon Ao Feng 8, Kong Yin 9, Hua Zhongyun. 10. Yu Ting. 19. Zhu Xing Dong Pan. 88. Zhu Xing Yu Shan. Above the Nine Sound Building, there's a huge void hall imperceptible to ordinary demigods, serving as the ultimate viewing platform for the Ancestor Realm list. Now, several hundred pseudo-gods from within the Yuan country capital have gathered here, and as time passes, more who receive the news keep arriving. Is it really Shu Yuan? When he left for Zhuxing Ancient City more than 10 years ago, he was only at the flying heaven level, right? I can hardly believe it. Demigod Yu Shan, claimed to be the #1 genius of Yuan country for thousands of years, has been a demigod for several hundred years now, yet he's only ranked 88th. Many newly arrived pseudo-gods are sighing with emotion. Shu Yuan, most of them knew him. Back then, Shu Yuan caused a great disturbance in the Yuan country capital. It's indeed Shu Yuan. The smiling pseudo-god Qian Huan said, I personally visited the master himself said it. Shu Yuan has been the demigod saint heir of Zhuxing Ancient City for several years now. And the master also said, the battle in the ancestral realm has been going on for nearly a month, being able to stay in the top 10 all this time, sufficiently proves the terrifying strength of Shu Yuan. His law comprehension is probably at the true god level, definitively stated pseudo-god Qian Huan. Law comprehension comparable to a true god? Many pseudo-gods present were a bit stunned. If someone else had said this, they wouldn't dare believe it. After all, how long had Shu Yuan been cultivating? Even if he ranked in the top 10 of the ancestral realm battle, it was still doubtful. But the one who said this was the Nine Sounds true god. In the depths of the void of the royal capital, the Nine Sounds divine mountain shrouded in endless clouds and mist. A charming woman wearing a light and soft gauzy purple dress that seemed like mist, with 2 fluffy long ears, was leisurely lying on a chair, with a perfect view of the Ancestor Realm list, at the edge of the void. Sixth. Really inconceivable. How long has she been cultivating? The 9 sounds true, God murmured to herself. The king has ascended to heavenly God. Could Shu Yuan also ascend to be a heavenly god in the future? 9 sounds true, God sighed wistfully. The war in the ancestral realm has been ongoing for nearly a month. The ranking achieved by Li Yuan has caused a sensation in Abyss country. But when looking at the various powers in the whole world, the true gods who knew about Li Yuan's past records weren't too doubtful. Shu Yuan's soul attack is terrifying. Initially, even the Dongpan demigod of Juxing ancient city couldn't withstand it. Relying on his soul attack, he could easily sweep through a large number of participating demigods. It's normal for his points to rank 6th. A powerful soul attack is advantageous in such large-scale melee, but it will be at a disadvantage when it comes to competing for the ancestral realm order. This was almost the consensus among the many major Foss's true gods. They all believed that it was by relying on his soul attack that Shu Yuan reached the 6th rank on the ancestor realm list. However, the consensus of the true gods from the various powers in the world takes on a different perspective in the void above the ancestral realm. Tai Yu, Zhang Yuan, the Shu Yuan you both cultivated is a bit too formidable. To cultivate for just over 40 years and solely based on material attack, storm into the top 10 of the ancestral realm ranking? Qinghong Heavenly God and Longchuan Heavenly God were somewhat surprised. Unlike true gods who can only guess through the ranking list, heavenly gods are able to directly perceive the entire vista of the ancestral realm. As such, as the war in the ancestral realm continues and time passes, prodigious demigods have revealed their edge and have long been noticed by them. Undoubtedly, Li Yuan is one of the most dazzling talents in the ancestral realm battle so far. Without relying on his strongest known soul attack from intel, with just material attacks, he was able to sweep through many demigods, including some formidable ones. None could stop him. Haha, it's still somewhat lacking. Tai Yu Heavenly God laughed. Now Shu Yuan only ranks 6th, not as good as Lu Bing and the others. Tai Yu, don't joke around. Qinghong Heavenly God shook his head. We have both been watching the battle, we know very well. It's because this little fellow Shu Yuan is kind-hearted. Most of the time he only defeats his opponents and does not slaughter them wildly for points. Moreover, he spends most of his time in concealed cultivation rather than in battle. If he used material attack, trapped enemies with soul illusionary realm, and then killed with full force, I'm afraid he would have already been able to challenge for the first rank on the ancestor realm list. Qinghong Heavenly God said with emotion. Defeating an opponent only earns half the points. Killing secures the full points. These heavenly gods, after extensive observation, had long noticed that Li Yuan, despite being capable of directly killing many demigods, was, mercifully, letting the opponents go, allowing them a chance to teleport away. This also caused Li Yuan to lose a lot of points. The exchange between Tai Yu Heavenly God and Heavenly Rainbow God made Dong Jun even more disgruntled at the side. The more Li Yuan shone, the more disgruntled he became. Humph. Just wait, shining and slaying quickly now, as only because he relies on an astonishing speed in his domain. Probably he has condensed the true intention of space, and also cultivated the 9-layer escape technique. Dong Jun's gaze grew colder. When it comes time to fight for the ancestral realm order, and you need to confront and slaughter face to face, you naturally won't win. Yes. Li Enyan has mastered the heavenly divine secret technique, indeed making him extremely fierce in direct combat. Dong Jun was very satisfied with the achievements of his disciple, Li Enyan semi-divine. 4th in the ancestor realm ranking is already very impressive. Suddenly, everyone, that Ning Kai is going to clash with Sha Ju of the Juxing ancient city, Siku Heavenly God suddenly spoke up. In fact, the other heavenly gods were already focused on this battle. With the power of a heavenly god, consciousness can cover the ancestral realm, and it is easy to split attention across tens of thousands of individuals. As long as any demigod with slightly stronger power shows up, they're within their observation range. How could they miss the clash between Ning Kai and Sha Ju? Ning Kai, ranked 1st on the ancestor realm list, is suspected to possess peak of pseudo-god strength and has a mysterious background, completely unknown to these heavenly gods. Sha Ju, ranking 26th on Ancestor Realm list, already possesses very astonishing strength. Such a level of confrontation has only happened a few times during the 1 month that the Ancestral Realm War has started. In the Ancestral Realm, above a vast mountain range, the battle between Sha Ju demigod and Ning Kai demigod has already begun fiercely. You are Ning Kai. Dressed in black armor, the demigod Sha Ju stood 10 meters tall. His aura was robust and domineering, wielding a giant combat saber, eyes dead set on the seemingly lazy figure in the distance. He never expected that the demigod he encountered by chance would be the terrifying existence ranked first in the Ancestor Realm list on points. Ning Kai. This name was very unfamiliar to him, not in the intel Sha Ju demigod was aware of. But being ranked first in points already proved everything. After all, even Jing Kui was only second in ranking. Sha Ju? Ranking in the top 30 in points, indeed not bad. Ning Kai demigod appeared somewhat laid back, but his eyes were bright. Bring out all your strength, otherwise you'll lose miserably. Before the combat, neither party was aware of each other's identity. Once they battled, under the guidance of the Ancestral Realm's rules, they both became aware. Kill. 9 blades. Destroy. Demigod Sha Ju's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness as he completely unleashed his ferocity. Streaks of terrifying blue light bloomed, turning his figure into a blur instantly. Terrifying saber lights whistled towards Ning Kai demigod. As an 8-star veins demigod, Sha Ju's star technique was definitely terrifying. Good coming. Heavenly divine secret technique. Ning Kai demigod's eyes were bright, like an extensive and profound lake. He too moved instantly, his hands and swords emanating mysterious fluctuations, with even a great amount of water vapor forming. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Layers of sword light emerged, lights like electric mist, elusive and unfathomable, easily blocking Sha Ju demigod's raging saber lights. One ferocious, his sword technique overwhelmingly powerful. A gentle sword light flows like water, using softness to overcome hardness. The battle was extremely fierce. Suddenly, whoosh. Ning Kai, the demigod, swiftly turned his long sword in his right hand, producing an extraordinary and stunning strike that left a trail in the void, causing continuous tremors in space and directly severing the arm of Sha Ju, the demigod. Splat. Sha Ju, the demigod, was filled with shock and anger, but it was too late to retreat. His arm broke instantly, his combat saber flew off, and blood splattered everywhere. Whoosh whoosh. More sword lights fiercely attacked. Not good. Retreat. The thought crossed Sha Ju, the demigod's mind as he instantly activated the boundary order, disappearing into the void, causing the sword lights to miss their target. This battle. Ning Kai, the demigod, won, still ranking first. Above a mountain peak. Li Yuan noticed the changes in the Ancestor Realm list, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Sha Ju's ranking suddenly plummeted. Nearly falling out of the top 100, was he defeated by someone? With the strength of Li Yuan's soul, it was effortless for him to sense the changes in the points list with a fraction of his thoughts. But at that instant, besides Sha Ju, no one's ranking changed drastically. It shouldn't be someone ranked beyond the top 10. Li Yuan speculated. Then who defeated Sha Ju? Was it someone from the top 10? Having gained half of Sha Ju's points, logically, even a top 10 expert's ranking should change. Could it be the top-ranked Ning Kai? Li Yuan speculated. This Ning Kai, as well as Moonblade, Yu Ting, Kong Yin, Hua Zhongyun, where did they all come from? Li Yuan was always paying attention to the points ranking. Among the top 10, there are exactly 5 people whose names were not mentioned in the information from Ju Xing Ancient City. And in the top 50 of the points list, there are over 20 names that are completely unfamiliar to Li Yuan. Given the intelligence-gathering capabilities of Ju Xing Ancient City, it's normal to have several unknown demigod geniuses among the top 100 in the points list. But dozens? That's rather strange. Especially among the top 10, 5 unknown names? That's even more peculiar. Could other geniuses be using pseudonyms? That's not right either. Li Yuan frowned. Ao Feng, Liu Bing, and other geniuses expected to contend for the top 10, have all appeared. There's no one overlooked. All of this can only mean these unfamiliar demigod names had never appeared in the intelligence from Zhu Xing ancient city in the past. It wasn't just Li Yuan who was puzzled. Many top geniuses like Jing Kui, Liu Bing, Lianyan, Dong Pan, none of them were fools, and almost all of them had sensed the anomaly in the points list and grew cautious. Everyone realized that this battle in the Ancestor Realm didn't seem so straightforward. Above the Ancestor Realm, the consciousness of 11 Heavenly Divine had been monitoring the fight between Ning Kai and Sha Zhu. This strike is a true God-level technique. Undoubtedly, able to defeat Sha Zhu so effortlessly, this Ning Kai definitely possesses peak of pseudo-god strength. The judgment of the heavenly gods was exceptional. Previously, since Ning Kai had not encountered such a strong opponent as Sha Zhu, the heavenly gods could not entirely confirm it, but now they finally could. From where did he emerge? With such strong power, he might rival Jing Kui. He has never appeared before. The heavenly gods were puzzled. To know, all known areas in this realm have been completely occupied by the 3 major Zhu Xing ancient cities and the 6 great holy lands. All forces are striving to discover and nurture geniuses. Missing a few demigods with initial rank of pseudo-god strength is normal. But a demigod with peak of pseudo-god strength, this indicates an extraordinary genius, who could potentially grow to the peak of true god, almost impossible to overlook. Even though Shu Yuan exceeded their expectations, there were at least traces to follow previously, being nurtured by Zhu Xing ancient city. What about this Ning Kai? No trace of him existed before. I suspect this Ning Kai, as well as Moonblade, Yu Ting, among others, are not geniuses from our realm. A somber voice suddenly echoed. One genius is possible. But a group of extraordinary geniuses, that is not normal. Not from our side of heaven and earth. Mohai, what do you mean? Could it be that many heavenly gods couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Mohai heavenly god, all falling into contemplation? You all know very well that ever since the changes in the ancestral realm millions of years ago, we heavenly gods have been able to leave through the passageway following the ancestral realm. Mohai heavenly god spoke without reservation. Furthermore, there have been several instances of heavenly gods from the divine realm descending upon us. Without a doubt, the isolation between the divine realm and our realm is being broken. So many top-tier demigod talents that we know absolutely nothing about, it's probably the first occurrence in 10 million years. Mohai heavenly god said. Other than coming collectively from the divine realm, I can't think of any other possibility. From the divine realm, Zhang Yuan heavenly god, Tai Yu heavenly god, and Zhuang Hong heavenly god all felt a tremor in their hearts, instantly thinking of Li Yuan. Even Zhuang Hong heavenly god, who had never met Li Yuan, was aware of his general situation. Similarly, Qing Hong heavenly god also thought of his own disciple, Liu Bing. Regardless of whether they come from the outer world or not, our debate now is meaningless. Tai Yu heavenly god spoke softly. If they truly come from the outside, they must be here for the ancestral realm order. We can't intervene. We can only see if the young ones like Jing Kui, Shu Yuan, Lianyan, and others are strong enough. Tai Yu heavenly god said with a smile. All the heavenly gods nodded in agreement. They had already accepted Mohai heavenly god's judgment, but each had their suspicions. What can be done with suspicions? Right now, they can only watch. Time slid by, months passed. The slaughter within the ancestral realm was incredibly frenzied. The majority of ordinary demigods hoped to break into the top 10,000 to receive a chance. After all, according to tradition, even the most ordinary opportunity was worth tens of thousands of Fangshan crystals, enough to drive the semi-divine limit experts mad. Some of the elites, meanwhile, fought desperately to break into the top 1,000 or even the top 100. Many demigods fell. Many demigods continued to fail and unwillingly activated their third, teleportation, directly leaving the ancestral realm. There were also many powerful demigods rising, climbing up the ranks on the ancestor realm list, some making a sensational impact. Under the watchful eyes of the 11 observing heavenly gods, Some previously powerful demigods were revealing themselves one by one. Another one, suspected to possess peak pseudo-god strength, the 12th now. This generation truly is a gathering of storms. Even without counting the suspected talents from the divine realm, there are 6 among our 9 great powers roles who are suspected to have peak pseudo-god strength. These heavenly gods were quite emotional. In the past battles of the ancestral realm, usually, just having peak pseudo-god strength could secure the first place, and it was very rare to see 2 or 3 of such individuals. Of course, even with so many talents emerging, the heavenly gods only sighed. From the perspective of heavenly gods, it is quite difficult for demigods to completely draw their attention, even if the first place of historical ancestral realm battles are overwhelmingly halted within the true god realm. Heavenly gods have the absolute prerogative to look down upon the demigods. Oh, look quickly. Dong Pan of Juxing Ancient City is about to clash with Sha Shou from Dragon River Sacred Land. The Eastern Lord suddenly spoke up. Without his need to elaborate further, the other demigods had also seen it. I think Dong Pan will win. Dong Pan should be one of the 2 strongest in the second tier, very close to the first tier. Sha Shou is weaker by a notch, but he should be able to dodge the attack and escape with no issues. The heavenly gods voiced their opinions one after another, their eyes keen and critical. The first tier consisted of those suspected to have peak pseudo-god strength, a total of 12 individuals such as Ning Kai, Shu Yuan, Lianyan, Jing Kui, Yu Ting, and others were all ranked within. The second tier, slightly weaker, included Dong Pan, Liu Bing. Liu Bing had already surged to the second place on the points leaderboard, far surpassing most of the first tier, with terrifying speed being her advantage. Those who fought her couldn't outpace her. Those who couldn't beat her couldn't escape. This allowed her points to skyrocket to an astonishing extent, yet in terms of head-on combat strength, Liu Bing had yet to show an excessively shocking level. The rankings on the Ancestor Realm list couldn't fully reflect one's strength. Some experts proficient in defense with slower speed might accumulate points at a slower pace due to a decreased rate of slaughter. But such strong contenders, when it comes to the competition for the Ancestral Realm Order, will have a considerable advantage. Boom boom boom, in the Ancestral Realm, within a lake spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, which could already be considered a sea, at the central region where the depth reaches hundreds of kilometers, 2 terrifying figures were causing water waves tens of kilometers high. Ranked 42nd, Sha Shou, the number 1 demigod of Dragon River Sacred Land? Dong Pan semi-divine was bathed in earthy yellow light, resembling a war god of the earth. He wielded a pair of hammers, one following the other, each smash seemingly carrying the weight of an entire world crashing down ferociously. Bang! 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 Each collision triggered violent tremors across hundreds of kilometers, akin to a series of nuclear explosions. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, everything was continuously affected. Sha Shou demigod was once a handsome noble, but at this moment he was quite disheveled. His unpredictable spear technique was unable to breach Dong Pan semi-divine's hammer technique defense. And the domain he displayed, with its strands of flowing water, simply could not restrain Dong Pan semi-divine. On the contrary, the opponent's hammer technique contained a strange power, and with every collision, he felt like a bug trapped in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the more unbearable it became. This Dong Pan is too difficult to deal with. Clearly his law comprehension is so high, but his fighting ability is so terrifying. No wonder he was once the number 1 demigod in Juxing Ancient City. Numerous thoughts flashed through Sha Shou demigod's mind. Let's go. Now is not the time to fight to the death. Whoosh! With another thrust of his spear, Sha Shou demigod countered the opponent's hammer and swiftly used the momentum to fly away. Dong Pan, you cannot do anything to me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Our clash ends here today, uttered Sha Shou demigod in a deep voice. When the time comes to fight for the Ancestral Realm Order, I will battle you with my life on the line. Boom! Dong Pan was like a savage war god, stomping fiercely into the void, and roaring, "Don't run!" But as strong as his defense was, and as violent as his head-on attacks, his speed was at a disadvantage. For a moment, he could not catch up with Sha Shou demigod. In his urgent fury, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly descended around Dongpan semi-divine, a fluctuation belonging to the law of the great Tao, which instantly noticeably enhanced the might of the law of Earth domain he was manipulating. Both speed and strength surged rapidly. Boom! Dongpan semi-divine leapt forward, his speed now clearly surpassing Sha Shou demigod, as he chased after him like lightning. Die! Dongpan semi-divine roared, hammering down once more, the momentum of this attack overpowering and at a level beyond before. Damn it! Has he broken through? This hammering technique, is it at the true god level? Sha Shou demigod was shocked and furious, forced to face the terrifying hammer head-on, clashing his spear against it. Bang! It was like a meteor striking, the terrible shockwave instantaneously stirring up a water wall in the endless sea, resembling a heavenly curtain, followed by an invisible shake that almost turned the massive water wall into nothingness, completely vaporizing it. Sha Shou demigod was sent tumbling backward from the smash. Peak of pseudo-god. Absolutely the strength of the peak of pseudo-god. Flee! Sha Shou demigod frantically fled for his life. However, would Dongpan allow him to escape? The embryonic form of Law of Heaven and Earth. Law of Earth. 8th rank perfect. Impressive. More than a dozen heavenly gods high above in the ancestral realm exclaimed in admiration. This Dongpan, his talent in the Law of Earth is frighteningly high. Moonglow heavenly god couldn't hold back her praise. He must be the first one to achieve 8th rank perfect comprehension in a single law. Right. In terms of basic law comprehension, he's the highest. Southern River heavenly god also nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan true god, Tai Yu heavenly god, and others had smiles on their faces that they could hardly suppress. The previous first echelon had 12 people, but now their Zhu Xing ancient city had added one more to their ranks, and he was different from the previous 12. Whether it was Jing Kui or Lianyan, most were simultaneously comprehending a single law of the great Tao as well as having a high comprehension of space law, combining them and thus developing true god-level secret techniques, attaining the strength of peak pseudo-god. Li Yuan was even more exaggerated, combining 3 major laws. As for Dongpan, his comprehension of space law is very low, but his comprehension of the law of Earth is extremely high. And now he has even broken through to the 8th rank perfect level, true god initial rank. One could say, with this law comprehension, Dongpan semi-divine, if willing, could directly break through to become a true god. It's over. Sha Shou demigod has teleported away. Losing is quite normal. Sha Shou comprehends the law of water, which is not naturally inclined towards speed, while Dongpan has accumulated too deeply. The many heavenly gods communicated with each other. HMPH. Only Dragon River heavenly god was slightly displeased. Upon a continuous mountain range, a beautiful and vivid flying serpent, whose entire body was crystal clear, gleamed magically under the sun's rays as it coiled atop a huge rock. It had its eyes closed. Lu Bing was unaware that it was one of the focus points of attention for more than 10 heavenly gods above the ancestral realm. As a holy blood heavenly serpent, its growth rate was destined to be incredibly exaggerated. Suddenly, whoosh, Lu Bing's body trembled, stirring ripples of space around it, its huge form becoming dreamlike, almost completely merging into the space itself. The true intention of space, finally condensed. Explanation for Lu Bing at the end of the previous chapter. Having stepped into the semi-divine realm for over 7 years now, it's been more than 6 years since I've condensed the true intention of space. Li Yuan revealed a smile. I've finally brought all 3 laws of the Great Tao to 8th stage level. If counting from when he truly began to comprehend the mysteries of the universe with the 5th stage skill, Li Yuan has been delving into the universe's mysteries for just over 20 years. During his time adventuring in the lonely cloud world, Li Yuan's Law of Earth was the first to cross into the 8th stage level. The Wind Law, on the other hand, was a bit slower in terms of comprehension. However, over these years, my fastest progress has been in the Space Law. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel from the corner of his eye. AA, Skill Realm. True Intention of Space, 8th stage intermediate rank. Law of Earth, 8th stage initial rank. Wind Law, 8th stage initial rank. True Meaning of Fire, 6th stage perfection. In just over 6 years, he had advanced the true intention of space from 8th stage initial rank to 8th stage intermediate rank. Moreover, Li Yuan's true intention of space had been at 8th stage intermediate rank for nearly a year now, a pace that was absolutely astonishing. If this were made known, it would certainly leave countless true gods slack-jawed in disbelief. After all, Li Yuan did not possess bloodline power enhancements like the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent or the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. He was merely an ordinary life form. With bloodline power, comprehension directly permeates with the passage of time, and until the bloodline reaches its limit, there is virtually no bottleneck. Whether it's a space Tao body or techniques like the Void True Understanding, they only increase the compatibility with the origin of the law. Ultimately, the cultivator still has to comprehend it step by step. There is a fundamental difference between the two. In terms of comprehension speed for the basic laws, I am nowhere near Little Ice. But when it comes to the comprehension of the space law, even top-level divine beasts like Little Ice, whose bloodline powers fully erupted after becoming semi-divine, probably can't catch up with me. Li Yuan wore a smile. Comparing cultivation speed with top divine beasts, 9 out of 10 heavenly divine beings are inferior. Take Zhang Yuan, for instance, who possesses extraordinary talent and many fortuitous encounters. He still spent 10,000 years to barely reach the true god limit level. What about the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, and the like? Even without cultivating, they could gain true god limit strength in at most a millennium. Such is the terrifying aspect of bloodline power, something other people can only envy. Any truly ambitious top-level divine beast would not slack off because of this. Instead, they would cultivate even more diligently, striving to lay a more perfect foundation. This is because the pinnacle of a bloodline's potential is the true god limit. Beyond that, one must tread the path alone. Top divine beasts must also cultivate diligently to have a chance to ascend to heavenly god. However, months have passed, and I still haven't encountered Little Ice, Li Yuan thought silently. The ancestral realm is too vast. Even if Li Yuan were to travel in a straight line at full speed, it would still take 2 days to cross the ancestral realm. Moreover, it's unrealistic to maintain the void travel state continuously, as it consumes origin power too rapidly. Even someone with origin power as strong as Li Yuan cannot sustain it. Usually, Li Yuan would fly normally, only bursting forth at critical moments. This was also why Li Yuan had yet to encounter any first-tier demigods so far. With the breakthrough of the Wind Law, I no longer have any weaknesses. In the short term, it's difficult for the 3 major laws to undergo any qualitative change. A glint appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. What I need to do now is to continue seeking other demigods to hone my spear technique. Law integration and then the comprehension of combat secret skills have always been where Li Yuan falls short compared to other top-level demigods. No choice, Li Yuan's comprehension speed for the laws is just too fast. Whether it's Jing Kui, semi-divine Lianyan, or others who have comprehended true god-level combat secret skills, haven't they all spent decades or even hundreds of years? How long has it been since Li Yuan stepped into the semi-divine realm? Previously, most of my time was spent on cultivation. Li Yuan thought silently. Half a year has passed, and the remaining participants should all be relatively strong. By defeating them, the points I can obtain should be quite substantial. Moreover, I also need to find some formidable semi-gods. Li Yuan was quite expectant in his heart. Although the vast majority of semi-gods have neither the origin power nor star techniques to match him. But those participants whose combat techniques have reached the pseudo-god peak or pseudo-god limit level are indeed numerous. Whoosh! Without a sound, Li Yuan left the area. In the blink of an eye, roughly half a month had passed since the breakthrough of the Wind Law, upon a vast, desolate plain. The fierce wind howled. Li Yuan concealed his breath, flying through the void, his gaze sweeping over a huge dragon-shaped corpse left on the ground below. A fallen demigod. It should be a demigod of the divine dragon clan. Li Yuan thought to himself. Did it fail to escape? The divine dragon clan is an extremely vast and terrifying group in the divine realm, one that could be considered next to the human race as one of the top major clans. Among this clan's top divine beasts, such as Five-Clawed Golden Dragon and Mystic Jade Yellow Dragon, share the same potential as the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent when it comes to bloodline potential. The most formidable aspect of the Divine Dragon Clan is their extremely strong ability to proliferate and assimilate other races. Pure-blooded dragons can reproduce with most alien races, resulting in offspring that all manifest characteristics of the Divine Dragon Clan. Consequently, these mixed blood dragons become part of the Divine Dragon Clan. This terrifying ability to proliferate and assimilate is unmatched by other Divine Beast clans. Numbers are important. Like the human race, whose individuals largely possess weak bloodlines, but filled with spirituality, there would inevitably be terrifying beings born that shake the divine realm. However, in this world, the Divine Dragon Clan seems to be at a disadvantage compared to the Heavenly Serpent Clan. Li Yuan pondered silently. I haven't heard of the emergence of any top-level Divine Dragon bloodlines. Suddenly, Li Yuan abruptly turned his head to look into the depths of the void, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Such intense fluctuations of heaven and earth. Could it be that top contenders ranked in the top 100 are in combat? According to Li Yuan's senses, this battle should be about 10,000 kilometers away. With such a distance, the intensity of the fluctuations indicated that the battle must be extremely fierce. Whiz! Li Yuan instantly used void travel, boosting his speed to 200 kilometers per second, and after only a few dozen seconds, he was close. However, as Li Yuan approached, the battle was evidently over. Among the collapsed mountain ranges, a terrifying slash of saber light flashed past, splitting a demigod who couldn't dodge in time into two halves, with the aftermath of the saber light causing the earth to shake violently. Dead. So weak. A single soul attack from me caused him to be hit directly, not even having a chance to initiate teleportation. A cold voice echoed in the void, coming from a demigod of the human race wielding a combat saber. He was clad in black armor, with a face around 30 years old, strong and powerful arms, and what was most striking were his eyes, sharp as an eagle's. Captivating. Apart from him, not far behind stood a young man in green clothing, with handsome features and a natural aristocratic air, his robes fluttering as if he were not here to participate in the battle, but more as if he were on an outing. Amidst the collapsed mountain ranges, numerous demigod corpses could subtly be seen, belonging to the human race and beast clan alike. Rank 28 on the points board, Dao Ying? Li Yuan's gaze swept over the man in black armor. From the aura fluctuations emitted by the opponent's furious slash, Li Yuan captured the relevant information. Being ranked 28 was enough to prove his terrifying strength, even though it might not reach pseudo-god peak. It was estimated to be very close. Dao Ying, one of the geniuses who suddenly emerged in the War of the Ancestral Realm, Li Yuan thought. And the other one, why'd I vaguely feel that he poses an even greater threat to me? Li Yuan frowned. Whoosh! Li Yuan directly initiated Divine Palace exploration. Target life level 48.9, killing will yield spirituality nourishment. Target life level 48.9a. Li Yuan received the inquiry result and was slightly startled. Both are 8-star veins. Since when have 8-star veins become so common? Where did these mysterious geniuses come from? A sense of wariness rose in Li Yuan's heart. From the remnants of the battlefield, Li Yuan could deduce that these two powerhouses had encountered a demigod team and wiped them out. At this stage in the Ancestral Realm War, it wasn't rare for demigods to form teams of multiple individuals, even up to dozens. Although joining forces in larger numbers meant lower efficiency in gaining points, it was advantageous for safety. Suddenly, friend, you've been here so long, do you still need to hide? The young man in green suddenly looked up towards Li Yuan's location. Why not come over for a chat? His voice, powered by mighty origin power, reverberated through nearly 1,000 kilometers of void in an instant. Li Yuan was inwardly surprised, as he had thoroughly concealed his presence. To still be detected from such a distance was a first for him. But in Li Yuan's heart, there was no fear, but rather a trace of excitement. His figure moved, no longer concealed. Whoosh! The seemingly empty void twisted, and Li Yuan, in black garments wielding a silver-long spear, descended in the sky above the mountain range. He was nearly 200 kilometers away from the two powerful beings, facing them from afar. There's another one? Dao Ying, with eyes sharp as an eagle and a burly figure, immediately focused on Li Yuan. That aggressive gaze seemed as if it would devour Li Yuan whole. Sir possesses an impressive art of concealing one's aura, to have eluded my brother and me. Your comprehension of the mysteries of space must be extremely high. The young man in green remained composed with a smile. You must not be a nobody. Zhu Xing Shu Yuan, Li Yuan stated indifferently, may I ask who you are? Once they began to fight, his identity would be exposed too, so there was no need to hide it. The fifth-ranked Zhu Xing Shu Yuan. The armored powerhouse Dao Ying's eyes lit up, a strong desire to battle surging within him, and turning to the young man in green, he directly said, Yu Ting. Defeating him would allow me to enter the top 10. Yu Ting. Li Yuan's mind stirred, recognizing who the young man in green was of the 10th-ranked Yu Ting. These two, both 8-star veins, and yet they knew each other. How could they evade the intelligence inquiry of Zhu Xing ancient city? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind, and he conjectured a possibility. Could it be that they are not of this world? In the void above the ancestral realm? Shu Yuan has actually encountered both Yu Ting and Dao Ying. Many heavenly gods were following this battle closely. It looks like Shu Yuan is preparing to fight one against two. That Yu Ting is among the top tier, very strong, and that Dao Ying is also formidable, a leading figure in the second tiara with the two of them teaming up. Can Shu Yuan hold them off? Spoke heavenly god Si Kun. From previous observations, Shu Yuan's strengths lie in domain and speed while being slightly weaker in head-on confrontations, stated heavenly god Qing Hong with a furrowed brow. He should have no problem surviving, but I fear winning won't be easy. This Yu Ting and Dao Ying obviously know each other. They shouldn't be from our world, claimed heavenly god Long Chuan. My friends, let's just watch, heavenly god Zhang Yuan said with a smile. He alone knew Li Yuan's true strength, within the ancestral realm. Shu Yuan. So it's you. According to the information I have obtained, you have only cultivated for 40 years, truly a prodigy. The young man in green, Yu Ting, revealed a smile, which appeared quite brilliant on his handsome face. It's just a pity that you heard my brother's words. He wants to break into the top 10. So a die. Yu Ting suddenly transformed into a dazzling purple divine light, directly lunging towards Li Yuan. The intensity of this divine glow shocked even Li Yuan. Such terrifying speed. It had already surpassed many pseudo-god limit experts that Li Yuan had seen. 9-layer star technique as an escape skill. In an instant, that was the only possibility Li Yuan could think of. But there wasn't the slightest hint of panic in his heart, rather, a trace of excitement emerged. In the battles of the ancestral realm for so long, this was the first time Li Yuan had encountered such a strong opponent. How could he miss out? Kill. Far from escaping, Li Yuan's figure moved, his stature swelling in an instant to 10 meters tall, followed by transforming into an earthen yellow streak of light that howled towards his opponent. Even faster, even more exaggerated, all things divine body. Void true understandings, void travel, boom boom boom. At the moment Li Yuan and Yu Ting nearly approached instantly. Both unleashed their domains almost simultaneously a mighty flowing heaven and earth river with roaring yellow dragons within. The other side was layers upon layers of green lotus blossoms blooming, the lotus leaves spinning, containing astonishing might. Boom. Boom boom. The collision of the two massive domains caused hundreds of kilometers of heaven and earth to change color. Li Yuan's domain instantly took the upper hand, with 9 great yellow dragons scattering the green lotuses in disarray. Following that, the river currents struck madly upon Yu Ting's body, causing his speed to sharply decrease. What? Yu Ting's lotus domain, which is an 8th-layer star technique, was directly broken through. Dao Ying, a black armor youth who was watching the battle without participating, was shocked. Faster than Yu Ting, and with a stronger domain? Is this Shu Yuan truly only cultivating for just over 40 years? Li Yuan's strength completely exceeded Dao Ying's expectations. Kill. Surrounded by the layers of domains, Li Yuan wielded his silver divine spear, its terrifying power escalating, its spear tip like a thread, causing the void to tremble, thrusting straight at Yu Ting. Wherever the spear light reached, the already mostly collapsed green lotuses were torn apart. Incredibly ferocious. Having a strong domain does not mean one has strong power, Yu Ting's voice echoed across the vast sky. Although shocked by Li Yuan's strength, he remained full of confidence. Because during the domain clash, he keenly captured that Li Yuan's usage of the domain seemed rather crude. Obviously, his law comprehension was not high enough. Rank 5 on the points leaderboard? Perhaps it's only because of his domain and speed that he's so high. Yu Ting's fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Just some natives. Let them witness the might of a peerless genius from the divine court. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue garments transformed into battle armor. At the same time, a huge black war spear appeared in Yu Ting's hand, boldly striking at the silver divine spear thrusting towards him. The two collided in an instant. Boom! The terrible collision and terrifying aftermath caused all around to quake, and even the yellow dragons within the Heaven and Earth River domain were sent flying in disarray. Li Yuan, holding the divine spear, stepped back once. Yu Ting, on the other hand, took a full 6 steps back before stabilizing his figure, his eyes filled with shock. He had used all his strength and still was at a disadvantage? Yu Ting at a disadvantage? How is that possible? Dao Ying was surprised. Shu Yuan has such strength? Even if Yu Ting uses his origin divine artifact, he could at best only gain a slight upper hand. The origin divine artifact was their reserve power as Golden Garment members, rarely employed lightly. I have the enhancement from my domain, stronger origin power, and I even unleashed my origin divine artifact. How can he nearly match me in a head-on clash? Li Yuan was equally surprised, immediately concluding. This Yu Ting's halberd technique is much stronger than my spear technique, definitely a true god-level combat secret skill. He must have the strength of the peak of pseudo-god, probably not inferior to Jing Kui. Clearly, there was a striking difference in terms of law comprehension. Shu Yuan. You are indeed formidable, worth my full strength, Yu Ting roared and once again transformed into a streak of light as he charged at Li Yuan, his war spear shining with light, its power surging once more. He had fully activated his origin divine artifact. The war spear roared and swept across the heavens and the earth. How can this be? His power can still increase. It's impossible, he's clearly only of the 8-star veins. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, his heart also greatly shocked. With a thought. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan instantly materialized dozens of phantom bodies, each one's aura utterly real, immediately wielding the long spear as numerous spear lights blossomed everywhere. 9-layer star technique, a myriad shadows void. At this moment, Li Yuan's physical moves were fully unleashed without any reservations, completely erupting. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! The war spear's might was astounding, an unstoppable torrent within the heavens and earth, absolutely surpassing Li Yuan's spear technique in sheer power. But Li Yuan's phantom bodies were too terrifying. Dozens of phantoms exchanged places, unpredictable to the extreme. Countering brute force with flexibility, despite numerous spear lights being smashed by the war spear, overall Li Yuan still maintained the upper hand. Combat has never been about who has the stronger attack, it's multidimensional. This movement technique. How can I defeat him? Yu Ting felt unbearably frustrated. Speed, domain, completely surpassing me in every aspect, and this type of phantom body. If I didn't have the enhancement from my origin divine artifact, I probably would have already lost. On Juxing continent, there are such formidable native demigods? Yu Ting was shocked. I underestimated these natives. I'm giving my all, yet can only barely suppress. Li Yuan was equally surprised. If I don't employ the Silver Moon Divine Spear, I could only rely on my speed and domain to leave. Yu Ting's direct power was too terrifying, and Li Yuan was only able to suppress, unable to truly overwhelm him. Moreover, Li Yuan, maintaining the eruption of the 3 9-layers Battlestar techniques, seemed powerful, but the consumption of origin power was also astonishing. For the time being, Both were stuck in a deadlock. Li Yuan and Yu Ting's fierce battle shocked more than a dozen heavenly divine beings above the ancestral realm. A battle at this level? Both of them, definitely at the peak of pseudo-god level. That Yu Ting is stronger than we expected. How did he do it? These heavenly divines were somewhat puzzled. In their estimation, among the first echelon of 13 powerhouses, although there were differences in strength, the gap should not be too large. But the strength Yu Ting displayed was indeed astonishing, probably even beyond Jing Kui. The key point is, even though Yu Ting had erupted with formidable power, he was still being suppressed by Li Yuan in a head-on confrontation. How long has Li Yuan been a demigod? Has his strength actually reached such a level? Looking at the whole ancestral realm, the power Li Yuan has displayed is subtly the strongest. My junior brother, as expected. Zhang Yuan, heavenly god, had joy in his eyes, and he thought to himself, no wonder he dared to battle with pseudo-god limit experts while adventuring in the lonely cloud world. With such phantom body and domain techniques, how could he not dare? Within the ancestral realm, Li Yuan and Yu Ting engaged in an intense battle. This won't do. This native demigod is too fierce. If the battle continues like this, there's a good chance Yu Ting will lose. Dao Ying, who had been watching all along, couldn't bear it any longer. In an instant, his figure moved, his body size surged, radiant light emanated from him, his might reaching an astonishing level, and holding a huge combat saber, he joined the fray. Boom! Each step he took shook the heaven and earth river domain. Swoosh! The combat saber in Dao Ying's hand suddenly swept across, causing the void to appear with a dazzling line, directly annihilating several of Li Yuan's phantom bodies. What? Another pseudo-god peak? Li Yuan was shocked. Such strength is no less than Yu Ting's. A demigod, if able to burst out with the strength of the pseudo-god peak, even in top-tier great forces like the Chaos Divine Court, would belong to the core layer, and might have the opportunity to be accepted by a heavenly divine gate. How could so many suddenly pop up? 9 refinements of the long sky, myriad forms. Dao Ying fully unleashed his power, no longer holding back. His sword technique was incredibly tricky. He suddenly swept across the vast sky, and where the saber light passed, the void itself kept trembling, causing Li Yuan's phantom bodies to start becoming unstable. Shu Yuan, your true body is here. Yu Ting immediately locked onto Li Yuan and roared as he attacked Li Yuan's real body. Whoosh! The black war spear slashed through the vast sky. Rumbling, long spear met the attack. With the direct clash of weapons, Li Yuan instantly felt tremendous pressure, his body trembling slightly. With both powerhouses joining forces, one affecting Li Yuan's phantom bodies and the other chasing his real body, Li Yuan already had difficulty gaining the upper hand. Mind, soul, a life and death realm. Li Yuan did not hesitate to use another technique. Soul attack. Rumbling, intangible soul fluctuations instantly penetrated into the spiritual worlds of Yu Ting and Dao Ying, attempting to shake their soul consciousness and completely plunge them into oblivion. But against Li Yuan's expectations, buzz, Yu Ting and Dao Ying's eyes flashed with confusion, and then they were sent flying by a sweep of Li Yuan's long spear. But before Li Yuan could continue his assault, the eyes of Yu Ting and Dao Ying had already become clear, completely regaining their consciousness. Such a powerful soul attack. To be able to slightly affect this, it must be at the pseudo-god limit level already. Yu Ting and Dao Ying were incredibly shocked in their hearts. How many hidden techniques does this Shu Yuan have? However, Li Yuan was more surprised than they were. My soul attack has increased a lot compared to several years ago. Although I haven't fully grasped the true god level technique of mind soul, other peak of pseudo-god experts in the lonely cloud world wouldn't have recovered so easily. Li Yuan was amazed. Logically, even Jing Kui would likely be affected if caught off guard. How did these two guys do it? Although the soul attack wasn't decisive, it still had a huge effect. Kill. Li Yuan's fighting spirit was still high, his mind moved, continuing the soul attacks, and although he couldn't completely plunge the two into oblivion, it still caused Yu Ting and Dao Ying to be continuously affected, distraught and distracted. Rumble. In the fierce battle, facing two opponents, Li Yuan, relying on the soul attack, managed to suppress both of them again. Yu Ting, let's retreat. This guy is too tough to deal with. Our Soul Guardian divine weapon is an origin divine artifact, and yet we are still constantly affected. Dao Ying kept on sending messages. We can't kill him either, continuing the battle is meaningless. Retreat. Yu Ting grabbed Dao Ying, and the two of them retreated explosively. They swung their weapons to tear through the heaven and earth river domain and rapidly fled. With Li Yuan's speed, he completely could have chased after them, but he didn't block the two from leaving. After battling for so long, I have consumed 30% of my origin power, Li Yuan frowned. My star technique consumes a huge amount of origin power. Even if I caught up, I would probably exhaust my origin power first. My spear technique is still too weak. In the vision of his previous imprisonment, in the battle of the ancestral realm, he was supposed to crush and win. What's the result? Just Yu Ting, who ranked 10th, and Dao Ying, who ranked 28th, joining hands, made it difficult for him to win. Yu Ting is already this strong. What about those who are ranked even higher like Ning Kai and Moonblade? Could they be even stronger? Li Yuan pondered. It seems, aiming to take first place is not as easy as I thought it would be. Li Yuan and Yu Ting, along with Dao Ying, both felt that their opponents were tough to handle during this battle, so neither side truly fought to the death at their limits, and the ranking by points remained unchanged. Naturally, other demigod talents were not aware of this battle. This is also a common situation in the Ancestral Realm War. Some demigods with similar strength would fight to a draw to prevent others from taking advantage. Most would stop short of going all out. Only those with absolute certainty would continue their pursuit to kill. However, the 11 heavenly gods above the ancestral realm were watching this battle with crystal clarity. Fighting 2 against 1, Shu Yuan actually has the upper hand. Yu Ting is one thing, being in the top 10 in the points ranking, but Dao Ying is ranked only 28th. How can he possess such formidable strength? Both of them are stronger than Jing Kui and Lianyan semi-divine. These heavenly gods were somewhat surprised. Previously, the strength Yu Ting had demonstrated was at best on par with Jing Kui, and perhaps even slightly weaker. Before this, Dao Ying had only shown level 54 strength, similar to that of Sha Ju and he and others. The result? Facing a formidable enemy, could they indeed possess such astonishing strength? These heavenly gods didn't know that Yu Ting and Dao Ying's strength was due to the explosion of origin divine artifacts. Nevertheless, the heavenly gods were merely observers from a distance, unable to see everything clearly. Origin divine artifacts, though powerful, appear no different from ordinary divine artifacts from the outside. The truly formidable one is Shu Yuan. Moon Glow Heavenly God exclaimed with emotion. Domain, speed, phantom body, attack, and many other aspects, he's extremely strong in all. Judging from the final moments of the battle, he must have affected Dao Ying and Yu Ting with soul attacks. Powerfully strong in all aspects. In terms of the strength displayed, Li Yuan should be ranked first. Moon Glow Heavenly God turned to Tai Yu Heavenly God. He must be a 9-star pulse demigod, right? This remark made many heavenly gods involuntarily turn their eyes towards the 3 great gods of Juxing ancient city. If before, these heavenly gods, unable to observe closely due to the distance, found it hard to judge. Then through the battle between Li Yuan, Dao Ying, and Yu Ting, they had already glimpsed some clues. Without powerful star techniques and a strong foundation, how could there be so many proficient methods, flawless? Unlike other demigod powerhouses, who mostly excel in just 1 or 2 aspects. Shu Yuan has just awakened additional 9-layer star veins. Tai Yu Heavenly God flatly denied. Knowing the speculations of the other heavenly gods, he still would not directly admit it. Just awakened more 9-layer star veins. The other heavenly gods exchanged looks, thinking 2 words in their hearts a nonsense. They were convinced that Shu Yuan had a 99% chance of being a semi-divine 9-star veins. Semi-divine 9-star veins. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of East Nether Sacred Land God. Such an exceptionally rare prodigy. Why couldn't he belong to East Nether Sacred Land? Tai Yu, There's no need to deny it. Even if Shu Yuan isn't of 9-star pulse, the difference isn't far off. Semi-divine 9-star veins are even rarer than the holy blood heavenly serpent. Qinghong heavenly god said with a smile. Tai Yu, Zhuanghong, Zhang Yuan, let me congratulate you first. Juxing ancient city will soon have another heavenly god. In the history of this world, anyone with 9-star pulse ultimately became a heavenly god. I hope you all will show some mercy. Tai Yu heavenly god no longer argued, knowing that further discussion was futile. The heavenly gods fell silent. Even for 9-star pulse, achieving this is quite astonishing. Beifu heavenly god suddenly said. Observing the mystery of Shu Yuan's spear technique, I reckon it's still somewhat lacking compared to the 8th stage high rank, pseudo-god level. Just in terms of law comprehension, he's too far behind the other top-tier demigods. Beifu heavenly god shook his head. How long has he been cultivating? Even a 9-star pulse demigod needs enough time to grow to the limit. Qinghong heavenly god said. Even Ji Yu Yun heavenly god, back in his day, had to cultivate for hundreds of years to possess the strength of a true god. To unleash the power of law comprehension, one must also understand a combat secret skill. Qinghong heavenly god said with a smile. Currently, those in the top 100 in the points ranking, with the same age as Shu Yuan, probably weren't even demigods yet. It's just that Shu Yuan is somewhat unlucky. Zhuanghong heavenly god said. The Ancestor Realm War doesn't wait for anyone. It seems that Shu Yuan may have some difficulty securing the first place. The heavenly gods nodded in agreement. Historically, it's often the case that the strongest in the Ancestral Realm War doesn't necessarily have the highest talent. Time has an astonishing magic. Among the heavenly gods present, in terms of talent, all of them were dazzling, but many didn't capture the first place in the Ancestor Realm. Zhuanghong, don't be coy. Mohai heavenly god said in a low voice. For Shu Yuan, considering his comprehensive strength, he's already the first in terms of might. Even Ning Kai and Moonblade, those few mysterious young ones hiding their strength, I doubt they are stronger than Shu Yuan. His chances of winning the first place in the Ancestor Realm are very high now. Li Yuan was unaware of the heavenly gods' debates, remaining fully engaged in the refinement of combat. As time passed, with every sensing effort, Li Yuan would encounter other demigods at intervals. With so much time elapsed, the demigods who had survived all had their own methods. Many were even groups of several or dozens of demigods. Yet, they were all swept away by Li Yuan. Even if he occasionally encountered those geniuses ranked within the top 1,000 of the Ancestor Realm list, they were no match for Li Yuan in a single bout. He no longer encountered opponents as terrifyingly powerful as Dao Ying or Yu Ting. On this day, what's that noise? Li Yuan sensed fluctuations in heaven and earth, quickly approached, and immediately saw the battle scene in the distance. It was Bai Feng semi-divine, engaged in fierce combat with another 2 powerful demigods. The 2 unfamiliar demigods, one was a red-feathered bird, the other a bald muscle man. The red-feathered bird was emanating endless flames, its attacks unimaginably ferocious. The flames spreading through the void created a formidable domain's might, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to rise significantly. And the bald man, wielding a heavy stick, struck with each swing as if to tear apart heaven and earth. Bai Feng, a demigod, held 2 long swords, their light flowing like water, desperately defending. However, these 2 demigods were incredibly formidable, binding him with their domain so he couldn't escape. Bai Feng is actually at a disadvantage? Li Yuan assessed the situation, sensing the fluctuations of aura from the 3 fighting. It's the Fire Phoenix Divine Beast clan. From Heavenly Snake Ancient City, probably the demigod ranked 138th, Huo Shu demigod. Fire Phoenix Divine Beasts are not numerous, and it is rare for their contemporary strength to reach the middle rank of pseudo-god. So, even without receiving any message, Li Yuan could determine their identities. As for the bald man, ranked 68th, Ao Ming demigod, his true form hasn't even shown yet, Li Yuan thought secretly. Ao Ming demigod, an exceptional genius in this generation's divine dragon clan, second only to Ao Feng demigod. The so-called divine beast bloodline, most of them born with the 5-star meridian, could reach the pseudo-god level through normal growth for hundreds of years in law comprehension, destined to become pseudo-god. But ordinary divine beasts, compared to the semi-divine talents ranked in the top 10,000 from the battle in the ancestral realm, are completely incomparable. Either of these two divine beasts alone possessed strength not inferior to Bai Feng, and together, they were even more terrifying. If this battle continues, Bai Feng will likely be forced to teleport, Li Yuan thought secretly. Whoosh! Li Yuan approached like a fierce wind, howling. Although he had no particular fondness for Bai Feng, the demigod, the conflict was internal strife in Zhuxing ancient city. Now facing a foreign enemy, they should naturally unite. In fact, throughout his journey, Li Yuan also saved several members of the Divine Fire Hall. Many demigods even wanted to travel with Li Yuan, all of whom Li Yuan had refused. Teammates without the strength of a peak pseudo-god are nothing but a burden to Li Yuan. The three powerful demigods were engaged in a fierce battle. I had already teleported once during my encounter with Lianyan. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. I was extremely careful, yet I encountered such a calamity. Having been forced to teleport once, Bai Feng's demigod ranking is now only 162. If he were to teleport again, not only would he lose an opportunity, but his ranking might also fall out of the top 300. Therefore, Bai Feng was still struggling hard, hoping to find a way out. Huo Shu, bind him with a domain, be patient. Ao Ming, the bald demigod, transmitted his voice. I'll confront him directly, forcing him to teleport away. All right. Huo Shu demigod nodded. The two had some absolute confidence, and they also believed that in such a short time, the probability of other powerful demigods passing by was very low. Just at that momenta, gentlemen, could we spare my friend? A detached voice transmitted through space. The person hadn't arrived, but his voice had already reached. Only then, the void shook, and a black-robed young man wielding a long spear finally dashed through the vast sky. His speed was frighteningly fast. Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod both turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed upon seeing the black-robed young man. Shu Yuan? The 5th-ranked Shu Yuan? Li Yuan hadn't changed his appearance at all. Therefore, they recognized him at a glance. Shu Yuan. Bai Feng, a demigod, was a little shocked and somewhat ashamed. After all, he had troubled Shu Yuan before. Shu Yuan. Be careful, both of these people have combat strength not inferior to me, Bai Feng transmitted secretly. He knew Li Yuan was highly ranked, but he was not aware of how strong Li Yuan's direct combat ability was now. Being fast and having strong soul attacks doesn't mean his material attacks are necessarily strong. Run. Let's go. Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod exchanged a glance and immediately retreated explosively. From the information they had known before, Li Yuan excelled in soul attacks, but being able to break into the top 10 of the rankings perplexed them. They naturally didn't want to take the risk, thinking of leaving? Li Yuan stepped across the void, blocking their path, and immediately an invisible force burst forth. Streams of earthy yellow airflow swept across. Under the suppression of the Heaven and Earth River domain, Huo Shu demigod's flame domain instantly collapsed, the flames, all the power of the fire law extinguished. Even Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod themselves were directly suppressed, their speed suddenly sharply reduced. What? Such a powerful domain! Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod exclaimed in shock, tense to their limits. In their expectations, Li Yuan's material attacks wouldn't be as weak as reported, but they had not imagined it would be this strong. Just in terms of domain, this is the strongest demigod I've ever seen. Huo Shu demigod gritted her teeth. She always prided herself on her prowess in domains, ranking in the top 10 among demigods in Heavenly Snake Ancient City. But in front of Li Yuan's domain, the domain star technique she cultivated seemed like a joke. Shu Yuan. Far away, Bai Feng, a demigod, widened his eyes looking, about to leap forward. No need to come over. Li Yuan's voice resonated in his mind. You will interfere with my fight. Bai Feng felt stifled but had to admit that what Li Yuan said was true. I don't want to kill you, Li Yuan smiled. Concede voluntarily, activate the teleportation. But if you choose to fight, then it's hard to predict life or death. This had almost become Li Yuan's catchphrase, giving every opposing demigod a chance. Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod twitched at the corners of their eyes. Too disdainful. Boom. Boom. Huo Shu demigod and Ao Ming demigod, also being resolute characters, instantly transformed into two streaks of light, fleeing separately. With their 54th level strength, the Heaven and Earth River domain could only suppress them. Their thoughts were clear. Even if you, Shu Yuan, are powerful, can you simultaneously pursue and kill both of us? Li Yuan shook his head. Whoosh! With one step, Li Yuan's form blurred, and he had already dashed towards Huo Shu demigod. Damn it! Coming for me? Huo Shu demigod gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness as he suddenly looked up and howled wildly. Ow! The terrifying roar echoed through the vast sky, followed by a sky-covering cascade of long spikes rushing forth to attack. A total of 36 long spikes, interweaving with each other like a vast net, completely enveloping Li Yuan. A divine artifact set. So many divine artifacts, though not origin divine weapons. Li Yuan nodded inwardly. But they seemed to match the combat secret skill of Huo Shu demigod. The might is quite impressive, though. Huh. Li Yuan did not dodge but twisted the long spear in his hand and smashed it fiercely. Those 36 flame-long spikes exhibited a sky-reaching aura. However, before Li Yuan's long spear, they were as fragile as a castle built from blocks. Bang! With a sweeping strike, the 36 flame-long spikes exploded and completely dispersed. The simplest move, yet it contained the most terrifying might. What? This set of magical treasures was made at a great cost by my ancestor specifically for me, tailored to complement my body. The ancestor said it's definitely more suitable for me than 99% of top-grade virtual divine artifacts. Huo Shu demigod found it hard to believe. Even Jing Kui, the first demigod of Juxing ancient city, couldn't shatter it in one strike. What level of strength does Shu Yuan actually have? Such a set of divine artifact treasures could be worth tens of thousands of Fangshan crystals, but to Huo Shu demigod, it's irreplaceable even for 100,000 Fangshan crystals. Appropriate weapons are hard to come by. Not admitting defeat yet? Li Yuan glanced at Huo Shu demigod again. Then don't blame me if you die. Boom. The silver long spear thrust out again. This thrust was extremely fast, and its might was terrifying, causing the void to ripple like flowing water. This is bad. Fear rose in the heart of Huo Shu demigod, who immediately activated the boundary order on his wrist. Survival is paramount. Buzz! Huo Shu demigod vanished on the spot instantly. One left. Li Yuan's gaze landed on the crazily escaping bald man. Ao Ming demigod had already rushed out of his domain. Huo Shu admitted defeat just like that. Ao Ming demigod's heart trembled. Not good, Shu Yuan is looking this way. In his expectation, Li Yuan should have chased Huo Shu demigod for at least a few thousand kilometers away. But now, he had only escaped less than 300 kilometers. Instinctively, Ao Ming demigod activated the boundary order, feeling the space before his eyes faintly twist. A flash of light passed by, and then he was already gone from the area. Teleportation successful. But the next moment, silently, Ao Ming demigod's consciousness had already been extinguished. He's dead. What? What's going on? Why didn't Ao Ming fight back at all, letting Shu Yuan's divine spear strike his head? Bai Feng, the demigod, watched this scene dumbfounded. In his view, the moment when Huo Shu, the demigod, fled for his life, Ao Ming's expression became dull as if he had completely fallen, remaining still in the void. Then, a long spear silently passed through, piercing Ao Ming's head like a thread. Death. Was it a soul attack? Bai Feng, the demigod, secretly alarmed. Did Ao Ming, the demigod, not regain consciousness until he was near death? Bai Feng felt a shiver in his heart at the tactics used by Li Yuan. He also realized that after many years, not only had Li Yuan's material techniques reached unfathomable levels, but his soul attacks had also become even more sinister and terrifying. In the void, centered on Li Yuan, an invisible force enveloped several hundred kilometers around him. He got hit that easily. Li Yuan himself was taken aback, as he had unleashed a soul attack on Ao Ming while clashing with Huo Shu. He had thought that the opponent would be able to withstand it, but unexpectedly, he had completely fallen. Even after facing a material attack from Li Yuan, he never regained consciousness until he was thoroughly annihilated. It seems I was misled by Dao Ying and Yu Ting. I somewhat underestimated my own power of soul attack. Li Yuan contemplated. Although I haven't cultivated the true God-level soul secret technique, triggering a trace of the Dream Realm Stone indeed greatly enhanced the might of my soul attack. These unparalleled demigods, in terms of soul defense, are not as formidable as the pseudo-god peak or pseudo-god limit experts I've encountered before. Once I unleash my power, even the demigod Saint Heir of Heavenly Snake Ancient City has no power to resist. It's not that my soul attack isn't strong enough, it's that Dao Ying and Yu Ting's soul defense is too strong, stronger than I had imagined. Li Yuan thought. Even true God powerhouse, if not adept in the soul path, would probably be unable to directly annihilate them. How did they do it? Loads of doubts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Just like himself, even after years of relentless tempering and cultivating the 6 realms of illusion, delving deeper into the mysteries of the soul, his soul still remained at the pseudo-god level. To cultivate into a true God-level soul secret technique would be extremely difficult. If the soul isn't strong enough, it can't truly activate the Dream Realm Stone. Similarly, a demigod, even if protected by a soul defense divine artifact, unless their soul will reach as true God level, otherwise, their soul defense should have a limit. Could it be that these newly emerging demigod geniuses also possess a Dao treasure similar to the Dream Realm Stone? Li Yuan thought, then felt it was unlikely. Or did they cultivate a special secret technique? Or is it a soul-type origin divine artifact? Li Yuan couldn't discern which possibility it was. Li Yuan waved his hand and gathered the many treasures left behind by Ao Ming, feeling the message transmitted through the purple light on his wrist. Oh, quite a lot of points, pushed me up to the 4th place. Killing the opponent, you can obtain all the points. However, the higher the ranking, the more astonishing the gap in points. Li Yuan didn't know how many points the top 3 had. Take it slow. There are still 3 months to go. Li Yuan glanced at Bai Feng the demigod again, transmitting his voice. Bai Feng, be careful. Whoosh! Li Yuan has quietly departed, leaving a somewhat desolate Bai Feng behind. More than 6 years ago, Shu Yuan's soul attack could only affect me, and a single attack would snap me back to clarity. Bai Feng the demigod sighed to himself. Back then his material attack was even weaker, defeated by Yan Dong in a few moves. Now, his soul attack has become much more terrifying, and his material attack is on par with my Huo Shu in merely 2 moves. His strength, it must have surpassed Jing Kui. Such a rate of progress. It's unfathomable. Bai Feng the demigod sighed inwardly, yet he still felt grateful to Li Yuan. Above the ancestral realm. This kid, he definitely didn't have to kill Ao Ming. Mo Hai Heavenly Divine slightly frowned. Mo Hai, Shu Yuan has been merciful already, he gave a chance to live. Zhang Yuan Heavenly Divine glanced at him. If there's someone to blame, it's Ao Ming himself for not seizing it. HMPH. Mo Hai Heavenly Divine snorted coldly and spoke no more. What Mo Hai Heavenly Divine didn't know was that Li Yuan chose to be ruthless to Ao Ming the demigod for reasons originating from Liu Bing's previous remarks. At that time, Liu Bing was itching with hatred towards Ao Ming and Ao Feng, obviously having suffered at their hands. Ao Ming has been eliminated. Or has he perished? Changes in the ancestral realm list immediately drew the attention of many interested parties. Ao Ming has never experienced a drastic drop in ranking before, indicating he had never used teleportation. But now his points have reset to 0, it can only mean he's dead. Many demigods concluded. Ao Ming the demigod is dead. The murderer must be Shu Yuan. In the instant Ao Ming died, Shu Yuan jumped from 4th to 3rd on the overall list. It's highly likely him. Shu Yuan killed Ao Ming. None of these powerful demigods were fools. They deduced the likely outcome from the simple changes in the ancestor realm list. In the midst of a mountain range, Shu Yuan, ah, damned Shu Yuan. A massive black dragon burst forth with hysterical roars, its eyes blood red, heart filled with endless rage. He is the current top demigod of the divine dragon clan Ao Feng. My brother. Ao Feng the demigod roared, emitting a killing intent so intense it nearly condensed into a physical form. I will definitely avenge you. I will surely kill Shu Yuan. He and Ao Ming had grown up together since childhood, and though not blood brothers, they were as close as any. In the last 3 months of the first stage of the Ancestral Realm battle, the fight for points ranking drove all demigods into a crazed frenzy. Some extraordinarily talented individuals who had hidden their strength all along began to emerge. But among many demigods, the name Shu Yuan was undoubtedly the most striking. He no longer primarily focused on concealed cultivation like in the first half of the year, but truly revealed the terrifying strength recognized by all heavenly divines as likely to be the first. 3 days after killing Ao Ming, Li Yuan encountered 3 strong demigods ranked 89th, 111th, and 206th, resulting in 1 death and 2 escapes. 7 days after killing Ao Ming, Li Yuan faced a 100-member demigod team, with over 10 strong demigods within the top 1,000 ranking. In this battle, 64 demigods perished. After this battle, Li Yuan surpassed Jing Kui, becoming the 3rd on the points leaderboard. 18 days after killing Ao Ming, Li Yuan encountered the 13th ranked peerless demigod Kuang Fu, a mysterious prodigy. He too unleashed the peak of pseudogod strength, not any less than Dao Ying indeed. But alone, after exchanging over 1,000 blows in a fierce battle stretching tens of thousands of kilometers, he was brutally defeated by Li Yuan and forced to use the boundary order to teleport away. 29 days after killing Ao Ming, Li Yuan faced Hua Zhongyun, ranked 10th, an exceedingly beautiful young woman, unimaginably gorgeous. Her strength was also terrifying. Yet the outcome was the same. After a bloody battle, she was defeated by Li Yuan and forced to teleport away. After this battle, Li Yuan surpassed Liu Bing, becoming 2nd on the points leaderboard. 48 days after defeating Ao Ming, Li Yuan encountered the top powerhouse of the Divine Dragon Clan, Ao Feng, who is also the #1 demigod of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. Facing a sworn enemy, his jealousy was particularly intense. But Ao Feng was soundly defeated, struggling extremely hard against Li Yuan's soul attack. Greatly impacted in strength, therefore, after just over 10 moves, Ao Feng was defeated. It could even be said, had he not fled so swiftly, he might have been killed outright. Li Yuan, finally surpassing Ning Kai, ascended to 1st on the points leaderboard. 48 days after defeating Ao Ming, Li Yuan encountered the top powerhouse of the Divine Dragon Clan, Ao Feng, who is also the #1 demigod of the Heavenly Snake Ancient City. Facing a sworn enemy, his jealousy was particularly intense. But Ao Feng was soundly defeated, struggling extremely hard against Li Yuan's soul attack. Greatly impacted in strength, therefore, after just over 10 moves, Ao Feng was defeated. It could even be said, had he not fled so swiftly, he might have been killed outright. Li Yuan, finally surpassing Ning Kai, ascended to 1st on the points leaderboard. Battle after battle, each a fierce struggle, and combating one top demigod after another, Li Yuan's fame kept spreading throughout the ancestral realm. After all, although communication via messages was not possible within the ancestral realm, the demigods constantly observed changes to the ancestor realm list. Whenever powerhouses from the same faction encountered each other, they would definitely exchange intelligence, all of which made Li Yuan's reputation grow even larger. Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan has taken 1st place on the points list. He has consecutively defeated top demigod powerhouses such as Kuang Fu, Hua Zhongyun, and Ao Ming. In the ancestral realm, previously unchallenged top talents like Ning Kai, Jing Kui, Lianyan Semi-Divine, Moonblade, and others were already aware of Li Yuan's terrifying strength. Almost all of them now considered Li Yuan as their number one enemy. Shu Yuan, years have passed, and I didn't expect that in the battle of the Ancestral Realm, you would become the biggest threat to my obtaining the Ancestral Realm Order. Jing Kui, walking across a vast lake, revealed a smile. Interesting, very interesting. However, even if I have to clash with you, it has to wait until the end. First, I need to find a way to seize the Ancestral Realm Order from the likes of Ning Kai and Moonblade. Shu Yuan, even Kuang Fu is not your match and was directly defeated by you? According to what Kuang Fu said, your spear technique should be quite ordinary. A languid young man in white clothes walked across the land, sensing the changes in the Ancestral Realm Order, his eyes shining with light. Could it really be a 9-star pulse? This humble Zhu Xing continent, how could it produce a 9-star pulse in this generation? Even with the assistance of Zhu Xing divine pills, it should be extremely difficult. A 9-star pulse is terrifying, but a 9-star pulse that has only cultivated for a few decades is still not a concern. The young man in white is Ning Kai. He is recognized as the strongest among the 9 great masters sent by the Chaos Divine Court. Even among the tens of thousands of Golden Garment members of the Divine Court headquarters, his strength is at the forefront. First in points. I've lost it, but I must strive to take it back. Ning Kai transformed into a streak of light and zoomed away. He appeared leisurely but was, in fact, very eager to seize first place. My brother has reached the top first? Lu Bing revealed a smile. Ever since she condensed the true intention of space, she had spent a lot of time comprehending true God-level techniques, reducing the number of enemies she killed and thus being overtaken in the points ranking one after another. Now, even Moonblade, who was previously below her in ranking, had surpassed her. But Lu Bing didn't care too much about it. Ancestral Realm Order. To truly seize the Ancestral Realm Order, and even gain an advantage in the core of the Ancestral Realm, relying just on flying and escaping techniques is not enough. Lu Bing thought to herself. I must exert all my strength to combine the law integration of wind and space and comprehend a true God-level secret technique. In the northern part of the Ancestral Realm, there lies an ice plain where 2 talented demigods are engaged in a fierce battle. Fools. A bunch of fools. To actually be consecutively defeated by a native demigod. Dao Ying, Yu Ting, Hua Zhongyun, they're all fools. The dirty girl was annoyed in her heart. The knife light in her hand was like moonlight, bright and beautiful, which didn't match her dirty clothes at all. With one strike, she sent the opposing Dongpan semi-divine flying backward. Kid, your law comprehension isn't bad. It's just a pity that your weapon and foundation are too weak. Just admit defeat already, the dirty girl urged. Moonblade. What kind of monster suddenly popped up? Her sword technique is so strong, completely surpassing my hammer technique. Dongpan semi-divine became increasingly frightened as he fought. And her star technique is also terrifying. She's also completely surpassed me in strength. Could she be an 8-star Veins demigod? How could this battle of the Ancestral Realm produce so many mysterious talents? Since his law comprehension has broken through to 8th rank perfection, True God initial rank, Dongpan semi-divine felt full of pride. After continuous battles, his ranking rose higher and higher. Now, he was very close to the top 10. Unexpectedly, he encountered this mysterious powerhouse, Moonblade. The strength she displayed was simply staggering. In just over a dozen moves, she managed to push him, who was best at defense, to the brink of being unable to resist. I refuse to believe it. Dongpan semi-divine clenched his teeth, swinging the double hammers, his momentum towering, and charged violently again. But Dongpan semi-divine's struggle was destined to be futile. After another mere 10 moves or so, Dongpan semi-divine, who had just reached the pseudo-god peak baseline, was forced to use the boundary order to escape with his life. Dongpan semi-divine did not know. Moonblade is recognized as the strongest among the 7,000 stars members sent by the Wandao Divine Court. Peace returned to the ice plain. 7-star veins, and yet such high law comprehension? The dirty girl muttered to herself. This Juxing continent truly deserves to be the secluded land of that great existence, making even the starry sky ancient city dare not pursue it. Indeed, it has a profound foundation. I have traveled through 6 small worlds, and this one can be regarded as the strongest one. However, my true opponents are still Shu Yuan, as well as Ning Kai and Lu Bing, these 2 fellows. The dirty girl glanced at the Ancestor Realm list. She was aware of her companion's strength. Shu Yuan's ability to fight and win against 2 proved his prowess. Ning Kai? She had crossed swords with him once, and Lu Bing? In the Divine Realm, I heard that the Heavenly Serpent clan was wiped out. I didn't expect to see a top divine beast like the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent here. The dirty girl's eyes glittered. A top divine beast, able to reach the true god limit in just a few hundred years, must not be underestimated. Whoosh! The dirty girl vanished in the blink of an eye to the edge of the world. First in the Ancestral Realm. First on the Ancestral Realm list. Shu Yuan Semi-Divine is a strong warrior of our Abyss country. On the Juxing continent, countless people were paying attention to the Ancestral Realm order. The moment Li Yuan ascended to the top, numerous powerhouses in Abyss country utterly erupted in excitement. Shu Yuan's points are continuously rising. He started off in the 40s, then moved up to the teens, and toward the later stages, his ranking kept on climbing. In the later stages, every top demigod in the top 10 is tough to deal with, but Shu Yuan still managed to climb up by defeating other warriors. That's right, every time he defeats one, he can seize half of the opponent's points, naturally causing his total points to skyrocket. Lianyan Semi-Divine is ranked in the 90s, not bad, but still too far behind Shu Yuan Semi-Divine. Even though the Ancestor Realm battle has not ended, and Li Yuan is only temporarily in first place, with the points contest merely at the first stage. Yet, this is an unprecedented honor for Abyss country. In Juxing Ancient City, countless pseudo-gods and true gods are also paying attention. First place. Among the top 10, our Juxing Ancient City has 2, both ranked within the top 5. Kai Yang True God revealed a smile, yet also felt puzzled. But where did the other prodigies in the top 10 come from? Shu Yuan. To actually climb to the top? Piaosha True God and Xingwan True God were both somewhat dazed, finding it hard to believe. How many years has Shu Yuan been a semi-divine? The 2 of them taught Shu Yuan for years and never anticipated Li Yuan's strength would advance this quickly. Could it be that Shu Yuan really might ascend to Heavenly God? Piaosha True God couldn't help but say. First place in the Ancestor Realm battle, it's extremely difficult to ascend to Heavenly God, Xingwan True God stated resoundingly. How about someone who acquired first place in the Ancestor Realm battle at over 40 years old? The probability of ascending to Heavenly God is greatly increased. Taking first place at 600 years old and at 50 are naturally 2 different concepts. Reaching the top of the points leaderboard has caused a stir in the outside world, and though Li Yuan is also pleased, he does not get overly excited. First in points? In his view, it is only to be expected. It is simply the completion of the goal set before entering the Ancestral Realm. What Li Yuan pursues now is to achieve breakthroughs in his spear technique and soul secret technique. Time continues to pass, day by day. Li Yuan is still engaging with one powerful semi-divine after another. As Sui Ningxi, Moonblade, and others continuously burst forth in power, the peerless talents from Chaos Divine Court and Wandao Divine Court no longer held back, making the Ancestor Realm battle even more dangerous. Many top masters ranked within the top 50, top 30, began to join forces in groups of 3, even 5. As the Ancestor Realm battle continues to this point, most of the top 100, top 1000 masters, are already just trying to maintain their rankings. However, none of this has any impact on Li Yuan, to say nothing of mere talents ranked in the dozens joining forces. Even if the top 10 talents banded together, he could leave whenever he wished. He remains as domineering as ever, relishing in the combat that hones his spear technique. There are less than 3 days left until the end of the first stage of the Ancestor Realm battle. On a desolate plain. Peefed, peefed, peefed. Streaks of flowing light zipped across the vast sky, quick as lightning, mist-like. striking down one powerful Ancestor Realm creature after another. Li Yuan continued to try out his moves and numerous ideas, not caring about the points acquired at this point. Practicing the spear has become a habit of his. Even though now, in deriving secret techniques, there is no need to practice the spear, as it is purely about combining the mysteries of the law, Li Yuan still maintains this habit. With the spear in hand, it purifies his heart, keeping his mind focused. Time ticks away, every minute, every second. Boom! Li Yuan thrusts with his spear once more, its power contained within, yet wrapped around the spear tip were the mysteries of wind, earth, and space, a three grand laws. Each law's mystery is not extremely strong, but when combined, they possess terrifying power. Whoosh! In an instant, in vast sky filled with spear light, the dazzling illumination instantly subdued, forming a thread. This thread shot through the void, leaving behind in the vacuum a discernible, enduring, void trace, visible to the naked eye, extending over 1,000 kilometers before the trace of void finally dimmed and dispersed. Ha ha ha! Leaving a trace in the void, a strike reaching thousands of miles. Li Yuan's eyes brightened, feeling a sense of exhilaration in his heart. This Boundary Cloud Spear's seventh move, Void Trace, I have finally mastered it. Li Yuan's eyes shone brightly. With space cutting as the core, absolutely concentrated, an absolutely offensive technique. For many years, Li Yuan has been continually interpreting and comprehending the three grand laws, also continually seeking to combine these laws. 3 years of struggles in the lonely cloud world, countless life and death battles within the ancestral realm, all furthering his spear technique. Just that. Combining laws to create stronger combat secret skills is extremely difficult. For example, his 7 years of comprehension into the true intention of space, reaching intermediate rank 8 stage, and yet still not having a breakthrough. The path must be walked by oneself. Be it called comprehension or law compatibility, Li Yuan realized, jubilant and excited, and he understood why he had been stuck at a bottleneck. They only help me walk faster. But this path has always been mine to walk. In these 7 years, my law comprehension has advanced more than many pseudo-gods advance in thousands of years. I have experienced hundreds of life and death battles. I have pondered countless times in madness, accumulation. A towering building has never been built out of thin air. Li Yuan gained new insight. No matter how great the talent, without thousands of trials by fire, even if one cultivates quickly for a time, eventually, they will be trapped in bottlenecks. Whoosh! His spear struck again, this strike brimming with origin power release. The vacuum once more trembled, as if heaven and earth were to be pierced by this spear. Boundary Cloud Spear's 7th move can be considered pseudo-god level spear technique, high rank 8th stage, not reaching true god level. Li Yuan calmed down internally. Compared with Jing Kui, Ao Feng, Dao Ying, and other unparalleled semi-divines, it is still a level weaker. However, it is enough. Previously, due to a large gap in spear technique moves, Li Yuan relied on a stronger origin power, multiple 9-layer star techniques, and soul attacks. A comprehensive strength to be considered first. Purely discussing offensive power, the previous Li Yuan, even when wielding an origin divine artifact, was only comparable to Dao Ying. And deploying multiple 9-layer star techniques consumed a huge amount of origin power. Thus, when facing multiple opponents, Li Yuan often hesitated, making it difficult to win in battle. But now, a breakthrough in spear technique represents a fundamental enhancement. Discussing pure offense, I'm probably also regarded as number 1 in the Ancestor Realm battle now. Li Yuan had absolute confidence. Looking over the entire battlefield of the Ancestor Realm, there should be no one who can match me. As Li Yuan pondered, he suddenly sensed a message from the Boundary Order at his wrist. Zhu Xing Shu Yuan, your spear technique has undergone a transformation, earning 50,000 points. Indeed, breakthroughs in Soul Will, Law Comprehension, and Star Meridian, among others, are sensed by the Ancestral Realm origin, which rewards points. Li Yuan muttered to himself. But they are quite generous, awarding me 50,000 points, which is even more than what I gained from defeating Ao Feng. Last time I broke through with the Wind Law, I only received 5,000 points. That's right. This time, the advancement in spear technique is equivalent to moving from the 8th stage intermediate rank to the 8th stage high rank. Naturally, the reward is much higher. Li Yuan thought. If someone comprehends a true God-level secret technique, or achieves the law comprehension of 8th stage perfection, true God initial rank, the reward might be even higher. At this point, Li Yuan was actually mistaken. The key reason he received such a high points award this time was his age. If a demigod who had cultivated for 300 years made the breakthrough from 8th stage intermediate rank to 8th stage high rank, the reward would probably be less than 10,000. I'm already first. Gaining another 50,000 points is just icing on the cake. Li Yuan waved his hand, stowing the long spear, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the sky. With only 2 days left, Li Yuan still wanted to earn more points, to prevent Ning Kai, who was close behind him, from catching up. Besides this, according to the latest intelligence I obtained, Little Ice should be in the southern region of the ancestral realm. It's possible to find her, so I will try, Li Yuan thought. By doing this, I'll have an advantage when the ancestral realm order appears. The contest for the ancestral realm order is much more dangerous than the points battle. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another day passed, and Li Yuan encountered several more demigods, none from Juxing ancient city, all swiftly and neatly defeated by him. When he met the last white-robed demigod, Shu Yuan, let me go, please let me go. That demigod manipulated a large number of flying needles, invoking the mysteries of the fire law, forming a fiery divine dragon around him, trying hard to withstand Li Yuan's attacks. His strength was also quite formidable, being able to unleash the power of pseudo-god middle rank, a contender within the top 1,000 of the ancestor realm list. But in front of Li Yuan, he was simply not enough. Bang! With a fierce slap from Li Yuan, he shattered the fiery divine dragon, and the plethora of flying needle divine artifacts scattered in all directions. This level of power was simply no match for Li Yuan. He pressed forward step by step. Every step Li Yuan took, it was as if he was stepping on the white-robed demigod's heart, causing him to tremble with fear. Powerful. Domineering. Should I send you away? Or will you leave on your own? Li Yuan's voice was light, yet unquestionably domineering. I do not wish to kill you. Why must you pressure me? Filled with despair, the white-robed demigod's eyes flashed with resentment, and he nearly screamed in madness. Shu Yuan, you're already first on the points list. I have no chance to start over. Why must you pressure me? You're cutting off my opportunities. Once I return to East Nether Sacred Land, I will not let this rest, the white-robed demigod shrieked almost insanely. I will not. Oh, so you say, you hold a grudge against me? You are from the East Nether Sacred Land? Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, he said indifferently. All right, let's settle our grudges today. Before the white-robed demigod could react, whiz! Li Yuan's eyes turned gloomy, like a world itself, as an invisible soul fluctuation enveloped the area. It also enveloped the white-robed demigod. Boom! The white-robed demigod only felt his consciousness instantly plunging into endless darkness. His eyes dimmed in a flash. He died. This scene, however, made Li Yuan pause for a moment. Material attacks are decent, should be comparable to Yongdi, almost like when I first became a demigod. Li Yuan shook his head silently. But the soul will is too weak, probably just reached the pseudo-god realm. He was directly annihilated by my burning heartblade in the soul. Too weak. Li Yuan didn't expect it to be so easy. Over the years, although Li Yuan has always been practicing the 6 realms of illusion, and has been parting a portion of his consciousness to immerse in the Dream Realm Stone, to comprehend the operations of the real illusionary realm, all these practices polish the spiritual consciousness and likewise enhance Li Yuan's study of the soul. Comparable to the law comprehension in the material world. These are the basics. To bring them into play, one must practice soul secret techniques. Limited by time and energy, the soul secret techniques Li Yuan has been practicing are just Burning Heartblade and Mind Soul. The former excels in soul attacks and is more domineering. The latter leans towards confusion, primarily featuring an illusionary realm. Direct soul extermination is extremely difficult. Li Yuan shook his head silently. Previously, when I used Burning Hardblade on those with level 54 strength or pseudo-god peak combat power top demigods, the effects were nearly inexistent. Looking at it now, it's not that the Burning Hardblade is weak, but that those powerful demigods' soul defense is too strong. Different secret techniques must be deployed specifically. For the weak, using Burning Hardblade can sweep and annihilate. For the powerful, Mind Soul should be used to suppress and affect them as much as possible, making it hard for them to exploit their true strength. Li Yuan's coordination of soul attacks and material attacks became more fluid. Phew. Li Yuan waved his hand to collect the many treasures left by the other party, stepping forward and merging into the void. Buzz. Part of Li Yuan's consciousness was sensing the outside world, keeping guard in all directions. Another part was sensing the origin of the space law, continuously comprehending the mysteries of space. Meanwhile, yet another part of his consciousness was constantly pondering the combination of three major law mysteries in his mind. With a soul will reaching such levels as Li Yuan's, multitasking is effortless. The more concentrated the spiritual consciousness, the higher the efficiency. Like in battle, where all soul consciousness is devoted to fighting with all one's strength. And like at this moment, besides being distracted by the above three types, most of Li Yuan's consciousness was immersed in the Dream Realm Stone, continuously embodying a large number of real illusionary creatures comprehending. Spear technique has made a breakthrough. If the true God chapter secret skill of Mind Soul is cultivated successfully, that would truly make me absolutely invincible in the ancestral realm, even fearless in the face of encirclement. Li Yuan's heart was filled with anticipation. My soul has reached level 59, and my will is of true God level. There is completely hope to master it. Once mastered, Li Yuan's soul attack might will surge significantly again. Material, soul. Advancing in these two major aspects simultaneously, that's the true path to power. However, it is destined to be extremely difficult. Many true gods, possessing strong soul wills but lacking deep research into the principles of the soul, are unable to comprehend the true God-level soul secret techniques. After inquiring and searching a certain area, Li Yanyan's semi-divine's ranking has fallen? Out of the top 10? Could it be that he was eliminated? Li Yuan noticed the changes in the Ancestor Realm list. Li Yanyan semi-divine. In Li Yuan's intelligence, he is a powerful semi-divine who has cultivated in the East Nether Sacred Land for over 600 years and has long been famous. He hadn't appeared for over 100 years before, and many forces thought he had already ascended to godhood. Unexpectedly, he has been in concealed cultivation all this time, just for the battle of the ancestral realm. Li Yanyan's semi-divine probably has the strength of the peak of pseudo-god, and few can defeat him, pondered Li Yuan. Who could it be? I haven't seen any changes in the rankings though. Logically, obtaining half of Li Yanyan's semi-divine's points should be enough to alter the rankings. Could it be Ning Kai? Li Yuan considered a possibility? On the ice field, a great battle had already calmed down. The rankings haven't changed yet. I defeated Li Yanyan's semi-divine and obtained tens of thousands of points, but still haven't managed to surpass Shu Yuan. Ning Kai could hardly believe it. Is the gap in points with Shu Yuan that large? Ning Kai found it hard to believe. In this period, he had been frantically searching for opponents, his points continuously soaring, but he had never imagined that even after defeating Li Yanyan's semi-divine, he still couldn't surpass Shu Yuan. Before the defeat, Li Yanyan's semi-divine was ranked 6th. Lost. There's little hope left. Ning Kai shook his head. With only a little over a day left, given how vast the ancestral realm is, the chance of encountering another demigod with enough points is extremely slim. Ning Kai's semi-divine did not know. If Li Yuan hadn't received the 50,000 points reward for a breakthrough in spear technique, he would indeed have been surpassed. The final moment. Suddenly, the first stage of the ancestral realm battle concludes. The top 10,000 in the ancestor realm list are determined. Entering the second stage, a soothing voice echoed in the minds of the remaining tens of thousands of demigods. The rest are eliminated, leave the ancestral realm. Invisible fluctuations directly envelop those semi-divines ranked after 10,000, even though they were filled with reluctance, they all understood. Their journey in the battle of the ancestral realm had ended. Not making it into the top 10,000, they didn't even get a chance granted by the ancestral realm. Congratulations, Zhu Xing Shu Yuan, for achieving the top rank in points. A voice uniquely resonated in Li Yuan's mind. Upon leaving the ancestral realm, you will have an opportunity to receive an extremely valuable gift in a moment. The competition for the ancestral realm order will begin. Please be prepared. Remember, if you seize the ancestral realm order and successfully retain it entering the third stage, the gift you receive will be even more precious. The better the performance, the better the final gift. This voice faded away. Li Yuan felt an invisible force envelop him, just like when he first entered the ancestral realm, once again confining himself within a 10-meter radius. Ancestral realm order rules? Li Yuan sensed newly added detailed rules within the boundary order. This ancestral realm order session has a total of 9 tokens. They will sequentially appear randomly around participants ranked in the top 100. The higher the rank, the higher the chance of randomly receiving an ancestral realm order. Once collected, all powerful beings within the ancestral realm will receive guidance. Retaining an ancestral realm order for 1 day's time, one can secure the order and directly enter the core of the ancestral realm. Apart from personal divine artifacts, no external objects may be used. Violators will be eliminated. Each participant retains 1 teleportation opportunity within the boundary order. Remember, the competition for the ancestral realm order not only tests strength but also tests luck, courage, and wisdom. 9 tokens. This session of the ancestral realm battle, the number of ancestral realm orders produced is quite a lot. Li Yuan marveled to himself. Normally, each session of the ancestral realm battle has 3 to 10 ancestral realm orders. In practice, the vast majority have only 3 to 5 orders appear, with more than 5 appearing only rarely. Over hundreds of millions of years, across millions of ancestral realm battles, the number of times 10 ancestral realm orders appeared was only once. According to the speculations of Zhu Xing Ancient City, the higher the overall level of participants and the more geniuses, the more ancestral realm orders appear. Li Yuan mused to himself. Looking at it now, our session of the ancestral realm battle, placed among the several million sessions of battles in this world, probably belongs to the very top tier as well. 9 ancestral realm orders. Sequentially appearing, retaining for 1 die. Li Yuan kept pondering over the rules. In that case, the later it is, the less competitive pressure, right? After all, the top powerhouses would have already snatched the ancestral realm orders and left. Li Yuan pondered, then shook his head. That's not right, just retain it for 1 day. While traveling through the entire ancestral realm, most demigods require several days. Which means, if one's luck is bad and they are too far from an ancestral realm order, they basically have no chance to compete for it. But with the passage of time, competing for 1 ancestral realm order after another, a large number of powerhouses will gradually converge. From this, it appears that when competing for the first token, encounters with powerful attackers are less. But as it progresses, powerhouses become more concentrated, making it easier to encounter more powerful attackers. Li Yuan pondered. Is it better to put forth all one's strength to compete for the first few tokens, or to conserve strength and compete for the last few? This truly tests the participants' choices. Suddenly, whoosh! A dazzling light flashed across the world. Suddenly, distributed all over different parts of the ancestral realm, numerous demigods saw through an invisible fortia a scenario hundreds of thousands, even millions of miles away. A purple token, emitting an endlessly mysterious aura, spontaneously appeared in a quiet mountain valley. In the valley, a stunningly beautiful, green flying serpent lay resting. A dazzling light flashed across the world, followed by, distributed all over different parts of the ancestral realm, numerous demigods seeing through an invisible fortia a scenario hundreds of thousands, even millions of miles away. A purple token, emitting an endlessly mysterious aura, spontaneously appeared in a quiet mountain valley, where, in the valley, a stunningly beautiful, green flying serpent. Ancestral Realm Order. The first Ancestral Realm Order. It appeared next to the Holy Blood Flying Snake. The demigods within the Ancestral Realm were instantly excited. All demigods participating in the battle knew that although points ranking was important, the reward for ranking first in points, to a great extent, was not as crucial as obtaining an ancestral realm order. Acquiring an ancestral realm order could greatly increase the chances of ascending to Heavenly God, and within the ancestral realm Origina lies the ultimate secret of this world. Ascending to Heavenly God is extremely difficult. One must comprehend a great Tao, and the final step is incredibly hard to traverse. Even in the vast and boundless divine realm, known as the 9,000 star domains, where new star domains continue to be born over the long years, true gods have access to various trials and opportunities far beyond those in this world. It's rare for a star domain to have 10 heavenly divine coexisting. Shallow water can't raise a true dragon. Strong beings can only be tempered in a suitable environment. Logically, it should be very difficult for true gods in this closed world to undergo enough tempering to ascend to heavenly Goda. That's why Li Yuan, when he first arrived, used the information he knew to conjecture that there should not be many heavenly gods in the entire world. But in reality, in this world, most eras have a large number of heavenly gods coexisting, which is illogical. The reason lies in the ancestral realm. It lies in the battle of the ancestral realm. The heavenly gods born in this world are not often the ones leading the ancestral realm points, but more than half of them have obtained an ancestral realm order at some point, which is why countless top demigods are willing to wait for 500 years just to participate in the battle of the ancestral realm. At this moment, under the guidance of an invisible force, all demigods within the ancestral realm saw the location of the ancestral realm order. In a valley. Lu Bing was first taken aback when she saw the ancestral realm order next to her, and then immediately showed joy. Whoosh! She immediately darted her figure and unhesitatingly absorbed the ancestral realm order into her body. The ancestral realm order cannot be stored in a storage magical treasure, it can only be taken into the body. As similarly, if one wants to activate the teleportation within the boundary order, they must first take out the ancestral realm order. Boom! The moment Lu Bing secured the ancestral realm order, the other 9,999 demigods were guided by an invisible force and became aware of the ancestral realm order's location, as well as their own distance from it. Its heaven snake Lu Bing, Holy Blood Flying Snake, has already obtained the ancestral realm order, ranked 5th in points. She actually got the first ancestral realm order directly? Seize the ancestral realm order. Go! Instantly, powerful demigods like Jing Kui, Lianyan Semi-Divine, Dao Ying, Ning Kai, and others, who sensed that the ancestral realm order was within tens of millions of miles of themselves, acted at the same time. These exceptional demigods, unless they are skilled in escape skills, typically cannot traverse tens of millions of miles in one day. However, demigods like Dong Pan, Sha Zhu, Lianyan Semi-Divine, Moonblade, Dao Ying, and other powerful demigods, despite being far away, have all started to move at this moment. After all, if they are lucky and Lu Bing flees towards their area, they too have a chance to seize it. In any case, no demigod is simply waiting for fate. Go. Look for an opportunity. Join others and form enough strength, then jointly intercept the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent. Many demigods belonging to the 3 great ancient cities and 5 holy lands began to take action. Those without at least 54th level of strength have no hope in competing for the ancestral realm order. It means courting death. Thus, the demigods from these major powers had already received orders from the higher-ups of their own forces before entering the battle of the ancestral realm. Once they enter the second stage, these demigods ranked beyond 300 will become the umbrella for their forces' top talents. To protect the safety of the top demigods, and those who could break into the top 10,000, even in the first stage, are the cream of the crop, in the outside world, are rare talents that can be chosen from among a million demigods, possessing at least the strength of the initial rank of pseudo-god. In terms of strength, each of them is at least on par with Zhang Shan. Such demigods, if alone, would naturally be instantly defeated when facing top demigods like Jing Kui or Ning Kai. But if hundreds of them join forces, forming a simple origin power array, they dare to fight against the peak of pseudo-god. In a large-scale melee, numbers matter greatly. Quick! Go! Protect the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent. intercept other Foss's demigods along the way. The vast majority of the demigods belonging to the Heavenly Snake Ancient City also took action. If demigods from other forces want to assassinate Lu Bing, those from the same force naturally have to protect her. It's Little Ice. The first ancestral realm order actually appeared beside Little Ice. Li Yuan was surprised and delighted. Little Ice is quite lucky. In an instant, a flicker of concern crossed Li Yuan's mind. I wonder if Little Ice can escape. Although he knew Lu Bing's escape skill was unrivaled in the ancestral realm, even he might not be able to catch up. But Li Yuan was more aware of the multitude of top demigods in the ancestral realm, each skilled in various methods. Some have strong domains, powerful attacks, and some are skilled in formations. With many methods and a mighty encirclement, Lu Bing might not be able to withstand. The distance between me and Little Ice is 2 million miles. That's not too far. Let's go. Li Yuan sensed the direction and distance of the ancestral realm order. Whoosh! He immediately turned into a streak of light and rushed at full speed. Using void travel, at a flight speed of nearly 300 miles per second, Li Yuan could reach Lu Bing in just 2 hours. But doing so would consume a huge amount of origin power, and by the time he arrived, he might not have enough origin power to maintain a great battle. Therefore, Li Yuan could only maintain a normal flight speed of 100 miles per second and hurry at full speed. This flying speed also rivals that of many a pseudo-god limit expert. Little Ice's escape direction is actually moving further away from me. Li Yuan sensed Lu Bing's movement and felt somewhat helpless. No choice. Without the ability to communicate through soul transmission sound or sense exact locations, whether they could meet or not was largely dependent on luck. Li Yuan could only chase at full strength, just like the other experts. That heaven snake, Lu Bing. She is not far from us, just over 100,000 kilometers away. Haha, she's coming towards us. How does it matter if she's a top divine beast? She hasn't fully grown yet. Dao Ying and Yu Ting were extremely excited and immediately turned into streaks of light, rushing toward Lu Bing. Lu Bing was unaware of their presence. Soon after, Dao Ying and Yu Ting approached Lu Bing rapidly while concealing their auras. But before they could get too close, such speed, such an exquisite technique to conceal one's aura. Lu Bing, who had grasped the wind law and gathered the true intention of space, was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Even though Dao Ying and Yu Ting were trying their best to conceal their presence, Lu Bing easily sensed them from 2,000 kilometers away. Previously, Lu Bing had never encountered the two. But judging by their speed of flight, she deduced that they were not to be trifunded with. I can't confront them head-on. They might be good at using domains or formations. Lu Bing immediately changed direction. Boom! With a movement of her body, Lu Bing's speed, which was around 120 kilometers per second, suddenly burst into light from her wings, speeding up dramatically, surpassing 300 kilometers per second within just a few seconds. And she was still accelerating. What? So fast? Dao Ying and Yu Ting were both stunned. Is this the speed of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent? One of the top wind elemental divine beasts? They had only heard of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent but had never seen one. After all, the Heavenly Serpent clan in the divine realm was already extinct. Swoosh! Lu Bing quickly escaped, above the ancestral realm. Such incredible speed. Indeed, befitting of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent. The group of heavenly gods witnessing the scene exclaimed in admiration, as this was the first time Lu Bing exhibited her full burst speed. Heavenly Divine Qing Hong, Lu Bing's speed is too astonishing. Longchuan Heavenly God couldn't help but say. 99% of the pseudo-god limit experts probably can't match her. Naturally, Heavenly Divine Qing Hong said calmly. In reality, she was somewhat puzzled. Something's not right, this disciple of mine, when she demonstrated to me before, her flight speed was never this fast. What she didn't know was that after Lu Bing had condensed the true intention of space, her escape skill had improved by a notch, and her utilization of her origin divine artifact wings had reached almost the pinnacle of efficiency, spanning the entire ancestral realm. When it came to speed, Lu Bing claimed to be the first, and no one dared to claim the second. A stroke of genius conquers the world, Zhang Yuan, heavenly god, said gravely. With just speed alone, Lu Bing might be able to escape all obstructions. Most of the heavenly gods agreed with this statement. If Lu Bing's speed was only 30 to 50% faster than the other heavenly gods, they might still surround her and find a way to block her. But once she burst forth, her speed was more than double that of most top semi-divines, and more than 4 times that of the majority of participating semi-divines. How could they still besiege her? No matter how strong the attack, it had to land on the opponent to count. It was as if to prove the heavenly god's thoughts correct, during the next nearly 20 hours. One after another, top semi-divines intercepted. More than 10 groups composed of dozens or even hundreds of semi-divines tried to block the road. But Lu Bing easily avoided them all. Her speed was truly terrifying. The most dangerous attempt was when Jing Kui, Lianyan's semi-divine, and Ning Kai, 3 top semi-divines, attacked from different directions, coming within a kilometer of Lu Bing. And yet they were still evaded when she burst into full speed. No one could stop her, and out of caution, even if she encountered some comparatively weaker semi-divines, Lu Bing did not engage. An encirclement? With her extremely fast speed, Lu Bing directly broke through the first wave of encirclement. Merely 10,000 semi-divines were not enough to fully surround her, it would take almost 1,000,000. The sky is vast and the earth is wide, no one can stop me. Lu Bing was filled with confidence, feeling that obtaining the ancestral realm order was within her grasp.
According to the rules, as long as she could hold on for 1 day, she would succeed.
Swoosh! As Lu Bing swiftly crossed a mountain range from above. Boom! The world changed color as pillars of light suddenly ascended within the vicinity of thousands of kilometers, along with a large amount of red clouds rising, instantly enveloping a vast expanse of the sky and land. The red clouds shrouded Lu Bing as well, possessing the effect of obscuring divine sense. The pillars of light even subtly twisted space, altering the sense of direction. The Origin Power Array. No good, such a sophisticated formation? Lu Bing's expression changed. A true god-level formation? In this battle of the ancestral realm, how could such a sophisticated formation appear? Aren't the rules supposed to prevent the use of powerful external objects? Whoosh! A man dressed in white appeared amidst the red clouds, his presence ethereal, with a smile emerging. Heaven Snake Lu Bing. The rules of the ancestral realm battle only forbid me from using already constructed array plates, but they do not prevent me from using the existing terrain features of the ancestral realm to form formations. You won't be able to break through my formation in a short time, the man in white smiled. Hand over the ancestral realm order. Tian Yu demigod. Indeed, the foremost demigod of Chongqing ancient city in modern times. Lu Bing spread her wings, having sensed the identity of her opponent, and sneered. You are indeed formidable. I was wondering why your points ranking was so far behind, only in the 80s, turned out you spent a lot of time over the past year setting up formations. These formations, you must have prepared them meticulously for quite some time. Just by using the terrain, you could set up true god-level formations, indeed impressive, I admire that, Lu Bing said with a chilling voice. Worthy to be the holy blood heavenly serpent, your insight is indeed formidable, the man in white, Tian Yu demigod, said with a smile. Lu Bing shook her head. I'm just curious, what made you so sure I would come to this area? This is the central region of the ancestral realm, Tian Yu demigod laughed. Whether it's escaping or the probability of the ancestral realm order appearing, this place has a much higher chance. I was also just gambling. Tian Yu demigod did not say much. Over the past year, he spent a great deal of effort to set up formations, laying down many grand formations within a radius of over 100,000 miles. Each grand formation was quite rudimentary, never fully activated. But even rudimentary were true god-level formations. Once triggered, they could trap these top-level demigods for a short time. The domain demigod was just gambling. The results proved that he had gambled right. As soon the first ancestral realm order appeared, Lu Bing entered the formation he had set up in advance. Indeed formidable. But without many artifacts to bolster it, your formation only has the effect of confounding gods. Its prowess in slaughter is weak. Lu Bing's voice echoed throughout the grand formation. Infinite red mists obscured her vision, making it actually unknown where Tianyu demigod was. I'll be waiting here for you. Want the ancestral realm order? Come and get it yourself. Lu Bing's voice was coldly. Having escaped for so long and seeing success on the horizon, why would she give up the ancestral realm order? Worthy to be the holy blood heavenly serpent. You guessed right, I may not be able to capture you, the man in white, Tianyu demigod, said with a smile. But being trapped here, in just a few hours, more top-level demigods will come. How could you stop them? Lu Bing's face darkened. Trapped in the formation, she lost most of her speed advantage. Damn, if my escape skill could advance further, completely merging into the void, I could ignore such formations. Lu Bing felt a headache. Or if I could use a secret treasure, I might escape. Of course, Lu Bing also knew well that if Tianyu demigod used many treasures outside, he could also make the formation even more powerful. However, I am very curious to see just how strong the holy blood heavenly serpent really is. Tianyu demigod finally moved. With one step, he stirred the vast red mist. A combat saber appeared in his hand, striking directly towards Lu Bing. He was most skilled in formations, always delving into the mysteries of formations, but that didn't mean he was not skilled in combat. These laws connect. Those skilled in alchemy and artifact refining usually are not weak in power. The pathway of formations is similar. Whoosh! The endless surging red mist crazily rushed towards Tianyu demigod, causing his aura to continue to climb. With the formation's enhancement, Tianyu demigod's might became even more fearsome. Whoosh! A dark blade light lit up, seeming restrained and unremarkable, yet carrying terrifying might, cutting through layers of mist towards Lu Bing. Lu Bing's divine sense, although greatly reduced in range, still maintained spatial perception and was always alert, erupting at the slightest sign of anomaly. Whoosh! Her wings flashed through the vast sky like lightning. The edges of her wings, like a combat saber, lightning-like slashed through the void, instantly obliterating vast swaths of red mist. Boom! A low sound of weapon collision followed by a shocking surge impacting in all directions. This blade was fierce. Lu Bing's body flew backwards, her wings trembling. And the proactive attacking Tianyu demigod also stopped in his tracks, even as he had the upper hand. Disbelief was evident on his face. I went all out, with the formation's enhancement, yet I only have a slight upper hand? Tianyu demigod found it troublesome. If there was no formation's enhancement, wouldn't it mean I would be at a disadvantage? Lu Bing's strength exceeded his expectations. Based on the information he controlled before, Lu Bing's direct combat should not have reached the pseudo-god peak level. The reality was completely different. In an instant, Tianyu demigod could only attribute it to the holy blood heavenly serpent's growth rate being too fast. Annihilate. Tianyu demigod's hand again materialized a combat saber, followed by the overwhelming red mist crazily converging and interweaving, eventually forming two red dragons. Roar! The two red dragons emitted earth-shattering roars, followed by their furious rush towards Lu Bing. Whoosh! Tianyu demigod also swung both sabers again, unleashing his strength to the peak, slashing towards Lu Bing like lightning. Fully activating the formation. HMPH. With just the terrain as the setup, without other formation artifacts bolstering, the might has its limits. Lu Bing's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Mobilizing all power to attack me, then the previous effect of concealing divine sense will be weakened. Lu Bing felt her perception ability increasing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Bing moved, and even under the suppression of the formation domain, instantly created dozens of phantom bodies. With the interweaving of phantom bodies, she more easily resisted Tianyu demigod's attacks. After achieving 8 star veins, Lu Bing also awakened a 9-layer star vein, selecting the same phantom body class 9-layer star technique as Li Yuan, making her even more troublesome to deal with. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. 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 The two demigods fought fiercely. But this was just the surface. Lu Bing did not directly clash with Tianyu demigod, relying instead on numerous phantom bodies and speed to delay. Her purpose was to minimize the consumption of her origin power. After all, having been fleeing for her life, even if Lu Bing only occasionally used the 9-layer star technique as her escape skill, the continuous expenditure had greatly drained her origin power. And her choice made the TNU semi-divine quite distressed. Despite his stronger attack and oppressive formation enveloping the area, he still couldn't defeat Lu Bing. They had been fighting for a long time. Over here. Quick, the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent is trapped, seize the Ancestral Realm Order. Excited voices arose, and an imposing team made its descent. It was the semi-divine team from the East Nether Sacred Land, with each team boasting over 100 semi-divines, and here were 3 such teams. And among the 3 great semi-divine teams, the leader was none other than the Lianyan semi-divine, the top semi-divine from the East Nether Sacred Land. Haha, good. Very good. Seeing this scene, Lianyan semi-divine's eyes brightened, and he directly transmitted his voice. TNU, can you win? TNU semi-divine felt both joy and concern in his heart. The joy was that more semi-divines had arrived, so the probability of extracting the Ancestral Realm Order from Lu Bing was much higher. The concern was that the team led by Lianyan semi-divine was too strong overall. But he hesitated only for an instant. Lianyan, I'll give you control of the formation, charge in, and together, we will force Lu Bing to hand over the Ancestral Realm Order. TNU semi-divine made his decision instantly. Okay. Lianyan semi-divine was naturally overjoyed, and soon he received the transmission about the formation. He now understood many of the formation's key elements. Charge. Let's go together. This formation can't trap us. Lianyan semi-divine immediately transmitted his voice, leading the charge into the large formation. Boom. 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 Over 300 semi-divines also charged grandly into the formation. With a rudimentary origin power array like this one, as long as enough time is given, they can forcibly break through by destroying the natural terrain features one by one. Lu Bing truly had no time. Lu Bing, hand over the Ancestral Realm Order, Lianyan semi-divine roared, his body emanating golden light, as he charged at Lu Bing with a battle sword in hand. Dream on. Lu Bing's voice was cold. If you have the ability, come take it yourself. Combined attack. Suppress. The 3 semi-divine teams did not engage in direct combat. Instead, within the formation, they instantly formed several rudimentary combined attack formations, followed swiftly by terrifying might-infused energy streams, bombarding Lu Bing's phantom body in the vast sky. Pooh. 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 Phantom bodies directly shattered one after another. The combined attack might of the 3 semi-divine teams, each was not less than or even surpassed that of a pseudo-god peak. In a sense, this was equivalent to a siege by 5 peak combatants. With the increase in numbers, Lu Bing felt an immediate surge in pressure. But she continued to grit her teeth and hold on. This is my best chance. If I can't keep it now, it will be even more difficult to seize from others later. Lu Bing's thoughts were very straightforward. In such an intense fight, bang! A flash of blade light suddenly struck Lu Bing's waist and abdomen. Whoosh! Another sword straight thrust targeted at the wings. The combined attack of the 3 semi-divine teams hammered the Lu Bing, that hadn't reacted yet, sent flying while spitting out large amounts of blood, with countless scales dropping off her body. Even her speed slowed down significantly. She's close to breaking. Attack again. TNU semi-divine and Lianyan semi-divine both faintly saw hope. Do I really have to give up? Lu Bing was panicked, feeling that if the fighting continued this way, she might actually lose her life. She was nearly at her limit. Suddenly, boom! An extremely strong aura suddenly spread from the void of heaven and earth. Both Lu Bing and TNU semi-divine and the others felt it instantaneously. And this strong aura's impact drew everyone's attention, with many semi-divines turning their heads to look. It's Xu Yuan. The first on the points leaderboard, Xu Yuan has arrived. The numerous semi-divines from the East Nether Sacred Land all showed surprise. TNU semi-divine and Lianyan semi-divine were also shocked. How did Xu Yuan get here so quickly? Lianyan semi-divine observed Li Yuan. He always remembered the heavenly divine's instructions: if there is a chance, Shu Yuan must be slain. But Shu Yuan's current strength, how could it be within his ability to kill? So he never showed himself. Big brother. Lu Bing's voice rang out in Li Yuan's mind, filled with excitement. I have finally seen you again. After a separation of 13 years, the two finally saw each other again. Little Ice, it's Big Brother who is late, it's my fault. Li Yuan's voice was full of guilt and also a hint of anger. Don't worry, I'll sort out this mess right away. They were connected by blood, connected by soul. In Li Yuan's heart, coupled with the long separation, Lu Bing was like his own younger sister. But now, reunited after many years, Li Yuan saw at a glance Lu Bing's miserable appearance, extremely disheveled, her once beautiful body now covered in blood, trapped by the formation, and continuously attacked by a barrage of powerful strikes. Li Yuan felt heartache, and his anger grew even more. Cultivating the 6 realms of illusion allowed Li Yuan to have a deeper understanding of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Emotions are never to be suppressed. Rejoice when it's time to rejoice, and when it's time to be angry, to follow one's heart. That is the true meaning of freedom of the mind. At this moment, Li Yuan was extremely angry. Boom! Li Yuan, like lightning, rushed towards the formation with increased speed, reaching the limit, and directly entered the formation area. This formation, which could block the inquiry of most top semi-divines and posed considerable difficulty to break, was like a joke to Li Yuan, who had reached the intermediate rank of the true intention of space and the divine sense of a pseudo-god limit. With his divine sense sweeping out combined with the spatial sensing, he could perceive every subtlety of the formation, exposing every detail. Shu Yuan, brother, with your strength, obtaining multiple ancestral realm orders is easy. I hope you can show mercy for this first ancestral realm order. TNU semi-divine transmitted. In the future, I will surely present a treasured relic to express my thanks.